Welcome to Pensar Basketball Live. Today we're going to be talking about the Toronto Raptors' real targets. And no, it's not Giannis Antetokounmpo. That would be nice, but I don't think they have the pieces to make it work. But there is a former MVP. There is a former All-Star. There is a great player that the Raptors have been linked to in the past. And allegedly, the price is lowering for said player, Kevin Durant. So explore what it would take for the Raptors to do it, why they would do it, and why you might be sleeping on just how dangerous a team with Kevin Durant on this team could look next to Scottie Barnes. There's also a report that the Brooklyn Nets, who are aggressively looking for another lottery pick, have made a call to a couple of teams, including the Toronto Raptors. Now, if y'all remember last offseason, I was going off on why the Raptors needed to make a trade for Cam Johnson, why he was such a perfect fit, why I thought this team was way better than, and who knows? Who knows? If the Raptors don't tank this year, they don't have their lottery pick, so that would suck. But I do believe this team was a lot more talented in a swap of I don't know, a first round pick and Bruce Brown. If it could have gotten you Cam Johnson, that might have been just enough to catapult you into the playoffs. And who knows what could have happened once you got there. Right. So MJAD saying, please do not trade for 36-year-old Kevin Durant. Well, good news, bad news. I'm not the person making these trades, but I will certainly tell you why it makes a hell of a lot of sense. Also, some deeper thought into how trades are structured and just how Toronto looks at trades. And perhaps it'll be very insightful for people who didn't read my community note on the 5 layers of trades. And I think that it will perhaps put numbers and context and tiers into how these trades are structured. I think that it's important. Also, I will talk about center domination. I think it is something that has been widely misstated that Scottie Barnes did not improve this year. And there's just a constant narrative of like, look at the numbers, look at the 3-point percentage, this. And I was doing some digging into, the NBA finals and how Shea dominates the court. And you might actually consider Shea a 2.5 level scorer because he's not that lethal from 3. But that area inside the arc, he's so dominant. So I want to show you Scottie's shot chart. I would just call him Scottie Barnes. Scottie Barnes' shot chart through the years, show the evolution, and I'll explain why center court domination matters so much. And we'll talk about some content creators in Toronto Raptor space who are being a little bit irresponsible and not throwing necessarily any digs at them, but I will just, provide a little bit of commentary. So let's start with the Kevin Durant thing. And actually, before I even start with the Kevin Durant thing, I want to explain the Kevin Durant thing through the prism of the 5 tiers. So I just want to read out just this thing to anyone who's already read it. I apologize. Skip through 3-4 minutes if you're reading this after, but I was particularly proud of how I wrote this out. So I want to share this with y'all. So in the evolving calculus of roster management, the Raptors have previously engaged in exploratory discussions involving a number of assets: Siakam, Barrett, Anunoby, Trent, and even Van Vliet. However, one individual has remained conspicuously absent from all of the substantive trade discourse: Scottie Barnes. So even as opportunities have emerged involving talents like Durant, Lillard, and Fox in the past, the posture towards Scottie Barnes was unambiguous. Don't ask, he's not available. So I want to simplify trade evaluations falling into 5 distinct categories. And I'll give you an example of every single one of these categories and a player who currently is in the NBA who fits those categories. So category 1 is disposition at a discount. We will give you this player for less than 50% of whatever is their perceived value. An example of this is Bradley Beal, right? No trade clause, older, regressing, every year there's players like this. I think you could probably have included Josh Giddey last year, to something close to something similar, somewhere between tier 1 and tier 2. The Thunder just knew they had to move off of him. They had no intention of paying him. You can consider Pascal Siakam disposition at a discount as well. You definitely don't want to be in a position where you're negotiating a trade as a general manager and everyone knows you're willing to take a discount to get rid of this player because you have run out of time, right? And maybe what the Raptors initially, when they started with the Siakam talks, they were initially going for a transaction requiring a premium compensation, right? And then they eventually settled their price back to an exchange at an equivalent value. But because the Raptors were not a winning team, they had to take a discount. So somewhere between tier 1 and tier 2 was where Pascal, unfortunately, was traded. RJ Barrett was also traded at a discount, if you really want to think about it. So tier 2 is exchange at equivalent value. And I think that's currently roughly where Cam Johnson lies on the trade chart, right? You have to give them roughly 90%. If the Brooklyn Nets, they require at least 90% of the value that Cam Johnson provides. What does that look like? It might look like RJ Barrett and a future first, or RJ Barrett and a very heavily protected, future first for Cam Johnson. Maybe that would be roughly 90 to 110% value, or maybe it would just be RJ Barrett straight up swap for Cam Johnson. He's younger, etc. I don't know where the Raptors view RJ Barrett currently. I think they're in tier 2 with RJ right now, but that's roughly that's the Cam Johnson range. The third tier is transaction requiring a premium compensation. I think this is typically for players who are available, but we're cool keeping them. We would like to keep them. But if you want to give us a little bit more than they're worth, we'll talk to you. I think Herb Jones is in this category right now. I think if you give the Pelicans 120% of the value of Herb Jones, they will give you Herb Jones. Number 4 is hypothetical engagement at a prohibitive cost. And yeah, I think this is where probably someone like Devin Booker lies. Like, you're going to need to pay a lot because the Suns don't have to get rid of Devin Booker. They don't want to get rid of Devin Booker, but they'll look at it. Like, if it comes up, they're not desperate, but you'll have to pay them a hefty premium. Like, you're going to pay 4 or 5 first round picks and a couple of, young pieces and an expiring, you know what I mean? And number 5 is non-starters. I put the percentage at 1,000 because that's roughly what it would take. Non-starters in the NBA include the following players. Victor Wembanyama, non-starter. Cooper Flagg right now, if any other general manager held that pick, non-starter. Anthony Edwards, probably a non-starter. Cade Cunningham, probably a non-starter. And hate to tell y'all, Scottie Barnes, non-starter. Okay. So, as I said, Barnes is a non-starter and has been for the entirety of his 4 years in Toronto. Everyone that I have talked to, and you may call cap on that if you're a hater, but I think the people who know me understand that I do know a lot of people. Okay. There's not me flexing or anything like that. It's taken me years and years to build up these contacts, but I do know trainers. I do know scouts. I do know people within front offices. I do know people who cover these teams. And a lot of people hear a lot of stuff. And I do know family members of players, not just Fred VanVleet, other people too. And believe me, like, when something is awry, like knowing that Gary Trent Jr. was not going to come back to Toronto. Yeah, I told you that like a year before it happened. Okay. And there's a reason for that because Gary knew he wasn't coming back. So this stuff like that, when it floats out there, you hear about it. And I've never heard anything from anybody that can confirm that Scottie Barnes has ever been offered for anyone. Not the first overall pick, they've just never made him available. They've never talked about him. There's just never been that discourse. It's never happened. And yes, obviously, when you call the Brooklyn Nets for Kevin Durant, the first person they're asking for is Scottie Barnes. That's obviously the player that has had the most value on this team and continues to be the most valuable asset on your team. They've just never looked to trade him. So typically, when a player becomes genuinely available, signs do emerge. So be it through a subtle change in a role, orchestrated media narrative, shifts in usage that signal market preparation. Consider what the Nets did with Mikal Bridges, featuring him in a very prominent role, getting people to believe that he's some sort of all-star. Well, the Nets did a great job of featuring, Mikal Bridges. And hey, they got 5 first-round picks and a swap for it. So shit, kudos to them. But the Raptors haven't done that. So the absence of such indicators in Barnes' case speaks volumes. Where was the all-defensive team push from the team? Where are those high-volume games to stat pad against miserable opponents to boost the averages? He had a career low in minutes. He dropped in his point production. Like, you're not trading Scottie Barnes for a million reasons, but one of the reasons you're not trading Scottie Barnes is you've lowered his value through your own actions, and you've done nothing to raise it, right? This context makes the recent commentary from columnist Doug Smith, honestly, my mouth shudders calling him a columnist, but whatever, it's better than an analyst, suggesting that Barnes could anchor a potential deal for Giannis, all the more perplexing. So Smith has over time demonstrated a pattern of skepticism, hatred towards Scottie, from pre-draft conjecture about Suggs to continued critique of his leadership and development. Notably, none of these views appear to originate from the source within Barnes' inner circle or the Raptors' core decision makers. And I want to be clear about that. If you have listened to Doug Smith on the Bob McCowan show, when he's on with Jack Armstrong and those people, man, they have been for years making this like Scottie Barnes is not a number one, can't win with this guy. Eventually he has to be moved. He's probably a good number two, number three. So it's not shocking that these people want to trade him for Giannis. I'm just trying to tell you that none of that ever came from Scottie's camp. None of it ever came from the Raptors themselves. So he's just a weird old man with a press pass and bosses who refuse to reflect on 2 decades of piss poor performance. So conversations with those proximate or close to the organization suggest a deeply held conviction. Barnes is not merely a promising player, he's foundational. The organization's long-term strategic posture absolutely appears anchored in his continued development. As for speculative commentary, ungrounded and verifiable sourcing, one might reasonably conclude that credentials do not necessarily confer credibility. Influence and information flow not from media credentials, but from real access. So the question is, who's talking to Doug Smith? The answer is obviously no one. So honing back to, talking a little bit of shit. This is from Luca Rosano. Scottie Barnes, Ochai, Grady, and 3 first-round picks. Now, weirdly enough, most of the deals for Giannis from other people have included Scottie plus RJ plus Grady. So by those standards, this is less egregious, but it is still egregious nonetheless. I want to show you something. So this is B-Ball Index. This was their ranking of the worst shooters in the NBA. See who's number 1? Negative 120.8. Yeah, that's Giannis. You see who's number 4? Scottie Barnes. Number 11, RJ Barrett. So, if you think about trading for Giannis without trading Scottie, you're pairing 2 of the worst 4 shooters in the league, according to this metric. That's tough. That's tough. You're going to need a lot of spacing around it. And if you're thinking about trading Giannis without trading Scottie or RJ Barrett, well, now you're really fucked because as I said, you're trading all of your shooting. And it's not clear that the Bucks would really want RJ. I think they would probably prefer somebody else. The point about, Scottie's progression, we can talk about that. But I think I want to first talk about Kevin Durant and why he makes a lot of sense. And I think KD makes a lot of sense because of this graphic. So let me show you Scottie Barnes's projections in terms of shot chart over the last few years. Look at this. So this is rookie season. As you can see, there's not a lot of stuff in the mid-range. Obviously, the lighter the color, the less efficient it is versus league average. The darker the color, he's very efficient. As you can see, there was a place on the left side of the floor, right side of the floor, long twos, where he was very efficient as a rookie. He was really efficient underneath the basket, league average, but that floater range stuff just wasn't there for Scottie. And in his next year, we saw that regression, right? From the outside, he was cold from the outside. He was shooting like poorly, but you did see a little bit more volume emerging in that too, right? So there is a little bit of growth, but this is the year that I really do believe was a stagnant year. Then his all-star year was interesting because his all-star year was like the most efficient shot diet, but it wasn't a star shot diet. This is not what any star shot diet looks like, but it is what a certain type of star shot diet looks like. This is like, I don't want to say exactly, but this is similar to an Anthony Edwards shot diet, right? There's a high volume of threes from above the break. There's a lot of threes spread out to the corners. There was one corner where he was abysmal, one corner where he was great. But there's not a lot of mid-range stuff, right? And that's where really stars have to operate from the middle of the court. And I'll tell you why after. But this year was the all-star year. This is the year that everyone's like, oh my God, he's a superstar. But it's like, well, there's a lot of play finishing here. There's a lot of catch and shoot stuff here. It's not necessarily all off of his own creation. But this year, which is just the past year, look at the volume change. This is a materially different player. You see less from the corners. You see a domination towards the center of the court. Everything is moving right towards that center, right? High volume from the mid-range, left post, right post. You're just dominating in the areas that you need to dominate from as a star. And then you see a high concentration of threes from above the break, a lot of which were long, a lot of which he bricked, but they were further. They were off of his own creation. And this is why you actually need to trade for players who can play away from these zones. Giannis plays 100% in the middle of the court. If you look at Giannis' shot chart, is like very little away from the middle. And there's a reason for that. That's kind of like Nikola Jokic's shot chart, that's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's shot chart. Why? Why is it that the corners are never for the stars? Why do stars not dominate from the corners? Why is it the Steph Curry's and above the break guy? I'll tell you. So some of y'all know that I play chess. I love chess, right? I want you to think about a chessboard, right? What do they tell you? If you're someone who's never played chess, I apologize. But they typically tell you that the center of the court or the center of the board is very important. But why is it important? Why is it important to control the center of the board? Well, it's the same reason that it's important to control the center of the board in basketball. You need angles, right? If you put a queen in the middle, they tell you not to do that if you're a novice player because you'll certainly lose it. But how many squares can the queen attack from the center? The queen has complete scope on the king, which is the basket on the other end. The queen has avenues to escape. The queen can also assist other pieces, most from the center. When you have bishops, or if you have a knight in the center of the board, it's very valuable. You have a knight in the corner of the board, it's not very valuable. Why? Because the corner, just like on the corner of the court, there's an additional defender. Whether you're talking sideline, baseline, that's an additional defender. You don't want to pigeonhole your players that are great decision makers and are super scorers and are just your main guys. You don't want those guys to be in the corner because they're facing an additional defender. You want your play finishers to be in the corners and, you know, on the sideline in the dunker spot. That's not where you want your stars to be. No, you need your stars to dominate from the nail, right? The nail, that area right above the free throw line. That is the area that your star needs to be dominant. Now, Scottie Barnes has gotten very good at that area of the court. And that is the most important area. And another player who's really good in that area, frankly, is Brandon Ingram. So you already have two players who I think are phenomenal in that zone. And I think Scottie's going to evolve as a mid-range play finisher. And I think he's going to be a better playmaker. And, you know, with more space, it just gives you better angles. So you have two demons from this part. Now, when Scottie is not in the center, he's perfectly proven, you know, throughout the years, and he's a perfectly fine catch and shoot shooter from the corner. He's proven that he can do that. He's perfectly fine sitting in the dunker spot. So Scottie has other places he can go when Brandon Ingram has the ball or when Emmanuel Quickley has the ball, right? It's Emmanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett who need to become the corner assassins for this offense to really work. It's Brandon Ingram and Scottie Barnes who can dominate in the middle of the court. But, you know, players do go on the bench, right? So it helps that RJ Barrett's pick and roll ball handling got a lot better. It helps tremendously. But what helps most when you think about how Scottie and Brandon work is putting a player like Kevin Durant next to them. Now, a lot of people are going to shit on this and say, okay, KD, you know, he's malcontent. He's this, he's that. I think KD has been in a lot of bad situations, but when he's in good situations, he wins. And he carried, you know, he was probably one of the greatest MVP seasons of the last 25 years. I think in 15 when he won it, he is incredible, right? And I do believe that as many, some people say Giannis has 3, 4, 5 more years of all NBA stuff. I think KD has 3 more years of all-star production, right? Medved said, we all want Giannis. I don't. So we all don't. I'm not someone who's sitting here wanting to parse out 5 first-round picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. See, Giannis does not have the ability to go to the corner. He does not. Giannis is also going to play 40 minutes a night. You have to ask yourself, does Scottie Barnes fit on a team with Giannis? No, not really. He doesn't. They don't work. You're adding oil and water together and expecting to, you know, fill up. And if Scottie is traded for Giannis, well, I definitely don't like that. So that's why I vastly prefer the Kevin Durant outcome, because in the, you know, tier list of trades, it seems that Kevin Durant is actually becoming a little bit more available. He has an expiring contract. He has pretty much, I mean, from my intel, made it known to the Suns that he is not re-signing. They have a clock of 1 year to unload a $54 million contract tied to a player who is widely seen across the league to be regressing. Okay. So MJ saying we got mini KD and Ingram though. So Kevin Durant and Brandon Ingram are not similar. I know people think they're similar. But actually, the most coherent comparison for Brandon Ingram might shock you. It's actually a taller Kobe Bryant. He's not Kevin Durant. He doesn't get his whole game off of like 2 dribbles. He's not nearly the three-point shooter on volume that KD is, and he's younger. And quite frankly, I understand the aesthetic bias, and they're both long, tall guys, but I don't think so. I don't think they're similar at all. Exactly. This is it. Mike P saying the only similarity is they're just slender. That's it. You know, there's like a smoothness to their game, which I think you could certainly say is one is reminiscent of the other, but I think it's just the height. If Brandon Ingram was 6'7", everyone would compare him to a completely different player. It's because he's 6'9", they compare him to KD. No, his game is very Kobe adjacent. I think Bi is very Kobe adjacent, and I also think Brandon Ingram is a much better passer than Kevin Durant. So at this point, KD would obviously be, and I'm going to say this very respectfully to Brandon Ingram and Scottie Barnes. KD would be your best player next year. That's how good he is. He's still good. Now, he did regress quite a bit defensively, but never has he and never will he be, as a 7-footer with a 7'4" wingspan, as poor a defender as RJ Barrett and Grady Dick currently are. So you are, weirdly enough, upgrading your defense by trading for Kevin Durant. I also think because the situation would be so much better, and I do think that the last time KD played in an offense like this was probably Golden State, he thrives in motion. He's a really smart player. Okay. He's going to be more efficient than ever. Like, he's already super efficient. Like, he's like KD, 60% true shooting, take it to the bank every year. He's one of the most efficient. I think his impact off the court on someone like Scottie Barnes could be tremendous. It's obvious that Scottie and Bi would look up to KD. I think he can help them both get so much better. I think that's an extra value add. The fact that he's a short-term contract helps. Right now, I have no idea what that next deal is going to look like. Obviously, if he plays really well, he's going to be up for another max. And you might say KD should take a pay cut. Maybe KD would take a little bit of a pay cut if he really enjoys being here. But, there aren't a lot of teams with a lot of cap space to sign him. You wouldn't be facing furious, competition from other teams. There are certain teams that are just out on Kevin Durant, partially because they don't like him or his age or whatever. So I think the Raptors could probably sign him to, a 3-year, 150 type of deal, and you would just have him. Like, you would have him, or maybe a 2-year, 2-year 100 type of deal. You'd commit to being a tax team for sure, but with Kevin Durant, I mean, the business interests of MSC would be taken care of, right? 100% they would be taken care of. You would sell out tickets like before the season, tickets even went on sale, they'd be sold out. Like this is a big name. It's a big name, and he still plays like Kevin Durant, right? He still plays like Kevin Durant. I think the most important thing is when you get into the dog days of the playoffs, you have a guy who has proven that he can take you there, that he is that type of player. And I think much like with Kawhi, when you have a killer like KD and you have a killer like Brandon Ingram on your team, if you somehow manage to do this while keeping some of your depth intact, and I'll tell you what I would trade to get KD. If you're able to do this without gutting, IQ and all that stuff, again, I'm agreeing you're going to be a very expensive team. Don't get me wrong. I know you're going to be a very expensive team, but you wouldn't be like a second apron team, right? Think about this following lineup, and we'll plug in the center after. Emmanuel Quickley at the 1, right? Go back to the court, right? Where's Emmanuel Quickley? He's an assassin from the corners, right? He's an assassin from over the break. Kevin Durant, assassin, right? Assassin. You cannot leave him. You cannot single coverage him. He will blitz double teams, right? So that's 2 guys that you cannot ignore. And then the middle of the court, you have Scottie and Bi, 2-man game. Add a stretch 5 to that, you would be a contender overnight. Now, how long will you be contender? What's the thing I always say about how you age? Your aging in the NBA comes down to 3 major factors: size, KD has it; intelligence and shooting, KD has it, right? He has every factor to age very gracefully. Guys like Tim Duncan and guys like Dirk Nowitzki were still serviceable well into their late 30s, partially because they enjoy all the same advantages that KD has, except I think KD's better. I think KD's better. I don't, no disrespect to Tim Duncan, certainly had a better career, but as a sheer talent, scoring talent, shit, man. Yeah. Kevin Durant is a better player. So, you know, I think he will age better than Giannis for sure. Sparkling saying KD will age better, way better than Giannis. He is aging better than Giannis. You think Giannis is going to be, still an all-star caliber player at 36, 37? Shit, man. Shaq wasn't. Nobody of Giannis's archetype has been an all-star at that age. You think LeBron, but you're wrong. LeBron and Giannis are not the same archetype. Russell Westbrook and Giannis are the same archetype. Shooting is the great equalizer. LeBron has learned to shoot 40% from three. You think Giannis is going to shoot 40% from three? What happens when that twitch goes away, bro? You're just not thinking this through. So whether you trade for KD or you trade for Giannis, you still just have a 3 to 4 year window before it all falls apart. Now, I'm not saying KD is going to be, an all-star at 40. Certainly, but shit, if there's someone who's going to be an all-star at 40, it might be KD, because nobody takes, care of their body better. Nobody is more of a tactician and like an obsessive observer of their own process. Like, this dude just loves to hoop. He loves to hoop, man. So you bring that type of leadership. And again, like, I know he gets a lot of bad rap because he's always salty and, he claps back at fans on Twitter. And, some people, I feel like, really just lose the fact that when locked in to a basketball situation in which championships are actually on the table, this dude is a different demon. And I do think, as I said, it evokes the same confidence in your locker room that adding a Kawhi Leonard did, which is like, oh, we got one. Like, we actually have a chance right now. I think Darko would use him very, very well. So imagine the court, as I said, right? Like, the spacing that you have immediately, the gravity that you have, the lineups that you can run out. KD is positionally versatile. He can play the 3, he can play the 4, he can even play the 5 in a pinch. Scottie can play 1 through 5. Brandon Ingram can play 3 positions. Shit, you have a lot of versatility here, and you can do a lot of amazing things. And what are we seeing in the playoffs right now? We are seeing that versatility is what is getting teams through. 2 of the most versatile teams in the league in terms of their shape-shifting ways that they can play. I mean, look at OKC. They can start Chet at the 5, and they can play with 4 guards. Or, I've already said this, they can bench both their bigs and probably still win this series. I do believe the positional versatility is the most important thing. And that brings me to, another point, which is my draft target, right? Now, hang on one sec. I do want to go through a few things that I posted on Twitter, because I don't know if everyone here is on Twitter following us, Pensar Basketball on X, but here's something that I wanted to show you. I did pick up my copy of the No Ceilings 300-page draft guide for $15 US. I was very happy. I was very happy. I haven't opened it yet. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't opened it yet. I've looked at 3 pages. It's really cool. It's very laid out. It's I just wanted to support another content creator that I respect. They've been doing a lot of great work. There's a huge team over at No Ceilings. So shout outs to No Ceilings for putting that together. And shout outs to me for buying their draft guide. And we're definitely going to look into that draft guide a little bit more. I'm going to look into that draft guide a little bit more as we prepare for the NBA draft. I don't know what they've said about Carter Bryant, but I had a fascinating morning today. That's what I'll tell you. I had a great morning. I can't tell you more details, but I had a great morning. Okay. I'm so coy about it, right? Yeah. I'm too ethical to spill, but I will tell you, I'll tell you some stuff after. Knicks next coach odds. Yes, they fired Tom Thibodeau. We didn't talk about it. Do I think he should have been fired? If you need my take on that, yes, I do think he should have been fired. I think he's a fantastic coach. I think he may have. I think one of the reasons he was fired was a lot of people, a lot of players in the exit interview said they didn't understand their roles. And, I've said all year, I think the Knicks have a bench. I really do respect DeLon Wright as a professional basketball player. I think, Landry Shamet is a player that I've always admired. I think he's a really good player. Like, these players not even entering your rotation, it's a little bit, stupid. And you could have experimented earlier. You could have given your starters a bit of a rest. You didn't need to chase every win like that. And again, when you're winning, people don't question you so much. When you lose, people question you a lot more. And so the fact that you had to lose game 1 and the way that you lost game 1, that to me is on coaching. I think when you get thoroughly outcoached this way, typically heads fall. I think this is also a sign from Leon Rose and the New York Knicks that, hey, we're really serious about a championship. If you're really serious about a championship, in my opinion, you got to trade Karl Anthony Towns. I don't think Karl-Anthony Towns is championship material. That's just me personally. Maybe I have a personal bias against him. I just don't like him. I admire the hell out of his game. Very skilled, but I do not want to be rooting for a team with Karl-Anthony Towns on it. If anyone ever wants to ask, should the Raptors trade for Karl-Anthony Towns? Fuck no. Fuck no. No, they shouldn't. NBA Chev, the great content creator of the Raptor space, saying, I've been drinking and I'm off tomorrow. I'm on some bullshit right now. I'd trade Scottie for Coach Bud right now. I'm serious. He's on the clock. Think I'm playing? I said, drunk posting like a 13-year-old girl. I guess the liquor don't lie. You know, I've been telling y'all for years, I don't think NBA Chev really likes Scottie Barnes. The liquor don't lie, right? The liquor does not lie. Joel Moran, shout outs to Joel. We're on podcast together once in a while on PC. I've had a chance to talk to him. His mock trade package for Scottie Barnes, for Giannis Antetokounmpo is Scottie, RJ, Jamal Shed, Jonathan Mobile, 4 unprotected firsts, including including the 9th overall pick, and the first round pick swap. My God, you lost me at Scottie Barnes. I wouldn't trade Scottie straight up. Also, shout outs to this guy. Said if you want true ball knowledge, you put numbers on the board, player's choice, pick a side, and nerd sesh. And I have literally watched every one of those podcasts. Numbers on the board is awesome. PC, obviously, I'm biased. I'm on it, but it's awesome. Nerd sesh is great. And pick a side, which is with Joel. I've been watching pick a side since they had like 500. You know, I love Riv. I think like Riv is my favorite guy on pick a side. Riv and Joel are cool. So yeah, I mean, you know, there are plenty of great podcasts out there for basketball knowledge and stuff, but these are definitely 4 of them. Okay, this was my post about Kevin Durant, and I've already explained why I think that works 100%. Hang on one second. Now, Carter Bryant stuff. Wait, hold on. If you need to hear Masai talking about Scottie Barnes for a second, here, one sec.
I want our fans to know this, that the most difficult ones are the guys like Scottie to find, you know, like, hopefully one other person can emerge on our team, you know, or, you know, you get another one and you're on your way.
Yeah. That's, I mean, if I had to do like a 20-minute compilation of Masai talking about Scottie, like you don't understand how much this guy likes him. Like I've said this before, like there's like 4 players that Masai Ujiri has absolutely would stake his reputation on. It's Giannis, Shea, Kawhi, and Scottie. Like those are the 4. For Giannis, obviously, like clearing the deck to chase him in free agency, that he was willing to do that, right? With Shea, willing to trade DeMar DeRozan, willing to trade whatever. And we were contending-ish at the time, and he was willing to gut it all to get Shea in the draft. That showed me that he had super high belief in Shea. Kawhi, obviously, trading DeMar, trading, picks on a 1-year expiring. That shows me faith. And then with Scottie, trading away Pascal, letting Fred go, restructuring the entire timeline. When people show you who they are, believe them, right? So when people show you that this is how I feel about this person, don't just automatically assume that because you're not so high on that person, that person completely changed their mind. I think the Raptors are higher today on Scottie Barnes than they were a year ago. That's just my take on it. I think they're much higher on him. I think they've if they had any questions, and it just, again, this is me hypothesizing, if they had any questions about him, year 2, year 3, I think it was about his leadership. I think they had questions about whether he could ever, galvanize the troops, be a leader among men. The thing that you want all great players to do, and something that, quite frankly, I've always been a little critical of KD for not doing, is do you make other people better? This is the most important role of a superstar. Do you make other people better? Either through setting the example or setting the table. It could be off the court, on the court. Just does your presence on the team boost the performance and the track? Does it help the development of other people? Are you helping my young players get better? Are you helping my coaches get better? Like, there are just certain people that just make your organization better, and they make everyone in your organization better. And I think Scottie has that very unique gift. where he is able to make other people better. And I think this year they really, really, you may say the numbers dropped or whatever. I promise you the numbers didn't actually drop in a lot of regards. But I think the one thing that really, if I'm the Raptors, I'm looking at him, I'm seeing him grow so much as a leader at 23. And I think I have to be very impressed because Giannis was not the leader of the Bucks at 22, 23. Okay. Like he wasn't this leader. He grew into this. Kawhi was not the leader of the Spurs. There are very few players who can take the mantle of leadership. And most of them were very much groomed for it. So you take a guy like Cade Cunningham, a lot of strong leadership qualities, but Evan Mobley ain't leading the Cleveland Cavaliers. You know what I mean? So there's very few players in the league who at 22, 23 can capably and effectively lead a team. And Scottie's one of those players. Shout outs to my dude over at Raptors Digest saying, breaking, Raptors offering Scottie Barnes and Giannis trade talks. See, like, here's the thing. This is false. I'm not trying to blast anybody. And shout outs to Ben Rogers. And I've been on the podcast before. I've been on Raptors Digest. We have very fine communication. There's nothing. I'm not trying to come at you and say that you don't have a right to say what you want to say, but this is categorically false. And I'll tell you why a report like this, especially with this title and the people who are going to run with it, I'll tell you why it's irresponsible for multiple reasons. One, it's irresponsible because it's just not true. This is not true. This is not verified. You are basing it on an old senile man musing what he thinks is going to happen. It's clickbait for sure. Number two, it's irresponsible because, as I mentioned, think about this from the perspective of the players on your own team. Like we all, at least in this community especially, we do care about this team. We followed this team. We watched them get blown out by 30, 40 multiple times this year. We care about this team enough that we're rooting for all of these individual players. And how do you think everybody on this team feels hearing a report that Scottie Barnes is being traded? How do you think Jacoby and all these guys feel like, oh, like that's the guy they've been trying to tell us this is our leader. This is our leader. Now they're just willing to swap him like that. Like, I think everyone will understand if you traded Scottie for Giannis. And I think everyone would just be like, okay, well, you're getting Giannis. I guess, you had to do that. That doesn't mean anything. But remember what happened when you traded DeMar DeRozan, right? You sowed a lot of doubt into your organization when you traded DeMar DeRozan. I'm not saying you shouldn't have traded DeMar. I'm just saying when you go out and you build this guy up as your culture leader, as your locker room leader, and then you start dangling him in trades, that's when people start to look at you sideways. And you do not want Jamal Shed and Jonathan Mobo and all these people, on your team, especially if it's not true. If it is true, fine, whatever. If you're actually trading Scottie, if you're trying to trade Scottie, fine. That it's not true, by the way, guys. But I'm saying if it was true, fine. But these rumors are reckless for that one reason. The first reason, which is, and of course, Scottie is seeing this, right? It's on his timeline. His phone's blowing up. Are they really trading you for Giannis? Now he got to go fucking call Masai and be like, is this true? Masai got to be like, nope, you're off the table. But then Scottie's not going to come out and be like, no, I'm not being traded. So it's just very reckless and very responsible. That's the first reason, just from the human side of it. The people involved, if they're not really involved, this is a lie. It's not responsible. Number two, it's kind of irresponsible from the perspective that now the expectation that falls on the player being offered or not being offered, or if the report comes out that the Raptors, let's just say the Bucks do call, and I mean, the Raptors have called for Giannis for sure. And let's just say the Raptors are engaging in talks for Giannis, but they've held Scottie out. So now when the trade talks break down and Giannis inevitably gets traded to the Nets or the Knicks or the Rockets or the Spurs or whatever, at some point a report is going to come out that the Raptors could have had him, but they refused to include Scottie Barnes. Now, what does that do? Well, that bestows a lot of pressure on a 23-year-old, soon to be 24-year-old, to suddenly magically morph into Giannis. And Scottie does not need to be in Giannis talks right now. Scottie does not need to be better than Giannis next year or the year after for this deal to just not make sense for the Raptors. I think you just have to understand that you're not trading him because of what he means to your organization. I think Scottie is a non-starter for a reason, and that's why, because I think he's a keystone member figure of your organization. Players will want to play with Scottie Barnes. I believe that in my heart of hearts. I think everything we're watching, Tyrese Halliburton do in the finals, or in the conference finals, I think Scottie's a better player. Like overall, I think Scottie can be a much better player than Tyrese, and I think he sees the court almost as well as Tyrese. So again, like this jumbo playmaker who operates in the middle of the court archetype is there. And Scottie is a better shooter than Giannis, like from 3 levels. I think he's a better shooter. So I don't know, like he doesn't need to match his impact. He doesn't need to hit his rebounding levels. He's never going to be the athlete or the size that Giannis is. He's probably never going to average 12, 13 rebounds or win a defensive player of the year. But that doesn't mean that, we need to constantly compare. And, when Scottie struggled in year 2, that was that was the reason the narrative was so toxic. They were like, this is the guy we didn't trade for KD. This is the guy we didn't trade for KD. Look at KD, look at Scottie, look at KD, look at Scottie. And that's where, these rumors can get very, very toxic. And it's interesting that Scottie is pretty much alone in trade talks because Cade struggled immensely for 3 years. And I don't remember ever hearing a Cade Cunningham trade rumor, ever. I've heard 0 Paolo trade rumors, 0 Anthony Edwards trade rumors, 0 Wemby trade rumors. Why is it that every summer I hear Scottie Barnes trade rumors? Every summer. And none of them have ever been grounded in anything true. I think it's partially because there's media members in the city who do not feel about Scottie the way the media members in Orlando may feel about Paolo or the media members in Detroit feel about Cade. And so they let other media members know, like what Doug Smith did with the Sacramento podcast, that this guy's available. And the Sacramento people, thinking that this beat grunt idiot is connected, assume that this means that Scottie is available. It is the media 100% in this city that has created the toxic narrative around Scottie Barnes. In my opinion, if you want to blame me and say I'm part of it because I gassed him up to be something that he's not, well, I would say I've been more correct than the average person by a mile. So that's sort of like just why I don't like this stuff. Quick tidbit here. Oh, here, Raptors Republic, right? Would you swap Scottie for Giannis? I mean, no offense to Raptors Republic. Great work, Samson, Trey, whatever. Great podcast, a lot of informative people there. Louis Zatzman. I don't even need to like pander. I think they do better work than the average podcast by a mile. I think they're really good. But every summer they are like right there at front and center. Trade Scottie every summer. It's whether it's for Dame, whether it's for KD, they're always leading that charge. Whatever. It's cool. But you know what? It's fascinating to see if I'm Scottie. Giannis is a hell of a player, and there are fans, myself, of course, but a lot of fans who are saying, no, I don't want to do this. Now, dream scenario, 5 of my favorite players on the same team. Could it actually happen? Talk about Carter Bryant for a second. So, little story about Carter, and this one is from Corey Tulaba, and Corey shares a story on Carter, and this was on the Kevin O'Connor podcast. Listen to this for a sec.
The international team that was headlined by Ricochet, he took them down to the final buzzer. And usually that scrimmage team gets absolutely mollywopped. And he was competitive with these guys. And when the scrimmage was over against the U.S. team, and you could call it performative or whatever, but if it was performative, it was brilliant. As soon as that scrimmage ended, knowing that the entire gym is packed with NBA personnel, the first thing he did was go get shots up. Every other dude packed up, put their slides on, and left. Carter Bryant picked up a ball, started doing shooting drills. When the next group came in, he moved to a side of the court that was being unused in the gym, and he started working on ball handling. So like, this is just a kid who eats, breathes, sleeps ball. And if you watched Arizona, it's not just all tools. Like, they were better when he was on the court. Like, he should have played more. It was almost preposterous that he wasn't playing more.
So, a little bit of context in this. Carter was, I want to say 16 or 17 years old. I want to share a few things about Carter. Also, go Oilers, go. Awesome. Bring the cup back to Canada for sure. I want to share a few things about Carter that I can share, at least. A few things. Number one, he missed about 1.5 years of his high school career and was still a McDonald's All-American. That's pretty cool, right? So in a lot of ways, his development is a little bit behind. I have spoken to 3 very, 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 very plugged in people with Carter. And I want to share a few of the things that I can share. There's obviously 150 things I can't share, but there's a few things that I can share with y'all that might help you understand why I like this guy so much. Okay. One, about this story that Corey was sharing. So Carter was with the Portland team for 2 years, right? And he would come into the gym like before the games would start, and he would have his dad run him through a workout. And there would be like NBA GMs like pouring in, and they didn't even know that they were there, right? So that's the thing. It's not performative. What Corey's saying, you know, like, was it performative or not? That's who Carter is, right? The second thing is that there was a story about, you know, Carter being on the same. It was like a pro-am, and he was on the same team as Kyrie Irving, and he didn't want to be on that team, and everyone was a little bit surprised that he didn't want to be on the team. And so they were surprised, like, yo, like, why don't you want to be on this team? And he's like, I don't want to be on the same team as Kyrie. And people looking at him like, what? And it was just like, why? And he's like, I want to guard Kyrie. It reminds me of, you know, so many players like this, right? Scottie was like this, right? He wants to guard. Every draft prospect, when they're interviewed, like, who can't you wait to guard? They say LeBron. But then LeBron comes out and they shrink. There's very few players that are that competitive that they really want to guard, and then they prove it, right? Carter wants to guard like the best player in the world because he's testing himself, because Carter's entire process is me versus me. Carter would like he was insane. Like, from what I heard about his Arizona stuff, like, I hope the Raptors dug into this guy, because if we pass on him, yo, I'm gonna have an aneurysm on the live. My thought process is he probably goes top 7, top 8. But if he's on the board at 9 and we pick somebody else, I don't give a shit who it is. I'm gonna snap. I believe in this kid so much. At Arizona, he would like badger them to open the gym for him. He would want like one workout and then another workout, and then it's like 10 o'clock and he's hitting up his assistant coaches like, can you put me through another workout? He never complained about minutes. He never demanded, you know, a meeting with the coach to get more minutes. He never had his dad call or his mom call the coach and be like, da, 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 you know, my son's not playing enough. He never threatened to go to the draft if he didn't get more minutes. He never did anything, because every single time he didn't get enough minutes, his only response to that was, maybe I'm not working hard enough. Let me go work harder. To the point where this dude had to be told he couldn't work out anymore because he was working out too much. I think he had like, I think one day, I think the story was like 4, 5 workouts in one day, and they're just like, bro, you need to stop. Like, you need time to recover. You can't work out this much. Carter is going to get so much better. It's actually insane. Like, I promise you, this dude is going to be like a legit NBA player, like one level or another. If it's Tamani Kamara level or it's Jason Tatum level, I really don't know. The ceiling is the roof. Okay. But the last time I was this sure about a prospect was probably like Cason Wallace, Amen Thompson, Scottie Barnes, Dyson Daniels. Like, I'm not Eve Messi last year. I was like very, very high on Eve Messi. Sure, I was very, very high on Jordan Hawkins as well. That hasn't worked out super, super well, but I'm usually not wrong. When I go like 100% on a prospect, I'm like, this 100% will work. I'm not usually wrong. And with Carter, it's just, there's so many good things about him, man. The personality, you know, the person that you're bringing into your organization is like the best person to bring into your organization, right? King Kylie saying, just joined. Which prospect are you talking about? We talking about Carter Bryant, bro. So yeah, so that's what I'm gonna say. Like, I think Carter fits perfectly. And if you think about the court that I drew out earlier, where Carter can dominate from is the corners. He can destroy the corners. He's a good corner shooter. He can attack from the corners. Good paint finisher. He can also attack from the wings, right? So just because he's not a great creator right now does not mean he can't make simple reads and simple advantage passes. When I think about the way the game is going towards who is your weakest link versus who is your strongest link, I think when I compare someone like a Carter Bryant to someone like a Trey Johnson can be picked on defensively. He can be, you know, very easily. A Carter Bryant cannot be picked on offensively or defensively. You can't pick on him in any way. So again, there aren't a lot of prospects in this draft that are I would say, unschemable. But Carter's one of them. Like, you could say, okay, well, if I make him put the ball on the court, ball on the floor, but how are you making him put the ball on the floor? You're not guarding him with your best defender because that defender is busy on Scottie Barnes and Brandon Ingram and or RJ Barrett. So as a fifth option, he's exactly what you need. A guy who can hit shots, a guy who cuts, a guy who runs in transition and guards multiple positions. He's a demon defensively. I really do think he's a top 3 defender in this draft. I think he's going to be like an all defensive type of guy at worst who can hit threes. But I think the passing is real. I really do. I don't think we saw it at Arizona, but I really do think this guy was like one of the top 25 best players in college basketball last year. And his stats would make you think he wasn't even a top 300 player in college basketball. And I legitimately think like everything that I've heard about him, and I'm just like, I'm trying to be, careful how I say this. They can't all be wrong. You know what I mean? Former teammates, former coaches, like the amount of digging that I have done into this guy before I start like pushing him this hard. Like you understand, like I don't take myself so seriously where I'm like, okay, well, if I'm wrong about this, my credibility is ruined. Like I'm not that serious about it. But obviously, if I say Carter Bryant is this and he comes out and he has a Tijon Salon, year and he's a bust and he's Stanley Johnson, well, the next time the draft comes around, I don't think y'all going to take me very seriously, are you? Because I didn't just push for this guy. I led a fucking campaign for him. So I do take it seriously. I do watch all the film. I've watched every possession, every game. I've done every bit of research. I think I'm probably about as researched on him right now as some NBA teams are. So I say it with full confidence. He is not going to fail. Are there players picked after him that might be better? Maybe. Sure. Maybe. It's possible. Certainly. I wouldn't rule it out. Ace might be better. Khan might be better. Kaspars Yakuchonis might be better. Thomas Sorber might be better. Colin Murray Boyles might be better. But if they're better, it's not because he didn't succeed. It's because they succeeded phenomenally. It's just a very safe prospect, guys. The next Andre Iguodala. That's fair. Trey Johnson or Carter Bryant. Dude, Carter Bryant. I take Carter over every player in this draft except for Cooper and Dylan. That's it. That's the 2 players I'm taking over him. I understand, if you do make a trade for Cam Johnson and you end up trading, I didn't even talk about the trade for Kevin Durant. What would it actually take? Let's pull up the trade machine and let's make the trade happen. Now, 1 second here. Pull it up. So this is probably not going to be very popular, but this is what I think would be. And interestingly enough, Kevin Durant, who are the notice Scottie Barnes is not very high, but these are the number one, these are the players trending in the trade machine. This is very interesting because this is probably like the players that most people are talking about. Kevin Durant, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Dalton Connect, Cam Johnson, Nick Claxton, Maxi Kleber, Rui Hachimura, Gabe Vincent, Karl Anthony Towns, Daniel Gafford, Austin Reeves, Michael Porter Jr., RJ Barrett, Jared Vanderbilt, PJ Washington, Herb Jones. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal that I would make. Okay, now I want you to factor in that KD had a down year. The Suns are idiots. They're a bad organization that does not and has not shown a track record of winning deals. They are negotiating with a person who rarely ever loses deals in Masai Ujiri, but lately has been on a bit of a cold streak, I'll admit. He's also an expiring, and per my intel, he has also pretty much let them know that he's not coming back after next year. So it would have to be to a team that he at least admires the players. And I have it on pretty good authority that Kevin Durant likes the players on Toronto, at least the ones that are prominent players. Like, he has had favorable things to say over the years about a lot of guys on this team, including Scottie Barnes, including Brandon Ingram. And I genuinely think that, he's a student of the game. He is not one of those players who just like, oh, the Sacramento Kings are good. I don't know the Sacramento. No, he knows everything. So he is probably seen how the Toronto Raptors play and their culture and their organization. He's a very observant person. He's very plugged in. This guy's life is like 24/7 basketball. So there's 100% chance that he understands that the culture that the Raptors have now, all that stuff, this is definitely his vibe right now. After being in a dysfunctional organization like the Phoenix Suns, where coaches are being fired, coming to a stable organization with Masai Ujiri that has won a championship very recently, literally the team that beat him, I think it would be such a beautiful story for him. And I'm pretty sure if presented with 4 or 5 options, this would be a really good option for him. Okay. It's also a pretty big market. I think that helps. Okay. So the first piece going out to the Suns is RJ Barrett. The second piece going out to the Suns is Jakob Poeltl. And is that it? I'm inclined to say you're probably going to have to trade Grady, but that might be overkill. Do I have to trade Grady? I don't want to trade Grady. I want Grady on this team. But if I draft Carter, do I have minutes for all those guys? Maybe Ochai? It's a serviceable role player. It fills out their bench. Okay. Yeah. And it's a player we don't want to pay. Okay. 2026. Very light protection. And 2029. Lottery protected. In exchange, you get Kevin Durant. They cannot aggregate players, so you cannot take back multiple players because they're an apron team. That deal gets it done. Okay. And I think it makes a lot of sense. If they believe that KD is on his way out and that he will not be coming back, you get 3 very good rotation players and potentially 2 very valuable picks for Kevin Durant. I don't think this is a homer trade at all. I actually would take one of those picks away personally, but whatever. The Raptors can negotiate it. Sure, it is a little too much. Now, here's something that I want to say. Okay. Phoenix Plays That says you may as well trade for Giannis. First of all, this is not even close to the package that's going to get you Giannis. With Giannis, you're trading this package. You would trade every pick for the rest of your life, including swaps. You would trade 5 first-round picks plus 3 swaps. If this is your package and you still wouldn't get Giannis, this is not even close to this is not even close, right? Entertainer Clips said they want IQ. Okay. Well, if I'm giving you Emmanuel quickly, I'll give you a second trade. Hold on. I got to take RJ Barrett off. I don't think I do this deal. Like, no offense. Like, I need Emmanuel quickly if I'm getting KD, but whatever. Because I just don't think RJ, BI, Scottie is a weird fit. I can't sustain that. So if it's Emmanuel quickly, then I'm taking those picks away, man. I'm getting, like, I understand it from their perspective. They want a point guard, whatever, but like, so you get Emmanuel quickly, Jakob Poeltl, and a pick for KD. I don't know. Does this deal is this deal better for y'all? KD talks absolute joke. Dude's 38 years old. He check out. He is 36. Number 1. Number 2, as it currently is, he played better. He had a better season last year than every player on your team, including Scottie. So yeah, he'll be 37, but I don't think that look, here's the thing. The valuation thing is very important. And I'll tell you why Toronto's future picks should be in play. I'm going to give you a very concrete reason for that. So I believe right now that the Raptors players are depressed assets. If we had one more, maybe they would be, fairly valued. If the Raptors were a 47-win team, then Scottie would be seen as the architect of an offense that won 47 games last year, right? So consider, a player like Asar Thompson, right? Just in a hypothetical, right? What was his value 8 months ago and what is it today? It's gone up. Amen Thompson, the value's gone up. You see how winning impacts value? But there's a counter to that. If winning depreciates if winning a lot increases the value of your players, what it also does is depreciates the value of your picks. The more you win, the less your picks are worth, right? That's simple. So consider what the Raptors did in January when the Pacers turned a corner. If you recall, they started playing very good basketball. What did the Raptors do? Well, what they did was they cashed out high on the Pacers 2026 pick. They probably correctly assumed that the Pacers were turning a corner with Siakam, that they were playing much better basketball, that some of those young players like, Jarris Walker, Andrew Nemhard, Aaron Nesmith were finally coming to bloom. And instead of holding that pick and then eventually selecting 28th, they cashed it out when the value was probably a projected 17th or 18th pick with some downside value also baked in because it's a top 4 protected pick. If the Pacers fall apart next year, the Raptors maybe gave up the 5th pick. Can you imagine how horrible that would be, right? Now, the cool thing about being top 4 protected, and this is something that, Kevin Pritchard deserves a little bit of credit for, is if the Pacers narrowly missed the playoffs, what would happen? They would be in the same boat as the Dallas Mavericks, where they could potentially jump up to number 1, at which point they would get to keep their pick because it is top 4 protected. That top 4 protection is so much smarter than the top 6 protection that the Raptors put on their pick. They're so stupid. I swear to God, the Raptors are so dumb sometimes. But anyways, the top 6 protection is the top 4 protection is a smart thing. So because the Pacers pick was going to become increasingly less valuable, the Raptors cashed out and traded it for Brandon Ingram. Now, the Pelicans have what for Brandon Ingram? Flash forward a year from now. Let's assume that the Pacers actually do go out and win 55 games next year in a completely depleted East, and they will. Barring an injury, given what has happened to the East, that Pacers pick has gone from being projected as a 15th or 16th pick to maybe being like a 24th pick. So now Bruce Brown's gone, Kelly Olynyk's gone. What did you actually get for Brandon Ingram? Now, let's also account for the fact that Brandon Ingram, at the same time, was a depreciating asset or a depreciated asset being held by a team that has no intention of keeping him. Now, let's say the Raptors revive Brandon Ingram. Let's say they give him the most productive year of his career. Where are we a year from now? I want to build a time machine, go to draft night 2026. Where are we at? The Pelicans have the 24th overall pick, and the Raptors have a 24 point per game all-star. Okay. A 23 point per game all-star who just shot a 60% true shooting with 2 full years left on his deal. The Raptors can get like 3 first-round picks for Brandon Ingram if he actually pulls this off. Maybe 5 first-round picks for Brandon Ingram. You see what I mean? Like, typically when you make a deal like this, you want to give up the depreciating asset. You want to get the appreciating asset. I think Brandon Ingram has some appreciation value here, okay? It's the same thing with, the draft picks, right? Like the 9th overall pick has a lot of value until you pick the wrong player and then the value goes away. But if you pick the right player, you pick a great player like Tracy McGrady or DeMar DeRozan or, one of those great 9th overall picks, Andre Iguodala. Well, now that 9th overall pick carries great value. So the reason that I think that the Raptors' future picks should be in play, especially next year's pick, is because right now, the outlook for the Raptors next year is a hypothetical. What is not a hypothetical is they're coming off a 30-win season. So if right now Vegas was to set the over-under on the Raptors next season, right? I would assume that they would probably put it at about 37, 36, which is a lottery team or a play-in team at best. Which means your 2026 pick right now is projected as a top 15 pick. But let's say you trade for Kevin Durant and you actually think you can go out and win 56 wins. Well, now that pick actually is like the 27th pick or the 26th pick in the draft, at which point you just gave up very little for Kevin Durant. You basically gave up a second rounder or a high second rounder for him. I actually could debate all day that the 31st overall pick is worth more than the 27th overall pick. But nevertheless, I digress. I would be open to moving 2026 pick in a trade for Kevin Durant. I fully would. And this deal totally works, but I would prefer RJ Barrett be included in that deal. Why Jakob Poeltl? Well, Yak is included precisely because the Phoenix Suns have stated they need a center, and he's the best one that they can get right now. Apart from And you also have to consider with Kevin Durant, unlike with Anthony Davis or Giannis or any one of those players, the market is smaller for KD. There aren't a ton of teams that can trade for him. There aren't a ton of teams that want to trade for him. So the Phoenix Suns are basically talking to the Knicks right now. They're talking to the Houston Rockets, and maybe they're talking to the Toronto Raptors, right? Okay. Now, a lot of Raptor fans have some thoughts and feelings about being centerless. Okay. They don't want to be centerless. So let's expand this to include a third team. Can I do that? I can do that, right? Yeah, add a third team. And let's get a center. Who's a center that might be available? Well, let's see. Teams who want to be bad trade their centers, right? And teams who want to be good don't. So let's say Utah. Walker Kessler. For Grady Dick. I'm just saying, if you wanted to, I don't want to do this. I like Grady more than Walker Kessler, but I'm saying that's how easy it is. If you really want a center, trade Grady for a center. It's not that hard. And the reason I chose Utah is because, as I said, teams that want to be bad typically trade their centers. You could also and here's the thing. The cool thing about KD is he's 7 feet tall. Okay. So you're going to be huge. And I'm not saying KD or Scottie or Brandon Ingram need to play center, but how is Pascal Siakam any more suited to playing center than any of those guys? You don't think the Pacers have run Pascal at the 5 several times this year? Of course they have. Is Chet necessarily way more suited to play center than? Okay, yeah, Chet is way more suited to play center because of his rim protection. But yeah, I mean, rim protectors are not hard to find. Like role-playing rim protectors who can play with this much talent, who could just, it's not that difficult, man. You can get one in free agency. You can get some center depth. You can pray on a miracle that Ulrich Shamshi is ready or readier, than expected. You can play Scottie at the 5 in spot minutes. You can play Scottie at the 1. Like there's so many beautiful things you can do with Scottie, right? So I just, what I'm saying is you could also draft a fucking center at 39, right? Like you could potentially draft Kaman Malawach at 9 if Carter Bryant's off the board. There's a lot of different ways you can fill that center spot, man. I feel like people are so emotionally scarred from Kem Birch minutes that they sometimes fail to realize the harder players to get in this league are the Kevin Durants of the world, not fucking Jakob Poeltl. No offense. I love Jakob Poeltl. I think Jakob Poeltl's awesome. But also, in Jakob Poeltl, you have both a solution and a problem, right? The lack of shooting with Scottie being questionable shooter and Brandon Ingram not being a super high volume 3-point shooter and RJ sometimes being a shaky shooter. I feel like you end up in a really shitty situation sometimes with those guys. I think the Ochai part, the Raptors did a great job of rehabbing Ochai's value this past year. That's another player I would probably sell high on. I'm gonna be honest. One player that is just absolutely fucking killing it this offseason. And I told y'all that he would, and I'm so happy to report that he is. This is a little bit of a clip of, did I not post it? Oh, damn. I didn't post it. I was going to post it. Jacoby Walter, going nuts this offseason. From what I understand, he is at a mini camp right now with, some dudes in Texas. So that's been really cool for him. He's put on about almost 5 pounds of solid muscle. He's looking more swole. I would say 3 to 4 pounds of solid muscle. Goal is stated. It's going to be a lot stronger coming into Summer League. He will play Summer League. From what I understand, he's going to play Summer League. The Raptors want him to play Summer League, and he'll be playing, getting some reps with Jamal Shed, Jonathan Mobo, Ulrich Shamshi, and the Raptors' 9th overall pick. Yeah. I think if we do see a deal, it's probably going to be a draft night, right? Tyler YB. I apologize for saying that. Why would it be his burner? Lies. I know Chev in real life. He likes watching Rob. What? Who are you responding to? And whose burner are we talking about here? Confused, very confused. Mitsu, I believe from Player's Choice, very cool. Stream Telltale Walking Dead's this off season. Telltale's Walking Dead. What is Telltale's Walking Dead? I know The Walking Dead. What's Telltale's The Walking Dead? Please let me know. Also, I don't think I can stream that without getting, put in YouTube jail. Lots of other teams podcasts talking about teams want trades before draft night. Well, I think. Oh shit! It's a video game. Oh, you can stream video games. Cool. Does Brooklyn want another first? So Brooklyn wants a lottery pick. I think for me, if I'm the Raptors, Cam Johnson for the 9th overall pick is a non-starter. I value the 9th overall pick more than I value Cam. And that's partially because Cam is, often injured and 29 years old. So I'm not trading the 9th overall pick for Cam Johnson. No disrespect. Love Cam. I'm probably one of his biggest fans in the world. I would not trade the 9th overall pick for him. Just like I wouldn't trade it for Michael Porter. I wouldn't trade it for Peyton Watson. I would consider trading it for Christian Brown, but that's a completely different situation. Christian is very young. Do we even fit him? We do. 100% we do. Cam is the perfect player for this system. Perfect. He is a great movement shooter. He is an excellent decision maker, and he is a very capable defender, and he can actually play the 4. I think he'd be great for the Raptors. I think Herb, Cam, Trey is where you need to set your mind when you're talking about like Raptors offseason additions, apart from, Kevin Durant. I think the Raptors, personally, see basketball the way I see basketball. That might sound a little bit egotistical, but that's how I feel, right? I think everything that I have asked for from this team, like y'all remember, please remind tell me I'm wrong. For years, I was dissecting, play by play and, making these low light films of how uninnovative the Raptors offense was, right? Very critical of the Raptors culture, very critical of, the erosion of culture, needing to build around Scottie needing to get on ball reps, all this stuff. Well, the Raptors have done all of that. They've done all of that. Years ago, 3 years ago, I went on a podcast and I said, what you need around Scottie are movement shooters and cutters and finishers and transition and athletes. And what have we been adding for the last 4 years? There's nothing revolutionary. It's common sense. When you have a player like Scottie Barnes, these are the players you need to put around him. And I think the Raptors can look at very many examples throughout NBA history of players like Scottie Barnes and what worked for those types of players. And again, he's not Jokic and he's not LeBron and he's not Jimmy Butler yet. Okay. But there's a certain type of player that you put around those types of center dominant players, right? And Brandon Ingram works. To me, Brandon Ingram is a great fit with Scottie. It's a great fit. Some people think they overlap a little bit. Hell no, man. They can definitely play together. They are great at playing together, right? I just think once you have those two pieces, and I think, what Masai said in that little clip that we played earlier about like, this is the hardest player to get. Now you just need another one. Maybe this is a little ambitious for me to say this, but I think you just got another one. I think you just got another one in Brandon Ingram. I think that's exactly the type of player you dream about getting, that great processor of the court, that dynamic scorer that cannot be stopped one-on-one. Like that's what you needed next to Scottie. Like this is exactly the type of player. You've already added it. So now what you need to do is you need to capitalize on the strengths of those two players and find a third player that actually fits that. Cam Johnson works because he's a great shooter and he can play the 4, which makes you huge, right? Kevin Durant makes you fucking huge. You'd be the biggest team in the league. Y'all see what I'm talking about. Imagine a starting lineup. I don't even care who your point guard is at this point, for real. Okay, let's put Emmanuel quickly at point guard, right? IQ, Scottie, BI, Kevin Durant, Walker Kessler. Are you the biggest team in NBA history? You have 2 7-footers up front. You have 2 guys with a 7'3", 7'4" wingspan on the wing, and you have Emmanuel Quickley who has a 6'8" wingspan on. My God, this is better than Vision 6'9". It averages out to fucking Vision 7'3". So that's how I would see it, right? You have a chance to become huge. Trading for Kevin Durant makes you a really big team. Bigger teams have easier time in zone defense. I think if you look at the playoffs this year, right? Look at how Denver was able to guard Shea and make his life a living hell, frankly, for a few of those games. They don't have the defensive personnel that the Raptors would have, right? Nikola Jokic is not Walker Kessler as a drop big, right? He's smart, he communicates, but he's not very fast and he doesn't block a lot of shots. So having a backline defender like a Walker Kessler or even, some sort of comparable shot blocker to that, kind of sad that the Raptors lost their lottery pick last year because, you could have fucking drafted one in Donovan Clingan, but okay. So you get that rim protector in there and then you just shore up the zone. So Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray are not good defenders. Scottie Barnes and Brandon Ingram are way, way better defenders than those guys. Kevin Durant's a way better at. So you just have to get buy-in that these players are going to commit. So, okay, sure, Kevin Durant at this stage and Brandon Ingram at this stage are not dominant defenders. They're not Herb Jones. They're not Carter Bryant even. Okay, cool. But they're still 7 feet tall, like 7 foot three wingspans, and they're smart basketball players. They can participate defensively. Like, you'll need point of attack for sure. Like, you will have difficulty guarding like super, but you just go to the zone. You play a lot more zone. And I think it would work. You'll have some breakdowns on the point of attack, but shit, the Raptors currently, like what are you doing? You're replacing in your current starting lineup, you're replacing Jakob Poeltl with Walker Kessler, which I think is an upgrade defensively. And you're replacing RJ Barrett with Kevin Durant, which is an upgrade defensively. How are you losing? And you're replacing Grady Dick with Brandon Ingram, which is also an upgrade. You should be a better defense with this, right? Makes sense, right? Be big, bro. Be big. Be the Monstars. Like you have a chance to be the Monstars. So Dan said he lies about his height to avoid center. Facts. You have a lot of players in the Raptors who lie about their height. Scottie Barnes, 6'7", listed 6'7". Like why are we listing him at 6'7" when realistically Scottie is like 6'7.75" barefoot? Like he's 6'9". Like Scottie is 6'8.5", 6'9", but consistently listed at 6'7", which is weird. Barnes of Scottie said, "I'd hate to part ways with Scottie, but if it keeps Masai here, I can really say anything. Masai is our true superstar level talent." Come on, man. Why would it keep Masai here? Trading for Giannis keeps Masai here. I think winning will keep Masai here. Yeah. And I mean, like, honestly, like, I love Masai. Right? I do. I've been critical about him. I've been critical of him a few times, but it's usually because he was a little late to do the things that I wanted him to do. Like I wanted him to move off Pascal and Fred, etc. I didn't want him to trade for Jakob. There's a lot of things. I think that 1 year I was very critical of him, but other than that, I've been overly complimentary, and I definitely see the vision of what he's trying to accomplish. I love the pieces that they put around Scottie, man. They work. They do work. Even RJ, it works. Grady, it works. Jacoby, it works. Like he's great. Like they've really got a vision for this. There's so many front offices out there that are so stupid. They just like fucking slap pieces together. They don't have any real vision for how those pieces are supposed to synergize or work together. The Raptors are not like that though. Under Masai has always been this beautiful orchestration of, finding the things that work, finding the, the players that fit. Vince, what's good, man? You got a minute? Call in if you want. I mean, this live's not going to go too much longer. I should drop a link for anyone who wants to call in. I will give 5 minutes for call-ins if anyone wants to call in. I don't know if anyone feels like calling in. There's the link. But yeah, like if anyone wants to talk about Kevin Durant or offer your thoughts, I'm happy to have a conversation. I like conversations much more than I like monologues. And if you like me having conversations with other people, you'll definitely appreciate checking out the panel on Player's Choice tomorrow at 11 a.m. I will be on for 3 hours giving you thoughts on the NBA playoffs and my finals preview. I believe we'll be previewing the finals tomorrow because the finals start tomorrow. Very excited about that. So we'll be talking a lot about the finals. We'll be talking about what, OKC needs to do to avoid disaster, what Indiana has to do to perhaps create a miracle. I think it would be a miracle if Indiana wins. I should say this though, right? Shout out to Mubsy Hoops, another content creator, said, "Can't wait for the season to start. Your lives are going to be so lit." Dude, I'm going to tell you this. If we get KD and Carter Bryant and don't give up Scottie or BI or Walter, Jacoby, and we get Ulrich, you're going to have 6 of my probably 20 favorite players in the NBA on the same team for the first time ever. Vince, what's good, man? What's good?
What's happening, Rob?
How's it going? How's the move going?
Oh, the move is well, the move hasn't happened yet. We move at the end of the month.
Well, it's the
Um,
process of the move. You know what I'm
it's
asking.
yeah, we are currently trying to sell our house. That is the that's where the crux is right now. That's where
Mhm.
the difficulty lies because I don't know if you know keep up with real estate, but it's not it's not a good time out there right now.
Really?
Yeah, it's a lot of houses for sale, including ours. So we've been having trouble offloading ours.
Oh, damn.
Anyone looking
I
for
did not know
anyone
that.
looking for a townhouse, Queen and Dufferin, beautiful neighborhood. We're selling
Queen and Dufferin townhouse. What's your asking price?
1.3,
Okay.
1,600 square feet,
I'm gonna have
beautiful
my
neighborhood.
people call your people.
What's that? What's that?
So I'm gonna have my people call your
Yeah,
people.
yes, for sure, for sure.
I'm gonna buy your house. Queen and Dufferin. That's a dope spot, man. It's a great neighborhood.
I love it.
1.3 for a townhouse is it's a fairly good price. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we think it's priced in a normal market. It's perfectly, it's worth about that, maybe even a little bit more.
Mhm.
But in a downturned market currently, it's it's proven to be a little bit difficult. It's really the whole Trump thing has made people lose their confidence in investing in anything to a larger degree.
Really?
So yeah.
Because of
It's
the looming tariff stuff?
Yeah, just the tariff stuff, and so like even stuff like the steel announcement for today. Not to turn this into a politics broadcast, but we're getting tariffed on 50% tariffs on steel as opposed to 25. So that means a lot of car factories are going to be like laying off a lot of workers because
Mm,
it's just too much to deal with. So people are saving right now. They're not in spending mode. There's not a lot of confidence out there, so it's a tough time to be selling. But
yeah.
hope springs eternal. We got our fingers crossed.
Yeah, I wish you good luck. And I don't know if hold on, let's see. If this live ends up selling your house, do I get a cut?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
If
kidding.
this live ends
I'm
up
kidding.
selling my house, we're gonna cut our real estate agent out of it, and you get his commission.
All right. You know what? I'm not even kidding. I would love to help you. Why don't you send me a graphic with your house, like the pictures and stuff? Because I
For
mean, look,
sure.
man, we get like 3,000, 4,000 people every single thing. You're basically like, I don't know, like extended Pinsire basketball family at this point. So why don't you send me a couple pictures and no cut needed, nothing needed, whatever. I'll just post some pictures of your live in
Oh, that
lieu
is
of a sponsorship, right? Like we don't have a
that
sponsor,
is
so instead of my sponsor plug, I'll be like, hey, to anybody who's looking for a house at Queen and what you say, Davenport,
no, Queen and Dufferin.
Queen and Dufferin. Anyone who's looking for a house
Yes.
at Queen and Dufferin, boom, boom, boom. Here's the house. Here's the number. Boom, call. Boom. I'd be happy to help.
Oh, thanks,
Okay.
brother. That is very sweet of you, man.
Yeah, of course. Uh,
So listen,
yeah.
listen. I don't know if I am sort of zigging while everyone's zagging, but I want to see our squad, man. I want to see it as is. I don't want any trades. I want to see our squad as is. Let's roll in. Let's bring in number 9, and see what we got. You know, I like.
But
I'm
what if it was?
champing at the bit to see that.
But what if it was Kevin Durant?
I mean, just like I see what you're saying about getting centers, and it's sort of one of the reasons where I'm kind of low key hoping we don't get Malawatch, because I feel like I think there's a bunch of different types of center that you can win with, right? It's just like a matter of the pieces that you put around them.
Mhm.
Obviously, that kind of goes without saying, the chemistry, but like, it was said that, it's impossible to win with a Jokic type player because he's just too slow-footed and
No.
he doesn't block shots, but the guy is, you know, the guy is a basketball savant. So not only I actually think that Jokic is underrated as a defender because he's just always in the right spot. He's got great hands and great instincts. So yeah, he's not, you know, swatting 4 shots a game, and he's not
Mhm.
like he's keeping up with point guards at the point of attack, but he's still a competent defender that can win.
I agree.
So, um, but anyway, yeah, I kind of want to see, like, sure, would I love to see KD, but at the same time, like, trading, so we'd have to trade, like, was the package that you laid out was Yak and
RJ
RJ for
initially, yeah,
KD,
plus
and then
plus a pick,
yeah,
plus a
plus
pick,
plus
plus Ochai.
yeah, plus Ochai plus a pick. I mean, I think I'd be okay with that if we could like get
Well,
get
I
us
mean,
some like Daniel Gafford or something.
but I mean,
Then
like, it's also fair to note all three of those players are coming up for extensions, so I'm trying to get ahead of that
right.
because
Oh
KD
yeah,
would
yeah,
also be coming for an extension. So, like Ochai is cheap right now at 6 million. Will he be cheap if you extend him for 12 million and he regresses? Right. I don't know if
right.
Ochai has shown me enough to invest long term in him right now.
Sure,
He's
sure, sure.
pretty replaceable. Like, I don't think he had a good year last year. Shot very well
Right,
from corner threes, but a very simple role. I think Carter can 100% slot into Ochai's role with a considerably higher upside and is just a
right,
way better defender right now. I think Carter is a much better defender than Ochai right now. So
right.
immediately slot him in. I don't mind swapping out Grady for a center, probably ideally one with more upside than, someone like Kessler. But, I don't know if you can get a stretch big for Grady. I'd be open to it
Yeah,
because I just believe that much in Jacoby. So I think it's just like about figuring out who you really believe in. And I think the Raptors did this, when they put together the championship core, there were just certain players that they continued to double down on, right? And then there were certain players they swapped out. Terrence Ross got swapped out. Jonas Valanciunas got swapped out. Like
totally.
Milan Wright, Jakob Pertl, all these guys, they got swapped out. But, the pieces that made it work, your OG, Pascal, Fred, Scott, Norm, Kyle, right?
Right,
Serge, they
right.
stayed. So it's just about swapping pieces, I think.
Yeah, agreed. And I do think that like the cheat code for the Raptors would be getting getting a rim protecting center who can also shoot threes. I feel like that would just
For
like
sure.
do a little bit of playmaking. That's why Marc Gasol was just so perfect, right? He did all that stuff. Like, sorry, rim protection. Like he was a deterrent. We'll say that,
Right.
right? He's not swatting tons of shots a game, but yeah, like that's the what do they call the white whale? It's like getting that Miles Turner. There's who in the league? Miles Turner and who else? Who else is there?
Nas Reed, but he's not really a rim deterrent.
Yeah,
Uh, I think
Wemby. That's it. Like,
Chet.
yeah, sorry, Chet. That's right. Those
Yeah.
guys aren't going anywhere anytime soon.
I mean, I agree with Mark Tavares, Thomas Sorber. If the Raptors had another mid first round pick, I
Right.
agree. I agree. I think Thomas is a really, really, he's going to be a really good player. And I don't know about stretch. His shooting is kind of, I don't know, like a true stretch big. I'm trying to think about this. Like a guy like Miles Turner is very rare. It's a very rare archetype for sure.
Is Sorber the dude who's like
Georgetown hurt his foot.
right? He's like 6'10", but like 7'5" wingspan or something like that.
7'6".
7'6". Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, yeah. He's thick boy.
263, and I think he needs
Right.
I think he needs to chop down to about 245. I think he might
Right.
just be carrying weight from his surgery. I very much doubt that an NBA team is going to look at him and be like, yeah, we want you to be 400 pounds. I don't think they want him
Right,
to be
right,
400
right,
pounds.
right. No, yeah, sorry. When I say thick, I meant thick muscle. Like he doesn't look heavy.
He looked so much more fluid at the start of the year. He looked way more fluid in high school. I watched his high school tape and then I watched his season as it progressed. And it's like, I wonder if I don't actually have to wonder. I know for a fact that he was hurt. And then as he got hurt, he started to put on more and more weight. And then the movement started to look a little bit different. So I'm almost curious if like this might be one of those OG situations, where maybe he gets a little bit healthier and he starts to look a little bit more fluid as he recovers completely.
Right.
Someone's saying Maxime right now. Maxime is a great shooter when he's open, not a great defender. So I don't know. I think I'll be very curious to see where the Raptors go with pick 39. Obviously, it really sucks for them that a lot of players left, the draft.
Yeah.
It's really going to reduce, because when we started this cycle, I was like looking at pick 39. I'm like, Adu Thero is going to be there. Janai Broom might be there. Ryan Kalkbrenner might be there. And it's like now none of those players are going to be there.
Yeah,
They're
that
all
dude
going
Kalkbrenner
like top.
looks. That's what I'm saying. That dude Kalkbrenner, I feel like there's
He's
a
the
not
archetype.
so distant universe where he's better than Malawach, right? Like it's not
It could
impossible,
happen. It could
right?
happen.
Like,
But also, like, I mean, prior to this year, he didn't really blow me away at all. I mean,
right.
there's also a world in which Malawach is 15 times the player that he is. I don't
True.
know. I mean, look, like the Raptors have that center whose name I'm forgetting right now on the team, 6'11", Colin Castleton, right?
Castleton? Yeah.
Like, dude, look at that guy's college production stats. It's insane how good he was in college. I feel like people don't believe me when I say this stuff, but like, when he was at Florida, he was really freaking good. I'm trying to find his stats here. I have it. Like, look at this dude's stats in college. It's nuts. Okay, so first of all, Big Ten and SEC. So he played like tough conference play the whole time. In his final year in college basketball, he averaged 3 blocks a game. 3 blocks a game in 31 minutes, 16 points. Holy shit, right? And I mean, yeah, he's not a stretch big per se, but like there's some potential there to grow into maybe a stretch big
Right.
who can
Right.
occasionally shoot. And look at the analytics, 10.5 box plus minus.
Wow.
That's great, but it's like, again, 5-year senior. Did it translate to him becoming like, and he's got great size, he's got a good wingspan and all that stuff. So when I compare him to, say, someone like a Ryan Kalkbrenner,
You feel like that they're potentially kind of neck and neck?
well, Ryan Kalkbrenner is like the better shot blocker overall, but I mean, I'll remind you, 3 blocks in the SEC is better than 2.7 in the Big East. No offense,
Right.
to the Big East. Actually, that might be actually very comparable. But like, if you look at the analytics, his 4th year at 10.4 box plus minus. I mean, there's a flatlining here of 4 years where he's basically been 11, 11, 10.4, and 12.2.
Right.
So are you pretty much tapped out? Like, what's getting better here? Like, what's getting notably better? Let's look for a trend. Well, he's gotten a little bit better as a free throw shooter, but not really. He went from
Right.
49 to 74, 79, 71, 68. So technically his best year was 3rd year as a free throw shooter. The 3-point shooting is like very encouraging, but is it 31% from college 3 is not, you're not going to be taking threes in the NBA if you shoot 31% from college 3.
Sure.
And a lot of those threes that I saw on the tape were open threes. Right. So even if you look at the block numbers, I mean, is there some sort of progression here that you're seeing where it's like, oh, it's going from 4.1 to 4.2
Jesus.
to 4.8? No, per 100 possessions, the numbers have actually gotten worse from his 2nd year. So there might be some context needed behind this. Okay, 1st year he wasn't a starter, 2nd year he was, but 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th year, 5th year, he's a starter. So it's like, I don't know, man. My view on this is like, I personally prefer players who grow a lot in college. And an example of that is someone like Franz Wagner. But look at his statistical production between year 1 and year 2 in college basketball, and you'll see the jump. 6.8 to 11.9 box plus minus between his freshman year and sophomore year. That's a jump. You know what I mean? You can see that jump across the board. You can see it as assist percentage, steals, blocks, like turnovers went down. That's a player who's actually getting better. If Carter Bryant goes back to college for 1 more year, I guarantee you next year his numbers are going to be so much better. And that's the point. Like, you look for that development. So it's like, with 23-year-olds, typically there is like the how much better are you really going to get? And if you're not going to get that much better, you better be an NBA role player right now, which he is. So I think for a team like Phoenix at 29, he's a really safe bet.
Right.
But
Yeah,
for
they
a
need a
team
center.
like, but for a team in the middle of the first round, I really don't understand why people are this high on Ryan Cockburner, man.
Right. So I saw a little bit of an interview with KOC today, and he's talking to a guy named Tate something. Did you check that out?
No.
Okay, so wife beater Vince overhead bench. Jesus Christ, this is a tank top, not a wife beater.
What is the
But
difference?
I feel like I don't even like using that term really, but the it's much tighter. They're usually super tight. They're like undershirts. This is just a regular tank top.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
In teacher Mike's defense, that does look like a wife beater,
yeah, for sure, it
but
definitely
I
does.
understand the difference between a tank top and a wife beater. I totally do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to have a yellow tank top that I used to wear when I was like 8 years old. But since then
Right.
I've been 100% wife beaters.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So listen, this interview, he's talking to this dude named Tate something. I can't remember his last name, but it seemed like very knowledgeable. Used to work at Grantland back in the day,
Oh, okay.
and he's like he's a scout of some kind. So he goes to all the college games and so he's very much plugged in, and he is uh, like they kind of both seemed far lower on Carter than like you and a bunch of the people in the Raptors space, um because they say that he's the ultimate tease.
Yeah, I watched
What's
it. I know
Oh,
what
you
you're
saw
talking
that?
about. Yeah, I did.
Tate, what's his dude's name? I can't remember.
Uh, I yeah, I talked about it. I posted about it. And I talked and actually weirdly enough, I think that is what propelled me to dig a little bit deeper into Carter over the last couple of days. I will
Okay.
tell you, I'll actually like shoot me a message. I'll tell you who I had a conversation with today off the record. Oh
Okay.
man, amazing. So I've just gotten a lot more insight into Carter, and the ultimate tease stuff is just it's bullshit. It's just
You think
bullshit,
so?
man. Yeah, completely bullshit, man.
Or do you think they're trying to drive him to a more winning team sort of thing?
Um,
Or do you think it's not as nefarious as that?
I'm not necessarily like even saying it's like a conspiracy. I just think they're wrong. Like, and
Okay.
Kevin O'Connor is like no disrespect to KOC. He's awesome. Like he's really cool dude and stuff like that. But you know, uh, he was like boosting Killian Hayes for like years,
True,
right?
right.
Yeah.
How about the Barlows? Where do they stand on him? I haven't watched any of their analysis on Bryant.
Uh, they're middle of the pack.
So they would have him like going like 12 to 15 kind of range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just sent you a text of like who I actually got to talk to. Uh,
Oh wow,
I know, right? Very, very cool. So
that's
yeah,
wicked.
yeah. So it is like the ultimate tease, right? That comment, it can drive people away from him because it makes people think that and the name that they brought up, I'm forgetting who it was. It was the Lakers player.
Cam Reddish.
Yes, it was Cam
Yeah.
Reddish. So when you like with the Scottie to Draymond comparisons, when you make a comparison between Carter and Cam Reddish, like I think a lot of people have like that freakish thing. But because of so many people listening to Kevin O'Connor, I'm really happy that he said what he said and that, they're continuing to put out this like tease stuff. I'm talking a lot less about Carter as well because I realized like, the posts about Carter that I have posted, a lot of them have blown up and it's gotten a lot of people talking about Carter. And while I think that that's great for Carter, it may not be so great for the Raptors, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
right.
I do think the Raptors really do want him. I think they do. I mean, I won't be shocked if they pass on him, but I'll be surprised. I'd be very surprised if they
I
pass on
think
him. Like they're seeing something that I'm not seeing, and naturally, I tend to believe that the Raptors are right and I'm wrong, but
Right.
in this case, I will not. I will not concede right away. I will fight till the death until
I
I'm
th-
proven otherwise.
I mean, I think that I think it's tough. I think it's possible that there's a world um where like Khan falls to 9, right? In which case it's like it's tough to pass on Khan.
That would
Conventional
be
thinking.
that would be very tough. But also, the Raptors have never drafted a player like Khan.
Right. Well, I mean, they did draft Grady. Not that they're similar. I know, like I'm doing the white guy shooter thing, but
They're very different. Yeah, like the the the, the undersized two guard with small arms archetype,
right,
like that has never happened. Grady is still a plus size playmaker at his size, and he is still like people may not agree with this, and I certainly have my issues with his lateral quickness as a defender, but they certainly have never drafted a player who would be considered unathletic for their position. And I
right,
think
sure,
there's like a version of this where this backfires tremendously because Khan obviously has a lot of athletic gifts, low center of gravity, very strong, very balanced, very coordinated, great shooter. Like I love Khan Knipple.
totally,
I would have a really, really hard time passing up on Khan myself. I just
yeah,
because he fits so well. And I really do buy that he is going to be this elite movement shooter with upside as a creator. And I
right,
think his ball handling is going to come along. Like, yeah, I think if there is a player in the draft, there's a couple of players in the draft where, like, if Carter's on the board and they're on the board, I'd at least have to think about it. Kaman is one of them. Khan is one of them. Trey Johnson is one of them. Ace Bailey is one of them.
uh,
Like, they're all in that sort of,
Fears seems to be getting a lot of buzz these days too.
yeah.
Just as like the guy who can get into paint, get at the rim, although can't finish it. So I don't know. It's not, or I don't know. That's the knock. When I sort of spout these quote unquote facts about players, it's typically I'm just rehashing what I've heard other people say, not from me actually like watching film, pouring through. I don't dig into the game that much. But I can appreciate
Well,
pros
at least you're
analysis of
honest.
it.
At least you're honest about that, like and here's the thing. Like several times in the past, like I've looked at my board and I've gone back and been honestly reflective of like how much of this player did I actually watch? You know?
Right.
Yeah, sure, I'm wrong. I had them fifth and they should have been 12th, but how much did I actually watch? How much of Matas
Mhm.
Gonzalez did I watch before I put him at fifth or fourth or third? And it's like this year is like with the Raptors not being very good, this was like a challenge to myself. Go watch everyone. Like there's still like 4 prospects that I haven't completely watched because I was waiting to see if they were going to be in or out. Yaxel Landerberg, I expected to be out, so I didn't do his tape breakdown, but every single
Right.
prospect. So when we do our draft live and people are talking about prospects or whatever, I'm not going to be regurgitating what everybody else is saying. I'm going to have my
Sure.
own views on who I think Ace is, who I think Carter is. And it's again like the information is so weird because it's like there is an anchoring bias. So once, Jonathan Givony puts Carter Bryant at 15, everyone else is now comfortable putting him at 15. But if he puts him 28th tomorrow, everyone else is going to slide him down too. And it's like he's not God. He's wrong every
Right.
year. He's
Right.
barely better than the average. So why does that become the benchmark for everybody else? And I think it's just because people just don't want to be wrong. But
Right.
this year I was like, I'm willing to be phenomenal. I'm
Right.
willing to be super wrong because
Right.
nobody is right ever in this world. So let me try to be. I'm cool with being wrong, and I just want to be more right than the average.
It
That's my benchmark.
it's very rare that anybody is right on even like 1 through 5, let alone the entirety of like the first round or whatever. Like it doesn't happen. Giannis was drafted at 15. Um, Kobe was drafted at what, 9?
13.
Like 13. Jesus, like come on. Like it's an inexact science. For anybody who's the dude who was he was like was it Mike Schmidt that was the
Yep.
draft guru? He came out with the Draft Express videos and that sort of thing, and now he's working for Portland,
Hmm.
right? And one of his first moves when he got there was picking a Canadian kid.
Shaden Sharp.
Shaden Sharp. And that has not panned out so well for him so far.
Honestly, I would disagree. I think Shaden's been fine.
I
Honestly,
listen. I
I
like
do.
Shaden. I like him. I'm cheering him on for sure. I feel like he's gotten some really shitty injury luck in his first handful of years in the league.
Mhm.
But so far, it doesn't look like he was the fifth pick or sixth. Like he shouldn't have been the fifth or sixth pick, whatever he was.
He was picked 7th, and
Seventh. Okay.
I think he's been better. I think he's better than Ben Mathurin. Yeah, but to your point, these are the players. People don't ever want to talk about this, but Kobe Bryant was picked 13th. Paige
Right.
Stojakovic was picked 14th.
Yeah,
Steve Nash was picked 15th. Jermaine O'Neal was picked 17th. Jurdunas Ilgauskas was picked 20th. Derek
Right.
Fisher was picked 24th. JYD 26th. And was there anything in the second round? Man, second rounds used to be really shit. And yes, I mean Shannon Anderson a little bit, I guess you could say. So if you
Right.
think about, like, if I just refresh this for a second, and
I mean, pretty loaded draft. You look at it.
it's probably the second greatest draft of all time.
God
So let me
damn.
take the first 5 players and sort for value of a replacement. How correct was it? Pretty correct. Pretty correct.
Pretty
Those
close.
5 players were like some of the
Top
best
8.
players, and
Yep.
Paige Stojakovic, Antoine Walker, etc. But if you take the average draft, that almost never works out. So
Right.
if I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I sort for value of replacement, Tracy McGrady, Derek Anderson, Steven Jackson, Brevin Knight, not the strongest draft. If we go to 2000,
Holy shit. Can you go back to that draft for 1 second? Who was drafted before T-Mac? Tony Delk? Did I see that? No.
Adonal Foyle, dude.
Oh God.
Tim Thomas, Ron Mercer, Tony Battie,
Tony Battie.
Antonio Daniels, Chauncey, Keith Van Horn, and Tim Duncan.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ over T-Mac.
Yep. MJet said,
That is
I like Jaeger Demon
crazy.
at 9. Thoughts on his upside? My thoughts are that he does not consistently generate the types of advantages that will help his great playmaking and passing. I don't know if, like, I think context is going to matter a lot for him. If Utah drafts him top 6 and ends up handing him the ball and saying, go cook and create, advantages for us, I think there'll be a pretty mediocre offense. And that's the only way it's going to work. I just don't trust him as a shooter. I think his shot is okay. He's shooting it really well, in the pre-draft process. So if he turns it around as a shooter, I have a completely different evaluation. Not a good defender at all. He's going to get picked on so much. So it's like, to me, part of like being drafted at this point is, how do I get you on the court without losing your minutes? And that's where it kind of falls apart for me, because the only way to keep you on the court is to put the ball in your hands. It's a little bit like the Josh Giddey trap. And with, guys like Derek Queen and Danny Wolf, that's a little bit like the Alperen Şengün and Domantas Sabonis trap, where a lot of people are saying that the Raptors should currently trade for Domantas Sabonis. And it's just like, I think some people remember Leo Bias, the guy from Basketball Zone that we would bring on once in a while. So he had this thing on his new podcast, and he was saying, I actually prefer Isaiah Hartenstein at 20 million, 28 million over Domantas Sabonis at a max.
Oh yeah.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. That's a perfectly coherent thought. So that's the point, is like, there's a certain archetype of player where it's like, yeah, you're great, but it's like, I don't value your type, like Jalen Brunson is great, like so great, right? But it's harder to build around him than Cade Cunningham, right? It is harder because Cade's bigger. He's a way better defender, So yeah, like they're similar in the sense that they, ball dominant guards who, but it's like one of these guys just is way easier to build around than the other. So I would take Cade over Jalen Brunson in that scenario of who would I rather build around, not who I think is better right now. Obviously, Jalen Brunson is better right now. It's the same thing with Shea, like it's like such an easy archetype to build around, the switchable wing creator, right? That's the greatest, who's an actual two-way defender, like a two-way player. But it's who's easier to build around, Luka or Shea? Clearly, Shea is way easier to build around, right? To me. And that's why, like, I look at LeBron and I'm like, that's an easy player to build around, right? Domantas is not easy to build with or build around.
I mean, you do okay. So if you traded Luca for Shea, do you think OKC makes it to the final?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'd say so too.
I think they could make it because the gap is so great for them, and Luca and Shea are comparable players.
Right.
I certainly see your point. I don't think Luka's as hard to build around as Domantas Sabonis, though, because he doesn't play as critical a position of consequence defensively
Right.
as Domantas Sabonis,
Yeah.
right? And he's way better offensively.
Listen, I like Domus. I do like him, but yeah, it is a bit of a fatal flaw that he's got. Just like like how poor he is on defense. Um, it's just like you can't win with that. Like it's not only how poor, but how like sort of small he is in context of what qualifies a big center, like like a rim
Right.
deterrent of any kind. It's so tough. Man,
Mm.
this is why like the whole Derek Queen thing. I was just, you feel like it's going to be a pretty similar outcome to Demont. Like even if he reaches his peak, I feel like it's a similar outcome to Domas, right?
Yeah, I think he's very physically gifted. I think the athleticism concerns are a little overstated. I think he's a very good athlete. I think the one concern I have with him that I never had with Domas was weight. Domas is like
Right.
the best conditioned. Like there's
Yeah,
no
totally.
professionalism issues with Domantas Sabonis. He's always ripped. He's in great shape all the time. Great conditioning. I think it's really helped him. With Derek Queen, 18% body fat really scares me off from him a little bit. But I buy the talent. I think he's great talent,
Sure.
phenomenal talent. But it's just like when people get bigger and you don't work hard, you typically fall off. There's so many
Right.
examples of this where guys have just been bigger, stronger, more coordinated than the players they're going up against, and then it's the same thing with Carter. Like the stories that I've heard over the last couple of days from phoning up the people, it's like you hear stories of him putting up like 42, 45, 46 in these games, and people will be like, yo, I will send you an email of this game. It's not anywhere on YouTube. Go watch this game and look at how Carter dominated in this game. And you're seeing that, but it's like, can I expect to then translate what he's doing in these pro-am games and some of these high school games? Can I expect to be like, okay, well, now Carter come and score 40 points in the NBA? Fuck no.
Right.
The skill level that you have to, but the thing that helps me with Carter and Con, frankly, is they're very aware of what they need to do, and B, they're very committed to doing it and very consistent doing it, and there's a track record of that being true. So it's like with Cooper, Con, Carter, that has a ring to it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I have no questions about their success level at the NBA. They will be exactly what they're supposed to be because they will not, but with, guys like Trey Johnson, Ace Bailey, Derek Queen, yeah, there's talent, there's tons of talent, but there's question marks for sure.
How about I'll throw you a fourth C name player, Coward. Do you like him?
I'm warming up to him. I'm warming up to him a lot. I think, if you want a player who's gotten better over the last 4 years, he has every year. There's like growth there.
Bro,
Rasheer,
he looks amazing.
what do you like about him?
I mean,
The
again,
jump shot?
I'm doing it based on watching like the Derek Parker,
Highlights.
highlights and that sort of thing.
Shout outs to
Not just highlights. He
shout
does.
outs to Derek Parker. He's cool. We've had a chance to connect. He's
Oh,
really cool.
really? That
Yeah.
guy's wicked. I love his channel. I like his. They're very
He
digestible.
covers the OKC. He covers the OKC Thunder.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I love his draft analyses.
He's
They're
great.
very well done.
He's
Very
the best.
digestible.
He's the best in the space, in my opinion. Like him, and I prefer him to Sam Vecini. To be honest, I think Derek.
I also like Hoop Intellect better than Sam Vecini.
Ironically, Sam Vecini had Keandre from Hoop Intellect on his show once. That was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Keandre, shout outs to Keandre, Hoop Intellect, also great dude. Yeah. He just dropped his mock, I think his final mock today over on Hoop Intellect. I don't agree with it. To be honest, I don't agree with it. So very interesting to see, where he's at on some of these players. I just didn't agree with it.
Well,
Yeah.
regardless, talking like going back to Cedric Howard, he like I mean, again, when I watched the highlight package of Danny Wolf, I was just like, okay, this is Nikola Jokic meets Dirk Nowitzki. Where do I sign up? You know, and then you start to dig in a little bit more. Okay, like okay, he's not going to be that. Um, but yeah, Cedric Howard in his highlight package, like he looks phenomenal. His measurables look amazing. He looks like a great defender. He looks like a very Raptors type player. Um,
Hmm.
you know, could you get away with playing him at the two or three potentially?
Sure.
I'd say so, right? And like if it looks like his sort of his skill package is further advanced than Bryant's currently. So I could see a world where they opted to take him over Carter Bryant if they were both there at 9. Um, it is possible, but he looks legit. Like to me, he looks like the third, fourth, fifth best player. Like I feel like guys like that will inevitably be better than guys that are ranked higher than him, like Ace Bailey um what's his name? The guy mocked to go fifth every mock. Terrence, no, what the hell is his name? Trey Johnson.
Hmm.
Right? Like I feel like Cedric looks like he will inevitably be better than those guys. Obviously, it's possible that he's not. But like just from seeing his highlight package and digging into his strengths and hearing about his like path, you know, how hard he had to work to get to where he was. I'm just like this dude seems like a can't miss.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't really want to play this because the minute I play this, it's going to demonetize my video. But at this
Okay.
point, yeah, like if I slow this down, maybe I can get away with it. I don't know. Could I get away with this? Could I not? Yeah. I mean, he's interesting. Like he's grown on me a little bit, but taking him over Carter is risky because I think when you talk about a player getting better over time, you know, there is a clock on that. How much better, how much growth is there? And I think the Raptors are one organization that's always seen this, right? They like to take chances on guys like Scottie and OG and
Hmm.
Siakam because, you know, like when I did that interview with Scottie's trainer, he said I think he said like this is 15%, right? Like this is 15% of what he's going to be. Just wait till the rest of it comes out. And it's like I think
Sure.
the same could have been said for Pascal, which is like, you know, when you see Pascal at New Mexico State, I think the Raptors saw this is 15%. He was late to the game, picked it up late, etc. With Cedric, he wasn't late to the game though, you know, and
Right.
his competition has sucked.
Right.
He has not played great competition, and his sample size is very small. So I understand that he's able to sell himself, but the proof is in the pudding, as they say, and there ain't a lot of proof here that
Hmm.
this guy is going to come and be, you know, some sort of like immediate. There's a version of this that is a solid role player, is what I'm saying, and taking that over Jeremiah Fears, Trey Johnson, etc., who have like actual star projectables is
Hmm.
tough for me. I mean,
Sure.
like you know, great, right? You're stronger than your competition here, right?
Right.
You're wide open. You're hitting a wide open three or missing a wide
Right.
open three in that case. If I go through this,
Oh yeah. I mean,
like, okay, hold on, let's break this. Uh Decision making, right? Decent pass there, cuts through, sets a screen, repost. Okay. Is that not an obvious pass? You have two on you, right? So I'm pretty sure he's
hmm
going to take this shot. Oh,
hmm
he takes it. Does he make it? He makes it. The jump shot looks butter smooth. I won't disagree with that. I think the defense is overstated, though. I don't think he's a great defender. I think he has a chance to
no.
be a really good defender. I think Carter is a great defender. I think Carter is
Right.
going to be the better defender. I think Cedric has a chance to be like a top 10 defender. In a lot of ways, like I see the Kawhi Leonard. Like that is 100% Kawhi. Like what he just did there. There's a
Hmm.
lot of Kawhi there, you know.
hmm
Yeah, like he does a lot of Kawhi shit.
They could opt for him if the board goes stock, everybody takes around who people are projecting they take, and Malowich is gone, Khan is gone, all the Trey Johnson's gone, Fears is gone, and it's between them. I could see a world where they do take Coward just because of his jump shot just looks so fucking smooth. Although, Bryant's looks pretty good too. So it's possible that you're just choosing between two really good players, which would be
Yeah,
great.
I think with with Cedric, the cool thing is his mid-range shooting is actually very interesting, right? Like he has some actual upside in that mid-range spot. He gets to the spots really well. But the mini Kawhi archetype only matters if you have like the physical skills and the work ethic to actually build it up on the NBA level.
Right.
And
And if you have giant hands.
he does have giant hands. He has
Oh, does he?
huge,
Oh, okay.
huge hands.
Oh.
So someone I talked to said that they met him at an EYBL game or something like that, and they shook his hand, and he said like my hands disappeared in his hands. And the guy that I'm talking to is like 6'3", and he has like pretty big hands. So it's like,
Wow.
yeah, so he is like he has very impressive measurables, and is he the burstiest athlete? Is he the most coordinated athlete? Not necessarily. Doesn't have like a lot of that vertical pop.
Right.
He is a little bit smaller than Carter.
Yeah.
So that could be part of it.
Longer wingspan, so that could
By a couple inches, but I think part of that is just the hands.
Yeah.
And like big hands are very, very useful for defense, but Carter's athleticism and flexibility and bounce are also very useful for defense. So I don't know if we
Carter's
pick that,
bounce is like that dude fucking glides.
yeah, he can jump off both feet and he gets up so fast. So like, yeah, like when I think about Carter Bryant versus Cedric Coward, to me it's a no-brainer. I take Carter 5 million times out of 5 million.
Right.
But if Carter's off the board and Kaman is off the board, like play out the hypothetical, who's on the board now? If it's going to be between Colin Murray-Boyles and Cedric Coward, I certainly understand why they would want to go Cedric. I'd understand it. Even if, by my own analysis, I think Colin Murray-Boyles is the better player.
Right.
Significantly the better player.
Right.
So
I mean, yeah, the caveat for a lot of these things is just like the team that you land on matters so much, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And that goes for CMB as well. Like if he lands on, like I feel like it would actually be bad for him if he landed on the Raptors. His assuming that we keep our roster intact. Just because
how do you feel about Colin Murray-Boyles as a backup center though to Jakob Poeltl? Because I love it. Like it kind of makes like if he's the best player available at 9, I really hope we have the guts to pick him, because again, as a defender, Colin is so good. Like I think he's a better defender than Cooper Flagg.
I think that if there was ever any GM that wouldn't fear that, it's Masai.
Yeah, but then the last few years, they've been kind of like, they either draft people who are like great shooters or like non-shooters. Because last year they took a chance on 2 non-shooters, and they had some progress with them, right? Like in theory, they took 3 non-shooters, but then they took a sniper. So they took Jacoby Walter, who by most definitions is considered a very good shooter, and Jamison Battle, who's a great shooter, right?
Right.
But then they took like a player with shooting upside in Ulrich, but then they took 2 considerably non-shooters in Mobo and Shed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Mobo, I think, had taken like 1 3 or 2, made 1 3 in college, or had taken like no threes in college. Like he just was not his game. So bringing that to the forefront, if you have found a way that you can be successful with them, I think Colin Murray-Boyles has shown a willingness to take more threes. He didn't make a lot this year, but you also took Scottie Barnes at number 4, and I would argue his jump shot was very, very like messy at Florida State, and they've worked at it with him. So It doesn't always work, obviously with guys with long arms and shit, like, with Colin Murray Boyles, like he may never shoot the ball really well, but he does everything else so well that if he did shoot the ball well, he'd be the 3rd overall pick in this draft.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's where I say, like, where's the development upside? Like I think you're like with Pascal, right? Like Pascal was an energy big. He didn't have a lot of shift and handle and stuff like that. We worked on it. He worked on it. We got him better. Goes to the G League, wins an MVP. So this, like, dude, like you really did draft a guy at 10%. So it's like with Cedric and Ryan Kalkbrenner, are you drafting a guy at 78% to 80%?
Right.
That's
Sure.
the fear, right?
I get that. Yeah, I get that.
I just don't think Cedric Howard
no
sees
pun
the game
intended.
better. You know the thing is, the difference between Cedric and Carter, I think Carter sees the court better, way better. And I think that's something that I find it very, very hard to fix with prospects. It's like, how well do you actually map the court? How well do you see advantages and disadvantages? So there's a
Sure.
version of Cedric Howard that becomes like an alpha scorer and like a great scorer, but it's like, what are we going on?
Right.
What evidence is there for that level of production, that level of impact, that level of winning? So there's parts of Cedric and Rasheer that are like very appealing to me because they have gotten better, and I appreciate that in prospects. Like, certainly if they've gotten worse, that would be bad. But like, people need to realize, prior to all these dropouts and prior to the pre-draft process and the measurements, Cedric Howard was widely considered a 2nd-round pick for a lot of people. There's a reason for that, though. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm on pins and needles. I've sort of fallen to the. I used to like really get hyped and like have guys that I was rooting for that they take, and then ultimately like the Grady Dick. I wanted Kobe. What's his name? Kobe. Now I can't even remember his name. That's how
Kobe
bad it is.
Buffkin.
Yeah, but I wanted Buffkin so bad,
I
and they
remember
took
that.
Grady Dick. I was like, "Fuck!" I was so pissed. But a couple years later, I'm like, Grady. There's still a very good player in there. I think has a higher ceiling than that of Kobe Buffkin. So I'm gonna stop rooting for whoever. Like, I'm gonna be rooting for Carter, and I'm gonna be rooting a little bit for Cedric. But ultimately, if they decide to go, fears because they see more in fears than I do, then I put my trust that they've done their due diligence and they know what's best, because I trust them inherently when it comes to drafting.
Yeah, I totally see that. And like, look, like with Jeremiah Fears, like there's a dog in that dude, man. I've been following him for a while, seen his entire pre-draft process, also talked to a few people close to him, which was very interesting conversations about how hard that dude chases it. And I have no doubts. Like I have some doubts. I'm gonna be honest. I have some doubts that it all translates, but I have no doubt that he's gonna work really hard. I have no
Right.
doubts that he wants this. I have no doubts that he has a dog in him. I have no doubts that he's going to shoot it a little bit at the NBA level. Like, I have doubts about the context. I have doubts about, what situation he falls into. I have doubts about how he's going to work off the ball if he has to work with an on-ball creator that's not him.
Right.
And yeah, I have questions about him defensively. I think that's the most important thing. So
Right.
yeah, but like if I look at Cedric Howard's production over 3 years, and I don't know how much college basketball you watch, if any, but Big Sky is not a
Very little.
good conference at all. Like,
Right.
like if you look at the teams in Big Sky, which of these teams last produced an NBA player? Eastern Washington, Montana, Northern Colorado, Weber State. I mean, shout out to Damian Lillard.
Yeah, Dame.
Montana State, Portland State, Northern Arizona, Idaho State, Idaho, and Sacramento State. That's the teams that the vast majority of your numbers are falling up against. And in that conference last year, in 32 games, my dude, you had a 2.8 box plus minus, which would be good to maybe get you invited to the G League Combine. So then you come out this year, right, in the West Coast Conference, which, by the way, is also not a strong conference, is the same conference that, Jonathan Mobo was the best player in the West Coast Conference last year. So the year before he got drafted, he was number one in that conference in almost every analytic you could think of, including box plus minus. And he dominated that conference. And that's the same conference in which you have a 9.3 box plus minus. So it's like, that's impressive-ish. But for that conference, as a third-year player, that's not that impressive. So I think
Right.
people are looking into him, you know, and they're seeing him in a setting that is designed to make a guy like Cedric Howard look great. Number one,
Sure.
super well spoken, man. So impressive as an interview. It's really nuts. Like how he presents himself, his story, it's all very beautifully laid out. Number two, I think in a gym setting, when you see a guy with big hands who can shoot, like those are the players that are going to rise up.
Right.
Cedric, Trey Johnson, these guys are going to look great in a gym setting. It's just like, but what about their tendencies? Whereas like with Trey Johnson, it's like you put him through a passing drill, it's like, oh, he can really pass. But it's like, why doesn't he pass more then? You know, it's
Right.
certain things. So I'm not necessarily low on either prospect. I know it sounds like I'm hating on them. I just trust Carter more. That's where I'm at. I
Yeah.
trust Carter a lot more. And you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll have a lot of egg on my face. But you know what?
Right.
Like there's no pain, no glory. You know, they say there's no pain, no glory.
For sure.
So, you know, if Carter does end up being like a star at the next level, there will be no one in the world who is more vocal about it than me. No one. So, you
Even
know,
listen, even if he's a star, like a star role player, like an OG, right? Like I think he's
oh
got,
hell yeah,
I think he's got a higher upside than OG personally.
he does.
His movements are just more fluid. He's a more natural athlete. Like, sorry, OG is an excellent athlete. We are splitting hairs here for sure. But Bryant glides in a way that OG does not. Um, but yeah, like I feel like he does have that upside, and like you made the call first. I remember you were the first to like. I sort of thought this in my head. I think it's kind of easy, but like you know, they're looking for their OG replacement, and if that is the case, if that's what they're looking for, then CB's the way to go, man. Like not
Yeah.
Charlie Boltman, but Carter Bryant.
Charlie Boltman says it was impressive enough for him to get him 7+ figure offer from Duke. I trust the Dookie scouts. Do you? Do you trust the Dookie scouts? Yeah, I mean, sure.
Oh, he's talking about Cedric.
Yeah. So Cedric
Yeah,
was going to be
go to Duke.
potentially
Yeah,
going to Duke if he didn't come into the draft. But that should also tell you that Duke saw him as a player who wasn't going to be in the draft. There's another way to
right,
look at that too, right?
right,
So, yeah. And I mean, look, for Cedric, obviously it makes a lot of sense to come out. He's getting lottery buzz. He's probably going to be a top 16, 17 pick. And that obviously is worth more to him than whatever offer was there at Duke. But I'm pretty sure if Duke had offered him $4 million, he might have just gone to Duke, you know?
yeah.
And
Like he would have done the Landenberg thing, right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But I think Duke's got an incredible recruiting class coming in this year too. So I mean, yeah. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm curious. I don't think Cedric is going to fail at the NBA level. I just don't think people are going to be. I just don't see a star. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot when you watch his highlights, I've watched a ton of his game film as well. When he was still projected as a second round pick, he was one of the first people on my list because, as I've mentioned before, my list was alphabetical. So my
right,
possible that's why I was so early on Carter Bryant because he was like
right.
really up there. So
Mhm.
Cedric Howard was very soon after Carter, and yeah, I think from what I saw, the processing is a little bit slow. The playmaking is a little bit, you know, the half court playmaking is a little bit, yeah. And while I love some of the shot making in the mid range, I don't trust the defenses that were guarding him. So it's like
Right,
now it's like you're gonna do the same thing to Lou Dort. Good luck. You know, you need
right,
considerable physical advantages. And also, I just don't think most teams in the NBA are looking for him to create in the mid range. That's the
no,
star zone.
totally.
So
No,
you're
no,
just
for
going to be
sure.
a
They're
catch
gonna
and
want
shoot.
him to fit into a team context
Exactly.
at first.
So now what matters is how great a shooter are you? And he is a great shooter, so that's great. And then the second thing is, what do you do for me defensively? Are you multi-positional? Are you a high-level defender? Are you Aaron Nesmith? And it's like, yo, the right comparison for him probably is like a less defensively oriented Aaron Nesmith, but people are seeing Kawhi Leonard.
Hmm.
Curious, right? So yeah,
Oh,
shout
I
outs
mean, there
to
is.
yeah.
I was gonna say there is a world where a rich man's Aaron Nesmith is a star player. That's you know.
Yeah, for sure. Shout outs to Ranga. Dope 2 hour live for me to listen to as I work, rewinding all the way back to the beginning. I think you will like this live, Ranga, for sure. Shout outs to my dude Ranga. Great dude. This is the last lottery pick the Raptors will have in a while. I agree with you. And honestly, the cool thing is, like, to me, when I look at like team building philosophy, I look at, you don't want to end up in a situation like the Raptors were in a couple of years ago where you've depleted your picks, you've depleted your youth, and the youth you've brought in is not developing. I trust
Mhm.
some of these young players like Jamison Battle and Ulrich and Jacoby, and you have an abundance of, I think, flyers that you've taken, and I trust a lot of them to actually pan out and become productive NBA players.
Yeah,
So
me too.
yeah, like, is it the worst thing in the world if you go through like a 2-year drought with the draft where you don't have a lot of draft picks? I'm sure some people will be very like, I don't like this, but it's not the
Mhm.
worst thing, because the draft is a crapshoot. If you hit on pick 9 and 39, you're pretty much out of roster spots.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
No, I
Anyways,
mean,
Vince,
Boucher is
yeah.
going to have to go for sure.
I don't. You know what?
They're
What's
running it.
crazy? Like, am I crazy to want Chris Boucher back? Like, am I
Oh no,
crazy?
not at all. That guy
Yeah,
is he's part of the fabric of the Raptors organization. One of
yeah. I really hope there's a way to bring him back on like a minimum deal or something close to a minimum deal. Obviously, I'm not suggesting paying Chris Boucher 10 million, 8 million. I think we've paid him enough
right.
for the
Yeah,
production he brings. But
I
yeah,
think so
man,
too.
like I think like a big who can just block shots and stretch the floor a little bit, like who might be, I don't know, maybe hitting a bit of a
Get some
renaissance with his
energy.
development with Darko. Who knows?
Sure.
It's like I feel like Chris is like a very young 31.
Yeah,
Like he's a hard worker. I think he's
young vet
good. He's really close to Scottie. Like he might be Scottie's best friend on the team. So it's like, I think there's value there to just have a stabilizing guy that you can just throw onto the court. And I think where you run into trouble is like when you have to rely on him for like 15, 20 minutes a night. It's like if he's just an audible, like if I could just throw him out there, like,
create havoc.
as a borderline third stringer, and I could just say like,
Hmm.
okay, like let's see if Chris has something in the gas in the can today, and he could just turn the game around with his energy for like 2, 3 minutes. That's great,
For
man.
sure.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
I'd like to see him back too. Yeah, but to your point, there's some roster spots that are going to be taken up. They had five rookies last year, including Battle, and
And
then
they're all
and
staying. That's the crazy part. Is
yeah,
like so how many, and if you add two more, think about the roster, man. If you add two more, let's say you do pick 39 and it works out, and you pick 9 and it works out, 7 of your fucking roster spots, of your potential 17 roster spots, are taken up by rookies and second year
right,
players, right?
right.
Add in Grady and Ochai, who are very young players, and Grady
Yep,
especially, who's a very young player, and that's half your roster.
that's
Half your
8.
roster are
That's
kids,
crazy.
right? So it's like, kids don't win in the NBA. Don't let this Oklahoma City Thunder team fool you. This is the rarest of rare. The last time a team as young as OKC won an NBA championship. Any guesses?
The youngest team to win a chip.
Mhm.
Um, it's gonna have to go way back because no, because there was okay. So Raps, Lakers, Milwaukee, Nuggets, like Boston last year. They were probably fairly young, even though they're
Nope.
not young at all, really.
So the youngest team to ever win the NBA championship. Hold on, let me just double check this before I say it out loud. Let me see. OKC average age 2020. Okay. So Oklahoma City Thunder have an average age of 25.6.
Okay.
The last
And they're about
time,
to smash the championship for sure.
yeah, so the last time a team that was younger than them won an NBA championship, okay? Are you ready to be shocked?
Is it possible never?
No, it's happened. It's happened twice.
Okay.
So the first time it happened was the Philadelphia Warriors in
Wow.
1955, 56,
Okay. Yeah.
before either one of us were born. And the second time it happened was the 1976, 1977 Portland Trailblazers.
Okay. So never in the modern era.
No, it has never
Crazy.
happened in the modern era. And yeah, so I mean, it's pretty nuts. And also, I will give you another caveat: if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, our guy Shai, wins a championship, okay. Here's a trivia question for you: how many guards in NBA history have done the following things? Won 65 plus games, won MVP, won a scoring title, been in the finals, and won a championship.
Okay, won 65 plus
68 plus games.
MVP,
68 plus games.
68 plus
Mhm.
MVP,
Scoring title
scoring title,
and a championship.
champs. MJ.
96 MJ. That's one. MJ, by the way, only has one season where he did this.
Steph?
Nope. Steph didn't win. So Steph did everything but win the championship. He won the 68 plus games. He won MVP, he won the scoring title, but he did not win the championship.
Is there another?
Nope. Shai
That's
would
it.
be
It's just MJ.
Shai would be the second.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Mhm.
That's huge. Fucking good for that guy, man. I
Yep.
like whatever. We don't want to be jinxing it before it happens, but like
Oh,
all
I'm rooting for him
it
so hard. Yeah.
yes, I'm definitely rooting for him too. Also, how cool would it be if he like this is never gonna happen, it's a pipe dream, but like if he always kept in the back of his mind, like I was fucking traded and the Raptors got hosed because of a trade that I was involved in. I'm gonna do my work. I'm gonna win MVP. I'm gonna win a chip, maybe two with OKC, and then I wanna go over and play with Scottie in my hometown. How great would that be?
That would be great. There's a clip of Shai, where there's like someone's asking him about baseball, like whether he likes baseball or not. I don't know if you've seen it. Like, man, the clips of
I
Shai
haven't.
are just so viral because he got max level aura, you know.
Right.
And yeah, so he's just like looking down on his phone, and they're asking him about baseball, and he's just like, "I love baseball. Go Blue Jays." He's so
Nice.
cool. Yeah, he's just he is exactly the type of person you want to build an organization around, man. Masai was so fucking right about that. Like,
Okay, listen. I think if Scottie doesn't make Team USA for the next international round, can he be a fucking Canadian import and play with Shea and like
oh, that would be great.
develop that chem?
Personally, I would like to see him play for Canada or Jamaica. Go and, do that, right?
Yes.
He could do Jamaica because his father's side is Jamaican, so
Okay.
he could do that, and he could join Amen and Asar Thompson doing that, right? Jamaica would be lit. I would be like up there. I mean, obviously my allegiances are getting spread apart, right? I'm American citizen, so I
Sure.
got to root for America, Canada, Serbia, and Jamaica now. Fuck.
Mm.
Yeah. Someone asked the other day if Scottie gets traded, does this become a Bucks podcast?
That's funny.
Probably. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But there will be a lot of Bucks content, randomly sparsed out. Yeah. No, I just don't see it. I don't see him getting traded.
Listen, my 2 cents on that whole thing is like I agree with you 100%. I don't think that this might sound crazy. I don't like these insane deals that people throw out like, okay, San Antonio's going to give number 2 overall pick and Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson and uh uh sorry, rookie of the year from last year, Steph Castle, and this and 5 picks and 4 that's not going to happen. There's
No.
no world where that is ever going to happen. I think that
But
the
they do have the
days of
best
those
offer.
deals.
They do have the best offer. They can make such a great
Sure.
offer. With Dylan Harper, they can make a great offer.
For sure, they definitely can, but it's not going to be all of it, it's not going to be all of the things. And so like this thing, like I think it's possible that Masai would say no to Scottie for Giannis straight up. It's possible, right?
I
Like
think it's probable. And that's the crazy thing.
yeah,
People don't want to understand that. And I understand that, but I feel like when people take strong positions on things, there's always the chance that you will be mercilessly trolled if you are wrong, right?
Sure.
I've taken a very strong position on Carter Bryant as a top 10 pick, and I have taken a very strong position on Pascal Siakam is not a franchise player, and I've taken a very strong position on Scottie Barnes is not getting traded. There's a few things that
Right.
I've just taken very strong positions on, and obviously, you know, if you take a strong position on something, as I said, you're going to get trolled. I said Cade Cunningham last year. I said his skill set is probably most suited to being a sixth man. I am eating crow for that. Okay. And, you know, like, great. But he also shot 20% from three in the fucking playoffs and averaged 5 turnovers. But I don't hear anyone talking about that.
Sure.
Right. So it's like, how much crow did I really eat? Like, I ate plenty of crow.
Mhm.
Can the people who are comparing him to Luca eat some fucking crow now? You know,
True.
like
True.
Luca ain't never done that. So that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, like with this Scottie thing, I'm planting my poll here. Masai ain't trading Scottie. There's just
I get it.
no way. And it's just like, you also think about the fact that, like, who Masai has been, he typically has these guys that he is just like very emotionally invested in, and he does not want to put them in bad situations,
Right.
right? The Bucks are a fucking terrible situation for Scottie.
Yeah.
To throw
That's
him
right.
into Milwaukee, like what are you doing? Like, I would understand it if Giannis was on Miami and you could give him to the Heat, send him home. Like,
Yeah.
I would even understand it to some extent. Like, hey, like, everybody kind of wins with that. He gets to be a hometown hero. But like, sending him to Milwaukee for the next 5 years, like, that just feels egregious. And after you spent an entire year building him up and building up his confidence and telling him that everything's being built around him, to just turn around and just completely
Yeah.
boom, like, we're done because we got Giannis, does not strike
Yeah.
me as a very Masai move. I think,
Not at
and
all.
again, and Masai is such a conscious individual, right? Like, you know, there's certain people that don't have a conscience, and I'm scared of those people personally. But there's certain people that have like a very strong moral conscience, and you can troll them and say they're too sentimental. But Masai is one of those people, you know, where he knew that he wasn't keeping Gary, so he never talked about Gary. He never talked
Right.
about him as the future. He never talked about him as like, oh, but listen to him talk about Scottie, like, oh, these are the guys that you dream to get. We're building everything around
100%.
him. Blah, 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 blah. Like, to do that,
Yeah.
to talk about him that way, and then to come out and just trade him, it's very unlikely that they would ever do that.
He's not going to let him go. Doug Smith needs to be fired, and so does Grange if he's part of that whole fucking circle as well. Like, get out of here with that shit, man. It's not happening.
Medved said Giannis is Masai's white whale. He has a special connection to him, both Nigerian, helped him get Greek citizenship.
Yes.
Medved,
So if he did try to trade for him, it wouldn't be with Scottie.
Yeah, like, here's the thing. People have an assumption, and it is the wrong assumption, may I just say, that Masai's allegiance is primarily to African players or African descent players or whatever. I will remind you that this guy traded Pascal Siakam to clear the runway for Scottie Barnes. He traded OG Anunoby to reshift the timeline to get youth and prospects around Scottie. OG is a UK-born Nigerian, bro. Yep. Masai is a UK-born Nigerian. He basically traded his son. You know, like, this idea that he also traded Precious Achiuwa. You think this guy cares about you being from Africa? He'd trade your ass. You know, you can't play. You're not part of the team. He'd trade you. You know, I'm sure he would love if there were more Africans on this team. And, you know, welcome Ochai Agbaji, Jonathan Mobo, African descent. Who else? Ulrich. There's always going to be African players on this team, but that doesn't mean you know, like, I think if I had to rank out Masai's, let's call it Masai's crushes, you know, like the players that he just fanned over, like, really, really hard, I do think Scottie's number one. I really do. I think it's Scottie, Giannis, Shea, Kawhi, like, in that sort of tier. I don't think people understand how much this guy likes him, but yo, like, shit. Mohammad Hassan saying, Rob, how do I call in? This is the link to call in, I guess. I guess we're going late with this live. Yeah.
I gotta roll anyway, buddy.
Okay. Nice to talk to you.
Early morning tomorrow. Good chat as always. I'm sure there'll be more.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, man. Talk to you
Take care,
later.
bud.
Good luck. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And send me those pictures.
I'll send you the link. Yeah, I'll send you the link to the listing for sure. Thanks, man.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Bye.
Take care, pal.
See ya. Okay. while we are waiting for Mohammad Hassan to call in, potentially, I don't know. Call in the next 1 minute if you're calling in. Otherwise, I'm ending this stream. But I want to give a shout out to the 372 of you that are still in here at 1:35 in the morning. Who says Pensar basketball don't got motion? We got a lot of motion. All right. Mohammad Hassan calling in. What's up, man?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So I kind of agree that Toronto definitely needs a big man, and I personally don't have the patience to draft another one and develop one. I personally say trade our ninth pick and maybe Dick or Grady, maybe Grady Dick or Jacoby for Walker Kessler because I think he's one of the best big men in the game, especially defensively.
I wouldn't trade Grady for Walker straight up. Personally, I wouldn't trade Jacoby for Walker straight up, and I definitely would not trade number 9. So adding 2 of those assets together to get Walker Kessler seems like a massive overkill. What do you like about Walker Kessler that much?
He's very good at rebounding, blocking shots. He's young, he's pretty young too. I think he's like 23 or 22 around there. And he's somebody I think really could help us, especially getting a future center, you know. But the thing is, if Toronto wants to get him, I know Danny Ainge is going to be very like he's going to want a lot in return because he's also a very like he's kind of like Masai, like he doesn't like losing out on trade and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean he's very efficient, but he's very limited offensively. I don't see a tremendous amount of growth in that. He gets to the line, he grabs offensive rebounds. I mean, this is like a role player. You're talking about a role player. So you want to trade a top 9 pick in a pretty damn good draft. Plus, you have to factor in this guy's about to get paid. So you're trading 2 cost-controlled assets. Like, let's just say, hypothetically, the Raptors take your advice and they trade Jacoby Walter plus number 9 to get Walker Kessler because they're so desperate to get a center. I don't know why they're desperate to get a center because they already have Jakob Poeltl, but okay. They're trading 2 cost-controlled assets for, that are going to be significantly cheaper than Walker Kessler. And they're trading for the oldest player in the group because he is 23 and he's about to be 24 in a month. So you're trading for a 24-year-old one-dimensional role-playing big man who, protects the rim really well and, is really efficient on putbacks, but does not at all play make. And the one prerequisite for this roster is that the big man has to play make.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like I don't know any. I can't really think of any other center that's available that we could possibly get. Like, because Toronto definitely needs a center. Poeltl is very good. It's just that he's getting older. Injuries are catching up. Like down the road, if we're gonna compete, like we do need a big man, especially when we play against teams like Cleveland and we're going against Mobley and the other big guy they have. Like we do struggle against teams that have these big 7-footers.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily think that. I don't think that's the way the league is moving, man. I think these bigs are valuable, like the Mitchell Robinsons, the Steven Adams of the world, whatever. These guys are valuable as role players, and you should treat them as such. I think when you start trading players like Jacoby and Grady, who have, like, in my opinion, just very unique skills that project to more than role player stuff, especially because they're so young. Like Grady was like a pretty damn good shot maker early in the season. Jacoby could become a lot more. I mean, worst case scenario, they're going to project as like wings who can be movement shooters. I just think that's a more valuable archetype than a big.
Yeah, I just got one more question. Out of the 2 shooting guards that we have, Dick and Walter, who do you think has the bigger upside? Like, who do you see getting? Who do you see, honestly, down the road? Who do you see as a better option?
Jacoby.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Jacoby definitely has more confidence defensively. I think he's better. Dick, I feel like there's something missing about Dick. Like something's wrong with his confidence. You know, like I don't know. You know.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you very much.
See ya. All right, shout outs to Mohammad for calling in. If anyone else wants to call in, I'm gonna post the link one last time to OT87. Pen, can I call in? I just want to say how Giannis changes the organization on a bigger scale than Kawhi. We will have a 30-year-old top 3 MVP last 4 years. Come on, bro. Giannis in Toronto, it's over. Okay, so I mean, you can click the link. Bro, we need other opinions. Wallahi, Giannis in Toronto, way more lit than Kawhi. Okay, well, I mean, look, here's the thing. I have never known the Raptors to be impulsive. They typically buy assets when they're distressed. If you want to go back and look at the assets they've purchased that were distressed, Serge Ibaka, were the Raptors the team that gave up 2 lottery level talents for Serge? No, that was the Magic. The Raptors took Serge when the Magic were desperate to move him. That's the point. Okay. They wait for opportunities. They never pay full price. The Raptors are like, your Jewish grandmother. You wait for the right price. I mean, I say this as someone who had a Jewish stepdad. Like they're just not. They're very concerned with value. Like they're the Warren Buffett. Value investing. Warren Buffett. This is cheap now. That's the thing. Can I get a link to call in? Yo, bro, like I've posted the link 4 times. Here you go. There's a 5th time I'm posting it. Click the link on the phone, whatever. We can have a 2-3 minute conversation. I'm not trying to be rude when I say this. Based on how you're talking about this, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a slow. This is probably going to be a short conversation, but I don't know. Go ahead. Sell me on the vision of Giannis to Toronto. I'm not disagreeing that Giannis in Toronto is awesome. As a free agent in a year, 2 years from now, sure. If you have the cap space, go for it. But gutting your whole fucking team for Giannis when you don't have the team built for Giannis, right? Like if y'all remember a couple of years ago when the Raptors were entertaining Kevin Durant, I suggested trading Pascal Siakam for Kevin Durant back then. And I said that the role that you were using Pascal in was a role that KD was better suited. And that's exactly what should have been. If the Raptors could have made it work at that time, Pascal for KD made a lot of sense. And I think it would have made the Raptors a lot better. But Giannis and Scottie, despite the fact that Scottie is considered mini Giannis or whatever, is not like the same archetype. I really don't think so. Okay, we got Abdi Malik Adam.
I really don't think so.
Okay, buddy. You gotta turn off YouTube. Abdi Malik, you got to turn off YouTube because otherwise I'm just gonna hear. And yeah, let me know when you've done that. Oh, you haven't done that yet. So yeah, because otherwise you're gonna have me talking on a delay. So you gotta mute your YouTube.
Me talking on a
Okay.
Me talking on
Okay. Cool. All right. I feel like my patience declines as the clock declines. You know what I mean? Like we just gotta like there's like a cutoff of like 1 a.m. where like 1 a.m. Rob is like a little bit sassy, The 2 a.m. Rob is crash out Rob. Like how many of those late fucking lives did we do like a couple of years ago where like the crash out happened like right around the game ends at 10, start the live at 10:30, the crash out is like 1:30. I'm like a werewolf. I swear to God, like the moon comes out. Okay, we got Abdi Malik calling again. Let's see if we figure it out this time.
I'm like a werewolf. I swear to God.
All right, man. Good luck with Giannis in Toronto. Abdi Malik, I'm sorry that this did not work out, but and certainly I'm not trying to be rude when I say this. The instructions are pretty simple, and because it's just kind of a waste of time for everybody, right? We're all waiting for you to call in. You've been talking about calling in. I dropped the link. You can't figure it out. So to anybody who wants to call in the future, you must turn off YouTube, or at the very least mute it. You will be able to see what I'm saying once you get into the StreamYard studio. It's not that hard, man. So You know, like, do I need to do a little bit of tutorial for everybody on how to do this? I'll happily do this for you. Hang on. Let me show you. Here's what happens. So you click the link, then you go into the studio. It says entering studio. You go to your settings. You're able to click settings, what camera you want to use, whatever, all that stuff. If you don't want to, use your camera, you can just turn off your camera like that. You start your camera, you check your settings, make sure the mic is on, you enter the studio, and you're in. It's that simple. Look, there's two of me telling you how simple it is. Ah, this is trippy. Okay, cool. All right. Anyways, it's not that complicated, but I understand. Everyone has, different way of doing that. But to the point of Giannis, as a final thought, no, I'm cool, man. I'm good. Do you remember? Do you remember that clip of Colin Cowherd saying, "LeBron, you can go. We're good." I'm very much thinking of doing a parallel clip, where he tells LeBron, like, "Yo, we got Ben Simmons. We're good, LeBron. We're good." And people troll that mercilessly. I'm very, very tempted to do a word for word faithful recreation of that clip, except instead of LeBron and we got another person calling in who needs to connect their microphone before we can let them on. Jan Habitson. Okay. Okay, please don't be a troll. Jan, what's going on?
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can.
Okay,
Yay,
perfect.
success.
Okay, perfect. I just want to recommend a video. It's you know AM Hoops, the content creator. He makes basketball content.
Yeah, this is not going to be a plug for AM Hoops. Can't stand the guy.
No, oh yeah, I can't stand him either. But you guys were just talking about Giannis trades and stuff like that. So his recent video was about Giannis to Toronto. You could watch it. I thought it would be a good idea to watch it on stream. It's not copyright, so you want to do that. It's up to you, but that's all.
I would never. I cannot, in good conscience, give that dude any attention at all.
I know.
He fucking sucks.
Yeah, it was just an idea. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a question. That's all.
You called in to plug AM Hoops,
Not,
bro.
I just thought you guys we were talking about Giannis to Toronto, so I was like, hey, his video just came out. I just wanted to, get your reaction or you reacted to it on stream.
Basically, you want me to have a bad night. You want me to crash out. You want me to scream shit. Like, you want me to get canceled because, bro, it would get personal so fast. There are very few content creators that pull a nerve the way AM Hoops does. It's like it goes beyond basketball. It's just Casey is so like punchable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's
Bro,
I don't think
it's just, what the thing is, it's clickbaity clickbait, rage bait. I'm not for it. Like, you got something substantial to say it. But those quick flash videos that are just all like trying to just piss off one fan base so they flood your comments. Like, when I said Scottie was better than Cade, I was not rage baiting Detroit. I promise. I did not say. I'm not subconscious to be like, well, if I say this, then this video is going to blow up because 1,000 people from fucking Detroit are going to tell me I'm an asshole. But I feel like with him, it's just constructed and it's over and over. And honestly, the analysis is missing because he's wrong all the time.
All the time, yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, Jan, appreciate you calling in. Do you have a take on Scottie Giannis?
Here's the thing about it. Like, okay, realistically, let's be real. Do you think Scottie would ever become a player as Giannis? Do you think he'll be the same level as him or even better?
I could see it, but it would be hard for me to guarantee it.
Also, I think Masai's desperate right now, right?
Why?
I think because he knows that this is the last 2 years of his contract, right?
This is last year of his contract.
Last year of his contract, right? So I think he wants to, go out with a big splash. Understand that if the Raptors go make a deep playoff run, that's gonna put pressure on ownership to keep him. So I think this is also like him trying to save his career, save his job, but also that this is like he's the biggest Giannis fan. Like I think it haunts him every single day that he didn't offer more for Giannis at that draft night when he
Mm,
could have traded up to get him, right? So
right.
I think it's like that. So I think that's why he's willing to give up a lot, especially if that means giving him Scotty. To me, I don't know. I just want to see what this team looks like. I just want to see RJ quickly, Brandon Ingram, Scottie Barnes, and Jakob Pearl. I just want to see what that lineup looks like. You know what I mean? Like we don't know what that lineup like, especially in a weak Eastern Conference where like I think depth as shown in Indiana showing us right now that I think that's what you need to make a
Right.
go on a deep playoff run. Look how they beat New York. Look how they beat Cleveland. So I just wanted to see this team play first before we trade for a guy like Giannis. Let's see this team and then we can make that decision.
When's the last time you have seen Masai make a move from a position of desperation? Like he's desperate. He has to make it.
Kawhi, I think I would say.
That wasn't desperation.
You don't
So
think?
no, because that was an opportunity. That was a player who was priced at 50% of his actual value. That was
Mhm,
opportunistic hunting. And the reason that trade even happened is because the Raptors internally had soured on DeMar DeRozan. And I
mhm.
heard that they had soured on DeMar DeRozan a year before they traded him. Do you know that DeMar DeRozan, again, if the person that told me this is telling the truth and I've never known them to lie, that DeMar was on the table when they were trying to move into the draft to get Shea.
I
So
did hear about that. Yeah, there was a report that anyone was on the table for the
for
12th
Shea.
pick. Yeah,
So,
yeah,
like that's a big move. You're trading an
yeah,
all-star for a kid
yeah,
who, wasn't even the leading scorer on his own team in
yeah.
college and is considered a connective playmaker, but that's how high he was on Shea.
Hmm.
So that's not desperate. That's understanding that you're not that high on this guy and you sign him to a max contract because you had to. And maybe you might want to move off of him before he gets a tag of a playoff dropper who can't make it.
Exactly.
So that's not desperate. I think the last two moves that were somewhat desperate that Masai made, number one was probably Jakob Poeltl.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
And number two was probably Pascal
Siakam.
Siakam.
Yeah, Siakam. Yeah,
Both of those deals have
yeah.
aged like milk, right?
Failed. Yeah,
They haven't been great. Like I say the jury's still out on how well that Siakam trade
I mean,
works
Siakam
out.
deal's not that bad. It's like
It's not
looking back at it
Bi
now,
plus Jacoby plus Ochai is pretty
that's
decent
okay. But Jakob, that's the one that pissed me off. Like, especially
for sure.
Victor. Like, we should have went all in. Like,
Sure.
yeah.
But in every situation, it has never been from the position. Now I'll ask you a second question. When's the last time that Masai Ujiri has ever done something to save his job? When has he ever shown you that he's the type of person that would send a franchise backwards by a few years in order to make a splash to get a contract? He is not a selfish person. I feel like people really genuinely project a lot of their own bullshit onto other people. So they kind of think to themselves, how would I fare in this situation if my boss didn't like me and my contract was coming up? I would do something desperate. So they assume that he would do something desperate. They would assume that not having a contract lined up for next year for them would be spooky. So they would feel like Masai might do something crazy like trade for Giannis because he needs to make a splash to save his job. What they don't realize is that's not who Masai is. I know 4 or 5 people who have, come up with Masai and been very close to Masai for like 20 plus years. And, one of them 12 plus years. And I had a chance to meet Masai, in 2008, 2009, when he was like the assistant general manager, and I got to shake his hand and stuff. Another guy with big, gigantic fucking mitts, Masai Ujiri. He's like so much bigger in person. You don't expect him to be like,
Yeah.
he's like a solid 6'4" dude. So yeah, like that's another guy. So like in talking to all the people that I've just gotten to know over the years about Masai and trying to, and my own reflections on watching him work, he is so committed to the end result of the process.
Mhm.
He never wants to, he's never traded more than 2 picks in the same deal,
Ever. Yeah.
right? So he's not impulsive.
No,
He's not
he's
a
not.
gambler. He's very methodical. He's extremely sharp. He's
Mhm.
very prudent and he doesn't pay full price.
That's
So
true.
that's the thing. Like Giannis right now is full price.
Mm-hmm.
There's no discount on Giannis. There's no injury. There's nothing. You might say like the discount is they're finally willing to move him, but it's like you really can't beat the offers out there.
Yeah.
You really can't. So all of this Giannis is interested in Toronto thing, I think it's just, it's probably from the Bucks because they know that it's a very obvious place. He's been linked here many times. Masai, him. They
Trying
can
to up
sell
his
the
trade
story
value.
very quickly. Yeah, and then Scottie becomes part of the story. And I think like from the Raptors perspective, is like, do they like Giannis? Yeah. But they know that they don't have what it takes to compete with him. They understand that. And if they could get it done without Scottie, they would. But they know they're not stupid. They know any deal for Giannis that's realistic involves Scottie, or it involves every young player plus every draft pick they have. At which point, where's your timeline? Where is your timeline? If God forbid, how many Achilles tears did we just see in this playoff run? We saw Dame, we saw Tatum. What happens if that happens to Giannis? You've lost your draft picks for the next 8 years. You have no means of rebuilding, and your 31-year-old hyper athletic forward slash center is going to miss a year and a half, probably or a year, recovering from an Achilles tear. Like this is around the time that shit like this happens for players. So I don't think they're going to do anything crazy. They'll do it if the deal is right, and the deal has to be proportionate. They're not going to. The Raptors are not the Knicks. The Knicks were impulsive. The Knicks were like, oh, we're in the championship window with OG and Jalen. Let's go pay fucking 6 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges because whatever.
Crazy.
Had they waited a little bit, I mean, be honest with yourself. Is Mikal Bridges materially better than Cam Johnson?
Honestly, to me, like I think they're the same. Like I think
they're very similar.
They're literally very similar. The fact that, that makes no sense.
So they overpaid, and a lot of these people, they overpay. You consider like the Bradley Beal deal.
Horrible.
Even what Phoenix paid for KD, I think was a really, a lot. There's a lot to pay for Kevin Durant at that time. So it's like shit, man. Like I don't think Masai is going to overpay for a guy like this. I think the last time he overpaid for a player was Jakob Poeltl, and I think that's just aged very badly. But typically he does not overpay. Look at what he just got. Like think about that.
Yeah,
Brandon Ingram on one side, Mikal Bridges on the other side. I think BI is a way better player. They're both in very similar situations, which is like their contracts are about to go up and they're about to get very expensive. And we got BI for one fucking pick.
That's great.
So that's the thing. Masai is
and
not
that pick's
dummy,
gonna be 20. That pick's gonna be 20.
Yeah. So I think like if I look at Masai, I'm like, if I look around, there's 2 players that could be available that are fairly priced, and the teams that are trading them are not desperate to trade them, but they're like very willing to take like less, and that's KD and Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
The Giannis stuff, I just don't. I don't see them taking any deal shy of Scottie. I just don't.
Again, like I just want to see this team. I just want to see this team. I just want to see what they look next season. Also, I want to ask you, what do you think about the whole ownership in Masai? Are you a fan of him leaving? Are you like rooting for him to stay? Like, if he does leave, is it like fire ownership? Like, what we're doing?
You can't fire ownership.
I know, but like,
Ed Rogers is unfortunately going to run Toronto sports for a while.
Exactly.
I think if we are to take them at face value, the relationship is perfectly fine, and there's no real big beef. But with the way Rogers and Sportsnet and just puckhead media in general, not to be offensive, but typically a lot of white guys who cover hockey talk about Scottie Barnes and shit.
Yeah, and you make a great point about how like the white people, like they try to put down the black athletes here. Like I definitely see that,
especially Black American athletes.
Exactly.
Yes, there has always been that sort of push, especially Black American athletes from certain places that sound a certain way. Like I think about like a guy like Vince Carter, and I think about like a promise to his mother, wanting to go to graduation and shit. Like, I mean, what a positive example. You have a young Black athlete who's willing to fulfill a promise to his mother, for his education. What a great thing. Like, if you're the media, how positively could you sell that message? And you could probably inspire an entire generation of kids to care more about school. Instead, you vilify him, and therefore you double down on this message that this is all we want from these athletes is to play basketball. And I fucking hated it back then. I hated it how
Yeah.
they did that to him. And it's the same thing with Scottie, like the media training, and he's not this and that. It's like, bro, that's how he talks. Like, fuck off.
Exactly.
You know, it's like you don't talk like that. It's your problem.
Exactly.
You know, you see how Shea talks.
Mhm.
You know, shit. You know what's wrong with that?
Exactly.
So, yeah. Anyways, man, thanks a lot for calling. Appreciate you.
I appreciate it, man.
Peace. Okay, we're gonna try this for a third time. Abdi Malik, what's up? I'm done. All right. Cool. All right, man. Have a great night, y'all. 2 a.m. Bro, I'm sorry. That's fun. Why you do that, yo? Anyways, great conversations tonight. Shout outs to Vince. Shout outs to everyone who called in. It's great to have discussions. I miss call-in shows, bro, and I miss the Raptors basketball. And you know what? If no deal gets done and we do nothing with this year except for make a really good pick at number 9, i.e. Carter Bryant, and a good pick at 39, I don't know, Jameer Watkins, and maybe just like 1 or 2 smart signings, minimum deals, I'm perfectly fine rolling into this season and laying it out and seeing where we are at the trade deadline. I think the reason that the Raptors are not desperate to make a move, there's all this stuff about like they're being opportunistic, and yeah, they're just doing their due diligence, making calls, because there's a lot of people dangling a lot of people, a lot of GMs who are desperate to move off the players because they're fucking, and this is the thing, like that tier list that I showed y'all of the trades is like, right now, the Boston Celtics are so much more desperate to move off of Drew Holiday and Derek White and Kristaps Porzingis and potentially Jaylen Brown. Basically, everyone not named Jason Tatum because they can't trade Jason Tatum right now. Like they might have to, give somebody a really good discount on Sam Hauser because they just can't pay him. You know what I mean? So that's the opportunity that, and this is a conversation that I was having with my girlfriend today, and she just does not fucking get it. And I'm not trying to blast my own girlfriend on a live, but this is a conversation that I've had with a lot of people in the past, and they don't understand, right? The Raptors, the way they think is about opportunity. Their mentality when it comes to trades is about flexibility and opportunity. The way I think about my life is also about flexibility and opportunity. I'll give you an example. I don't work a 9 to 5. I don't have a job. I don't have a job. Do you realize that? I'm unemployed. I mean, not really, but effectively. I've been, by most standards of employment, I've been pretty much retired since I turned 24. You understand that? Like 24 years old and you're able to retire pretty much. How am I able to do that? Number one, I don't spend money on shit that I don't need. My cost of living is the lowest imaginable. When I was 23, I owned 2 condos. And the second condo that I owned, one of them was rented out. The second one that I owned had 2 bedrooms, and then it had like a third kind of solarium, sorta. It's like 55 square feet. So what I do? Well, as a prudent person who was just trying to put away some money for a rainy day, what I did was I converted the solarium into a little bit of a bedroom. I put myself in that solarium because I love small spaces. I mean, all I needed was the 6 feet for the bed. I mean, obviously, I'm like hitting my head to the toes, but whatever. 7.5 by 8.5 is the solarium. That became a bedroom for an entire year as I rented out the other 2 rooms. Those people pay my mortgage. My point is, what did all of this do? It gave me back my time, man. It gave me back my time. I haven't done a 9 to 5 in like since I was 23 years old. And if I don't want to like, sometimes these lives turn into like more like life meditative type of talks like later down the line. And I'm not trying to brag or flex or whatever. There's plenty of people in this world that are way, way more successful than me. But my benchmark for success is freedom. I wanted freedom. I want my time. I want my time, and I don't want to do anything that I don't want to do. I frame it back to something that I heard Warren Buffett say, and he was talking in a lecture in India when he said it. And he said, somebody asked him, like, what's the greatest part about being you? And you expect him to be like, I can buy anything I want, but that's not what he said. He said, I have the freedom of association. I don't ever have to talk to someone that I don't want to talk to. I don't deal with people that I don't want to deal with. I run my own company. Berkshire Hathaway. I have a really small team. We work out of Omaha. Boom. And if I don't want to talk to you, I don't have to talk to you. How many people in this world would their lives improve immediately if they had that type of freedom? Freedom is very important. It's very important. Most people think they have freedom. You do not have freedom. You do not have freedom. So that's the point. So when you think about it from that perspective, you don't want to be a team that's handicapped. And the Raptors under Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster and, Dan Tolzman and previously others, they've done everything to make sure that they're never handicapped. They give smaller deals. I hate how many player options they give, but actually relative to the league average, they don't give as many as, it feels like they give, right? The no trade clauses. I don't think they've ever handed one out, right? Even the cap flexibility on deals that have upside, downside, they're usually not like the longest deals. They don't like giving out 5-year deals unless they think you're going to be like a franchise player, right? Or a franchise cornerstone. That's what's so shocking about the Emmanuel Quickley deal, and kind of gives you a window into how they feel about Emmanuel Quickley when they signed him to 5 years, 165, which is just in retrospect a crazy deal to give out, right? Christian Lambeto, StreamYard link not working. No, bro, it's definitely working because 6 people have been able to call in. I posted it again. I mean, I can confirm that it is working. Hang on, let me just double check. Yeah, it is working. I just checked. Anyway, the point I was making about freedom. So, freedom of association. I have it. I actually have freedom of association. I'm not a billionaire, but I have freedom of association. I have freedom from everything that I wanted freedom from. I did not want a boss that I do not like. I wanted to do things that I actually cared about. And for the last 11 to 12, 13 years, all of my income has come from like 4 things, all of which I love: film, basketball, dogs, and tutoring. Side hustles. It's a gig economy, they say. But that feeling that you have of like, I have to do this. I have to trade this guy because I'm up against the apron. The Raptors don't have that. They are extremely, let's call it, Giannis to Toronto. No, fuck this, man. It's you again, bro. Stop calling in. I'm done. I'm banning you from the studio. I have a little bit of empathy for people who get it wrong 2 times, but you get it wrong 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and you force me to have to like blast audio like that. You're done. You're banned. Like 5 times, bro. No wonder you want Giannis to Toronto. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think you just met the average person who wants Scottie traded for Giannis. That's the person. Bro, come on. I got a reasonable question. First of all, 5 times you have not been able to work a simple StreamYard link that I'm pretty sure we could like. I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, but I feel like if you can't make this work, I don't want to answer. I don't actually want to hear your question. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like your question is going to be like some crazy next level shit, but you're free to write it. You will appreciate the level of patience I have shown at 2 fucking a.m. to let you try this 5 times. But I have given you very clear instructions. Number 1, mute your YouTube. And for 4 of the 5 attempts, you have not. That's crazy to me. Honestly, I'm not even trying to be rude about it. See, that's the freedom of association, right? Number 1, I don't have to talk to you. That's freedom of association right there. Number 2, I don't have a cutoff on this live. If I want, I could do this live till 8 a.m. I really could. I could literally like bring out a bottle of scotch. We could talk about life. In fact, let's do that. Fuck. Okay, hang on one sec. Let's have a drink at 2 a.m. I got to be up early though, but W winning. I'll be back. We're going to talk about life a little bit. All right, we got 27 comments. Okay, let's read this. Bro, so emotional over Scottie. Like, what the fuck? Irrational. I don't want to hear about talks about rational and irrational from people who can't work StreamYard links, bro. Like, what are you doing with your life? I was actually aiming for my Raptors. I have a Raptors glass, and I wanted to do a Raptors themed scotch. But you know, I don't necessarily want to promote drinking or whatever. But if anyone is an adult and healthily wants to, I mean, at 2 a.m., bro, you might have problems. I might have problems. But if you want to grab a beer or something like this, let's cheers to this or whatever. You know, cheers to you guys. Okay. So, point being, I'm not gonna be on playback. I'm gonna be on okay. Why don't y'all just, you know, we're having a hang session at this point. I feel like a lot of my lives take on like the more of the monologue type where I just preach and preach, but I don't feel like I interact enough. So why don't you ask me any questions you have? Life, basketball, about me, about Pensar basketball, about PC, literally whatever you want to know. This is an open round. Ask whatever you want. And the truth will be there. Cause you know, shit. Rob with that stamina without Irish moss. Respect. Dude. Who will be the next big star to be traded? Kevin Durant, DeMontis Sabonis. I think those are the two. If we're talking star, I don't see like how who could be the next big one? Darius Garland, maybe. I could see it. Nice one saying, take a sip for me, Pen. Birthday on June 6th. Shout out to you, man. Happy early birthday to you. Did you watch the Oilers game tonight? I did not. Can I get on? Don't have a specific question, just for talk around Raptors. I'm French, so maybe my English is a bit broken. Yeah, you could. The link has been posted. We can give this a try. Huh? Can you see Jokic leaving if Denver's front office continues to fail him? When's he a free agent? In a few years? I mean, I could see it. I could also see him retiring and going to play in Serbia. Jokic is like, does not give a fuck, you know? Like, he just does not care about what's conventional. He doesn't care if you think he's chubby. I love him. Like, as a person, I think he's just ace. So, you know, would I be shocked if like in 4 years from now they haven't won a championship and he just retires? No, I wouldn't be shocked at all. But him demanding a trade, that feels very not Jokic-ish. Bilel, what's up?
Hey, hello? Do
Hello.
you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up?
Yeah, cool. I wanted to talk about like, you know, the Giannis trade.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I wouldn't put Scottie in any trade, like other than maybe a Luka Doncic trade, to be honest.
Okay.
Like even Wemby, I wouldn't personally, but
So
that's my
you would
opinion
trade
on
him for Luka.
Wembanyama.
So you
I would maybe for a guy like Luka, because I think he's like, for me, he's the best player in the world, and he will be for the next 10 years, I would say.
okay.
And it's not that I don't rate like Wemby,
Mm-hmm.
but like I feel like he's not gonna achieve everything that we think he's gonna achieve. And I feel like
Am I
physically,
understanding right now that you would rather have Luka than Shea?
Yeah, I think probably.
I think you might
I think
be
maybe
higher on Luka than I am.
probably, but I think if I was Canadian, probably I would have said Shea too. But I don't know, cause I feel I'm pretty high on Scottie too, you know, and I feel like Luka and Scottie would work better than Shea and Scottie.
Yeah. Dwabi17 says, would you trade Scottie for Cade? Bro, I wouldn't trade Scottie for Cade and 5 first-round picks. Please be for real. Yeah, like I understand being irrationally high on a person. I'm irrationally high on Scottie Barnes, so I understand you're that way with Luka. I get it. I, for one, disagree. Like I think Wemby is worth more than Luka. I think right now I could argue Cooper Flag as an asset is worth more than Luka, but I do think Luka is going to bounce back next year, have a really great season, and people are going to remember all the great things about him. I do think he has a chance to be the best player in the world. I do think that. Right?
About Wemby?
No, Luka. I think I really do think he can be the best player in the world. But in terms of 10 years, typically guys who last and are great for that long typically take care of their body a lot. And Luka has not taken care of his body very well over the last 3 years. So we'll see. But the defense concerns me, and with Wemby and Shea and Ant and guys like that, there's two-way impact. I value two-way impact a lot. So yeah, that's
personally the real issue I can have with someone like Wembanyama is like, especially since I'm French, we talk even a lot more.
Oh, that's the worst part. You're French and you're oh
yes.
wow. French and went damn.
People
Okay,
talk way too much about it.
Since you are French, talk to me. If you know Noah Senge, Nolan Traore, are you a fan?
I don't know too much about these guys because, like, since we don't have the same time.
Right.
How can I explain? I don't really watch more than that, like the younger players or the college players.
But
like
but they're playing in Germany, aren't you? Are you calling?
No,
from...
I don't watch like that much either.
Where are you based?
I'm in Lyon, in France.
Oh, so they're on your time.
Yeah, but I don't really watch either way.
So you don't watch any EuroLeague, nothing?
No, not that much.
Okay, interesting.
But basically, I'm more into soccer, I would say.
Gotcha.
But no, I started watching, I think, basketball in like 2012, 2011. Big D-Rose fan, Kyrie fan, and
but apparently not a big enough Wemby fan. That's interesting.
No, the thing about Wemby is that I would say, how can I compare him, like to in France, like you got Mbappe.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Yeah,
and
but I really think Mbappe is a huge player. But
no, of course, one of the best players in the world. I don't think Wemby's like that though. But I may be tainted. I'm a little
right
bit,
now in France, Wemby is considered bigger than Mbappe, bigger than Désiré Doué, bigger than anybody.
I mean, literally, he is bigger than them. He's 7'5".
You know what I mean?
Of course.
And I think it's.
You just think he's hyped. You think he's too hyped.
I think he's like, yeah. We know the track record with guys that tall.
I also know the people that trained him, and believe me, he's not going to be injury prone like those guys.
I don't know. I feel like probably he could be.
I don't think so. Anyways, man, Bilel, thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate you.
Sure.
Have a great day. Peace.
Thank you.
See ya. Okay. Christian, you got to connect your mic or camera. Yeah, there we go. Christian, what's good?
I'm good, man. How you been?
How you been? Long time no talk.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I don't think you're gonna be too happy to hear what I have to say, though.
I know what you're about to say. Go ahead and say it.
Well, I was about to say, I'm just as big as a Scottie fan as you, but I don't think that's really possible. but I'm a big Scottie fan. But if Giannis is on the table, if it's reasonable, like
define reasonable.
I'd rather more players in it than picks, personally.
Right.
But
But you do know, like,
to make the
if
money
you,
work.
I mean, number one, to make the money work. Number two, if you want Giannis to be able to compete for championships, gutting
There
the
has to be
entire
something
roster, like
left over.
if you do like Giannis and Kyle Korver, it's not Kyle Korver, Kyle Kuzma. Fuck my life, Kyle Kuzma. Fuck man, I will move if Kyle Kuzma comes.
Oh
through,
no,
I
he
will
can't be in the
move.
trade
I'm
at all.
done.
He
Okay.
cannot be in the trade at all.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, you know, you got to think from their perspective too. Who they want to trade? I think Brook might be a free agent this summer. So, I mean, they're going to trade something else. I mean, assume it's Giannis by himself, and you trade Scottie plus Grady plus Jacoby plus Jamal Chat. I don't know, whatever. You just gutted your depth to some extent, right?
So
Now you're very top heavy.
I'm thinking just Scottie and RJ, and then this year's pick, and then maybe one more pick, and then that's probably as far as I would go.
Scottie, RJ, and a pick.
This pick, and then
That's reasonable. In fact, I would argue, if I'm not being a Scottie super homer, that you know that's underpaying. Like you're getting a way better player, Black. I get where you're coming from. Don't assume I'm an idiot. Like I hope
like
people,
to me, to me, just the idea of Giannis and BI on one team is like that's the best duo in the East.
Giannis and anyone is the best duo in the East because Embiid's not playing and Tatum's not playing. So like it's by default.
Exactly.
Giannis and Dame, Giannis and Jalen Brunson, Giannis and Scottie, Giannis and anyone. It doesn't matter who you pair him with. He's the best. I get it. Also, it kind of helps that, you know, all the other guys, they don't really have, like, he's just that much better than Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam for, you know, you don't need that much to fill in that gap.
Exactly.
I get what you're saying. I get what
it's just because
coming
it's Giannis. Because I don't see any other opportunities where there'd be a chance for the Raptors to get like a true top 3 player in the NBA, like a true top 3 player.
Right. So assume that you do have Giannis. Play this out. You have Giannis. You've gotten rid of RJ plus Scottie. I'm going to assume 2 first-round picks, and Grady is going out in that package because Scottie's value is not sky high right now. He had a tough year. He didn't make All-Star. Like, this is not last year's Scottie where you're selling him on like, oh my God, he might be 24 points a game next year. Like, people are like really selling Scottie stock right now, and you have to acknowledge that that's the value right now. You didn't do him any favors this year by changing his entire shot profile and all that stuff this year. So it was a development year for him, right? Like it was not a.
Let's play out that scenario then. So
you got IQ.
You got IQ.
BI, Giannis,
Jakob. I'll probably start Obaji.
Ochai.
Yeah, I'll start Ochai.
Is that okay? So, and then what's on your bench? Like I'm saying you trading Grady, so that's Grady's gone.
Okay, so you have
Jacoby, Shed,
Mobo, and then I think in that scenario, like, I think we kind of save some money in that scenario, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we could probably add maybe one more player.
Do we save money in that scenario because Scottie is 42 million? Yeah, we do save money.
And then RJ's 7, and then I think Grady's like 4, 5.
Yeah, I don't think the Bucks are going to take back that much more salary. So you're going to take fillers from the Bucks back. I'm actually going to pull up the trade machine and make your hypothetical trade a reality and see what this actually looks like, because I feel like
I wouldn't go any more than that. So that's just I wouldn't do anything more.
But you're taking but if you're trading Scottie plus RJ, you're taking back another contract because Giannis only makes like 54. So because like Scottie is 38.6 and RJ is 27. So sum total, like, yeah, they have to trade back somebody else, man. Pat Connaughton's probably the best bet. Yeah, I think that's the deal right there. Okay, yeah. So you get Pat. Hypothetically, right? So hypothetically in this deal, and by the way, like you're giving up picks, like you're probably giving up 3 picks. I'm gonna be honest, you're probably giving up number 9. Oh, I forgot you're giving up Grady Dick also.
If I could keep a pick, I'd rather give up Grady.
Yeah, I think number 9 and Grady are definitely going out in this deal. So like you don't give up future picks, but you're giving up number 9 at least. So yeah, I mean, does this deal work? Yeah,
Like,
it works.
This scenario, like you lose probably your 2 worst perimeter defenders.
That's fair. But you also lose your best defender and you get back a defender who is a reputational defender at this point, but maybe is not the greatest defender anymore. Like Giannis's defensive impact metrics have gone down a lot. Granted, he was like one of the best in the world at it. So him going down is not the biggest deal, but he's not like one man anchoring your defense anymore. That's not who he is right now.
That's fair. I agree with that. But I still feel like
so assume that this roster with Giannis, IQ, BI, you know, Ochai, that's some good pieces around him. I don't like Jakob next to Giannis at all. Hate that fit. I don't love it. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I prefer Giannis with a stretch big, but maybe that's because I'm used to him playing with Brook Lopez.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather keep like the first round picks, because you use that in the future and future deals to get that like ideal center. It doesn't have to be the first year. Like if Giannis really comes here, that's because he trusts Masai. Like, so I don't think it's gonna be like, okay, we got to win the first year type of thing. You're not gonna be like under the same like microscope you were like under Kawhi. Obviously, he's under contract for more years, obviously.
Sure.
But yeah, so like I don't think like you just have to. But I just think like with that, like with those two, like you're getting through the East, or at least you have a good chance of it. Like I just don't believe in the Pacers like that or New York. So
okay. So I mean, even if I believe, and I don't really, but let's assume that I think Giannis plus BI plus IQ plus Ochai plus Jakob plus I don't know what off the bench, because you really don't have much, right? I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm counting on Ochai.
A big year from Jacoby personally.
Okay, me too. Yeah, I am.
I think Shed showed some things at the end of the year that he could be a solid backup.
Okay.
And and like I forget his name, but like I really think he's gonna be a good long time player, knockdown shooter. What's his name again?
Jameson
Battle. So that's why I feel comfortable trading Grady as well, because like it's funny enough, like Grady has a reputation as a great shooter, but Battle's been the better shooter, even though like it's like 1 year, so we can't really, it's not really comparable, but so far.
Sure. Okay.
But yeah.
I mean, I don't think this team wins a championship.
No. Probably not the first year, but like.
And then the second year, you're old. You're like old, man. Like Yak is post 30, Giannis is 32. Like your window is closing fast. You got 3 years max to milk this. And you've lost 3 young assets, 4 very primo young assets in this deal. One potential superstar, in my opinion, is Scottie Barnes. Who knows what you get with number 9? And you've gotten very expensive. And Giannis's next deal in the new CBA, bro, it's starting at about 75 million. So good luck.
Well, Scottie's next deal is going to be crazy as well, too.
No, it's not. It's 38 million, bro. It's 225. Yeah, but that's 5 years from now. 5 years from now, he'll be expensive. But Giannis will be expensive 2 years from now because he has a player option on a 3rd year and he's opting out. If he's doing well, he's opting out 100%. If he's had a career-ending injury, then okay, he's not opting out. But in most scenarios, he's opting out. So you have him for 2 years under contract. I think he stays, obviously, you know, Masai, all that connection, whatever. But you know, like honestly,
but I still think I'm getting if I can get like this like top 3 player production guaranteed for like nothing's guaranteed for like the next 5 years to like 2030, I think it's worth it.
When have you? Okay, so I'm sure you've watched enough basketball in your life.
For sure.
When have you seen a player of Giannis's archetype age well past 34? And please don't say LeBron. I'm talking about a quick twitch athlete, downhill driver who does not shoot. The examples are like, who are we talking about? We're talking about Russell Westbrook, Derrick Rose, not a great shooter. You
But he's
know,
bigger than all those guys, though.
facts. He is bigger, but Amari was bigger too. I know he's better than Amari. Please understand. I understand he's better than Amari and Sean Kemp and those guys. But the Twitch athleticism, when that's your separator, when that's how you get advantages, because LeBron, Jokic, Luka, they get advantages by outthinking the game. A lot of it. With LeBron, it's a cheat code because he was also out physically in the game. But when the physical advantages go away for LeBron, he's no longer a great defender. He's no longer the greatest driver. When the physical advantages go away for Kevin Durant, you know, he's older now. He doesn't drive to the rim as much. His rim finishing isn't as great. Frequency is not as great. They can still shoot and they can still think the game. With Giannis, I've always questioned his decision making. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he processed the game super well. I think his career, if I'm being honest, I don't think he's gonna be a top 3 player for the next 3 years. Forget 5 years. I don't think he's gonna be a top 3 player for the next 2 years.
Well, I guess that's where we differ then. I just think he will.
I don't know where Christian went there. You need to.
All right, like I muted myself.
No worries.
Like I guess that's where we differ because like even if he has like a steady like decline from here on out to like within those 5 years, like at the end of this, like he's what, a top 15 player at 34.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like I'm not seeing some statistical like drop off, but I mean, I'll pull this up. Hang on. And again, stats are not everything, but it is something.
But I didn't just call just to talk about this scenario. I actually wanted to talk about the RJ situation as well too. Well, RJ wasn't mentioned in the trade scenario with Cam Johnson, but like it's so obvious it'd be RJ going the other way. Because like, the contracts just match up so obviously. Like I think Cam's 20 and then RJ's 27, so like it's so obvious. Like, and they mentioned like a bad contract going bad, even though I don't think RJ's a bad.
I don't think RJ's a bad contract at all.
That's probably the reputation he has in the league.
It's an unfair reputation
for sure, but like that's probably the reputation he has. So like it's so obvious that, and like I'm a big RJ fan as well too. I think he compliments Scottie in a way, like personality wise, in a good way, because like RJ just has that mentality, just like go go go, and I think sometimes Scottie needs to be pushed in that way sometimes,
right?
Because it's natural with like really naturally talented players can't always get up for every scenario because like like for every game, like for Charlotte, like on a Tuesday night or something like that. So like I feel like in that way he compliments Scottie well in that way, but I wouldn't mind that trade honestly because I think Cam's a good fit, especially now that we have BI on the team. So
I think like here's the thing, like I've known,
but I think the only reason they make that trade is because like they know the person they really want at 9 isn't there. I think that's the only way they make that trade, though.
I don't actually think there's a huge differentiation in value between Cam and RJ. So adding the number 9 overall pick is just a non-starter for me. I'm not adding number 9 and like unless like if it's a trade back, like maybe I could think about it. Like if Carter Bryant is off the board, Kamal Malawach off the board, I'm not enamored with anybody. The Nets have multiple picks. Right.
Yeah.
So if they want to trade 2 of their later picks, like I don't know what they have. I think they have 18 or 24 or something like that.
They're sending 19. So we're giving up 9. They're sending 19.
Oh, they would need to send more than 19, my man. Like they would have to send 19 and Cam plus like 24 for RJ and number 9. Like that's how I would do it. And that's only permitting Carter and Kaman are off the board and Khan is off the board. Like
I think that's going to be the scenario if like whoever, like if for some reason like 2 players that they really wanted, for me it would be Kaman and Noah, or Carter or Malawach in your scenario. So in that scenario, I think that's the only way they really consider it. But yeah, It's interesting though. It'd be and like because I right when I heard about it, I went and listened to Locked On
Big
Locked On
board.
Nets or Locked On Brooklyn.
Okay.
And then he was interviewing the guy that actually reported it, who broke the news about, or I guess who broke the news, and like he was saying that like it seems fairly legit. He was saying like it's pretty legit. As somebody he's known for a very long time who told him, and then like he didn't ask about it, like the person just kind of volunteered it to him. In a way, it's pretty interesting. I'd recommend if you have time, go listen to it. So he kind of gives a little details that to me makes it seem like it's legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, I've known that the Raptors have had interest in Cam Johnson for like a couple of years now. Like I heard tidbits about how they wanted him when he was on Phoenix and they were interested in him. And obviously last year, I thought with the way the Nets were going, Cam's a winning player. The Nets are obviously looking to lose. I thought, shit, like we could trade Bruce Brown in a first round pick and get this guy. I would do it in a heartbeat. And I made a video about it last year about his agent and how, there might be some connections there, but it didn't come to fruition. So I'm not shocked that the Raptors see Cam Johnson as a good fit. Actually, I see him as a great fit in Toronto. I think the problem is trading number 9 for Cam Johnson when he has a very lengthy injury history. Like you are banking a lot of your future value on 2 players who are very injury prone. Like RJ is healthy as an ox, right? Generally speaking. Emmanuel Quickly has been relatively healthy despite playing 33 games this year. Scottie Barnes has been relatively healthy. But Brandon Ingram plus, you know what I mean? Cam Johnson, that's a lot of...
Let's say this is draft night. In your scenario, Madwatch and Carter are off the board. You wouldn't consider this?
I would consider it because I do have some faith that there will be some good players available at 18 and 24 that could, provide some value. To me, this draft comes down to Carter Bryant. Like, I'm 100% in on this guy. Like, so in, you don't know. Like, to me, it's like, as prospects, I would rank them as Scottie, Carter, Dyson. No, Scottie, Carter, Amen, Dyson. Like, that's how I see it. Like, among the players that I'm, like, super fucking high on. Those are the guys. So, I just buy what this guy's about. I believe him. Some people say it's performative. Some people say it's like, he's just well-spoken. He's scripted. He's saying the right stuff. I'm like, nah, this is just who he is, bro. Like, I talked to enough people around this guy's circle and orbit who have no reason to lie about him. And they're just like, he's obsessed. He's obsessed calling your fucking assistant coach at like 5:30 in the morning saying, like, get me in the gym for a workout right now. Like, bro, go to sleep, Carter. Fuck. You know what I mean?
I like Carter a lot too. It's just like I just needed to see more because like I just have a hard time believing that like a D1 coach is just gonna not play like this talented of a player. And
yes,
like
that's what he did.
Stuff too.
But that's what he did, man. Like everyone in Wildcats country was going crazy all year. Like, why is this guy not playing more? He's outperforming the player who's playing ahead of him. But Tommy Lloyd wanted to play who he wanted to play. He wanted to play his upperclassmen. And I think, personally, I'm not trying to be conspiratorial about it. They probably thought they could coerce Carter into coming back an extra year. He's in love with Arizona. His family went to Arizona. He was a kid. Like, I think he's posted so many pictures of himself being like 8 years old, 9 years old, like going to Arizona games. They probably thought this guy's a dumbass. He's going to come back. We're going to underplay him this year. Next year, we're going to have this great recruiting class. We're going to overplay him. And, he's going to go top 5, top 6 in the draft, but I see the holes in his game. There's nothing in his game that suggests he's not one of the top 3 players on that team. He should have been a starter.
Yeah.
100%.
And to me, it's not even the fact that he came off the bench. Like, I that's why I don't like when people kind of compare it to the scenario that Scottie
Marvin Williams, Scottie Barnes
off the bench, because like I think it's totally different compared to Scottie, because Scottie had the ball in his hands when he was on the court. Like,
Scottie was the best player on Florida State that year. I don't know what
he
people
was. Like when he was on the court, you knew he was the best player.
Facts.
And you could see that when he was on the court. Like with Carter, you see it in like glimpses here and there. So yeah, like to me, I just see I see OG. I just see OG, and maybe like just a more fluid OG. maybe that makes a huge difference. Maybe
It's
that's
a
like an
huge
all-star.
difference, though. Like, number one, more fluid. Number two, I think he processes the game way better than OG. Like, OG was one of my favorites, you know. Like, I love OG.
Yeah.
Never gonna talk shit about OG. I think he's a more fluid athlete. He's a slightly bigger athlete. Maybe not wingspan wise, but like he's slightly bigger. I think he's more athletic than OG. He's way more fluid, as I mentioned. I think at the same age, he's a much better shooter.
OG's
right?
kind of a freak, though.
Hmm?
You think he's more athletic than OG? OG's kind of a freak.
I do think he's a better athlete than OG. Yeah, I do. I think he's a better athlete than OG. I think Carter is like
Functionally, for sure. I think so too.
like he's freakishly athletic. Like he is so balanced, is nuts. Like his coordination in midair is insane. His hand-eye coordination is nuts. Like I think OG lags behind in terms of athleticism because very often it feels like he has two left feet.
Yeah.
Right. With Carter is never two left feet. Like he is like very fluid. And
OG, you get worried when he's like has a fast break like on zero. Sometimes like you get worried like you might.
I mean, we saw it. We saw him
Saw it
break
in the
an
playoffs,
open layup. Like,
I would
you
never
know,
be like I would never be concerned about Carter in that situation. Like never at
Exactly.
all. Like
yeah. Like I think Carter has shown so much more shot making potential at the same age. Like even
Oh, yeah.
even though he didn't show it at Arizona, I've watched enough high school tape of him, you know, to see like some of the pull up jump shooting, some of the dribble crossover manipulation, ball handling, pick and roll manipulation stuff. He has it. He has it. Like he has all the budding juice to become a star. Like he's not a star, but I think his growth is like delayed by a couple of years because he didn't play a lot in high school, right? So in a lot of ways, yeah, he's been around the game. He has an unfair advantage. His dad is fucking legend, right?
He's a little older as well too.
He's
But, like,
19. He's 19 and a bit. Yeah.
I thought he was 20.
No, he's 19.
Oh, okay. But like other than that, like I like him a lot. He's probably like my fourth guy that I want for Raptors. Like for me, it goes maybe he's third.
He's
for me, like it goes Malo,
Yeah.
and then Noah, and then Carter. Like that's how it for me. Like
he's gonna be 20 in November. So he's ironically, and I forgot to mention this, he's born on the same day I'm born. He's my birthday twin, November 26th. So that might actually explain at least 10% of my affinity for Carter, but only 10%. Only 10%. The other 90% is just made up by the archetype. Like I'm just obsessed with the archetype of a 1 through 4 switchable wing.
Yeah.
Who can legitimately get on the court right away. Like it's why I liked Paul George as a prospect. It's why I liked Amen as a prospect. Like I just like players who can play, you know, because again, the reps will come, but if I can't get you on the court, like because you don't have the skills to keep you on the court, like your confidence might break. You know, I might not be able to play you. I got to lose all the minutes I play you. You're not a dummy. So you realize every single time you come on the court because you're such a bad defender, the other team goes on a 10-0 run. I got to bench you. I don't know, man. It can break a player's confidence. So yeah, I love Carter. I really hope we don't pass on him. I like Noah Senge. I like Con Knipple. I like Cedric Howard. I like a lot of players in this draft, man. But like Carter is to me like a special one.
Yeah, I'm cool with like those three I mentioned right there. If we leave with any of those three, like I'm cool with them. But like I can't lie, like I really like Noah. Like to me, what he's doing at 18 is it's really impressive, honestly. Like to have that, like the free throw rate, that's like what's really impressive to me. Like he's doing that at 18 and probably weighs like 190 pounds. And he's getting to the line as much as.
But does it translate though with Noah? Like, does it translate like the fifth strongest league in Europe? I don't know if that translates to better than Division 1, but I certainly don't think it's like more. Like, what would Noah Senge look like facing the same competition as Cooper Flag? That's kind of my concern.
I think he looked really good because the funny thing is he's only like a couple days younger than Cooper. I think he's like the second youngest player in the draft. But we saw him play against NBA players like just like 9 months ago when he played against Portland and scored 20 points. So like we kind of saw the way there what it kind of would look like in the league in a way.
Right.
So like to me, the fact that he's been able to do that against NBA competition and then against pros, even if it is like the 5th league, I don't know how comparable it is to like the league that Bilal played in. I think Bilal played in a way better league actually. Bilal played in a way better league. But like, yeah, I think he's gonna have the same. Well, he's having that type of rise right now. I was intrigued because they said they were gonna have like measurables for the guys that weren't able to go to the Chicago Combine.
Yeah, they did the Treviso measurements. Yeah, but I don't think they did Noah's because he's still playing right now.
Yeah, so I was yeah, that's what I was disappointed about.
Reported he has I think he's 6'10" with a 6'11" wingspan.
Yeah, that's why I really wanted to check out. Yeah, he doesn't look that long, but then like I heard like he has like a standing reach of like 9.2, so like he either has like really long legs or like yeah, because that doesn't match.
He has high shoulders. That's what helps him. He has high shoulders, but he has narrow shoulders, so it's going to help his standing reach, but it's going to hurt his wingspan. I totally get it. That's just that works out. And I mean, honestly, like the wingspan only helps you with deflections and shit. Like the standing reach is what helps you with the shot blocking and the shot contests, right?
Yeah.
Especially at the rim. I do think he's going to be a productive defender. I'm just kind of worried about his body type. You know, like, is he the type that puts on weight ever? You know, is he the guy who's always going to be like super maga, like 220, 225?
It's funny because like so this is kind of like my this is like my Brian Carter Bryant. Sorry, I apologize. Oh, so like because I kind of went like on like a little down a rabbit hole, like doing my little research on him as well too. So like it's funny, like he was actually fat as a kid.
Carter?
No, Noah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of funny that he's so thin now. So like, and I saw a picture, like he was actually fat, that his parents actually thought about getting him into rugby at first because like he was so like big. But like, yeah.
That's hilarious. But actually that sort of checks out. I heard this rumor once that if you're fat as a kid, you're going to be really skinny as an adult. And I was a little bit chubby as a kid up until about the age of 3, 4. And apparently, you know, I'm real thin. So, yeah. I mean,
I've just always been skinny, so I can't relate. So,
there you go. Flex, my man. Flex.
That's not a flex. Like, not skinny. Well, I don't know.
No, I don't think you're skinny. I've met you in person. You're not that skinny.
Oh yeah, that's like now. Well, now I have, I guess my grown man weight on me. So it's kind of different when I was in high school. A little too skinny back then, but it is what it is. But yeah. But yeah, so anyways, that's interesting. So any of those threes I'm cool with. But like, yeah. But if those three guys are gone and like I have the option of getting Cam Johnson that I just feel like just fits better than RJ on this team, then I'm cool with that. Yeah. Again,
I just think, you know, with Cam, it's like I totally understood a first plus British bound because you're not really giving up anything. You're just giving up a contract. Giving up RJ plus assets for Cam feels like, am I selling low on RJ? What has Cam Johnson done in the past year that puts his value above RJ? You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at. Like, to me, it's like, yo, you're the Nets. Like, fuck the hell off. Like, you could use a guy like RJ Barrett to sell, you know, I mean, he could be your leading scorer next year.
Like 9 to 19 is that much of a drop off though? And if you get like 26 as well too, or whatever they have.
Well, I think like the question that you need to ask is, would you trade 9 for 19 or is that 18 and 26? Would you just make that deal without the players involved? No, probably not, right?
Those three guys off the board?
Yeah. But I mean, Colin Murray-Boyles might still be on the board.
I don't really care that much for him.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. What do you not like about him? He's awesome, man. Like, he's such a good passer, such a great defender, really great driver.
I think he's a good player, just not
bro. Like without he's basically mellow without a jump shot, and just like all the jump shooting went into like his defense. You know, like I'm not kidding. Like I watched Melo at Syracuse, and I think CMB dominates the game a lot, like Melo does.
Like where does that fit in on this team, though? That's
that's the thing. Like if he's backup 5. I don't care, you know, like he's basically taking Mobo's spot. or Ulrich's spot. Like he's way more talented than those guys.
I think we tried to do the whole 6'7" backup center thing with Mobile last year, and I don't think that came back with great results at all. So like,
he's weirdly enough stronger than Mobo. I know Mobo's taller and maybe a little bit taller and a little bit older, but you know, CMB is like very physical. Like he's not going to get bodied. And I do think, you know, they put up comparable stats, right? And very comparable stats, actually. You know, analytically, they were both like around 11 and change, box plus minus. But Mobo did it in the West Coast Conference. Like CMB, he did it in like a very good conference. So I think there's a big difference here. And also, Mobo did it at 23 and CMB did it at 20.
I'd personally just rather fall back at 19 and take Maxim for backup center.
Take who?
What's his name? Renault? Maxime? Is that his name?
Oh, Maxime Renault. I mean, shit. Like, there's defensive concerns there, but he's also a late bloomer. I know the Raptors have an affinity for late bloomers. He was like basically a walk-on. Might be a genius. I've heard some rumors that he might be like a genius. He went for like the top.
I'd just rather a backup center with size, personally. I think this team's already too small, and like,
sure,
I don't want any more undersized. Any players that are undersized at any position.
There might be a big center available at 39. I mean, if you wanted to take a flyer on Hanson Yang or maybe Rocco Zikarsky, like you can get like a lot of size.
He kind of intrigues me a little bit. I don't know why.
Who? Hanson Yang?
I kind of like him. I like
the playmaking and the scrimmage setting.
Yeah.
But I worry a little bit about the athleticism, but I certainly see the intrigue. And by the way, he was the defensive player of the year in China. I don't know what that means, to be honest. Like I really don't. Like I don't know if that holds any weight, but he won it. So shit.
Like I'm thinking like his like best case scenario is like Marc Gasol, like Raptors Marc Gasol.
Defense, bro. Where is this? Like I don't know if his defense is gonna be Marc Gasol defense, but yeah, I mean, shit. Like I don't know. Like I haven't watched enough tape of Hanson Yang. I gotta watch more.
It was kind of like dropped off like a lot from his Memphis legit like defensive player of the year days. So like, yeah. I'm not saying like prime Marc Gasol.
Have you watched Jameer Watkins of Florida State?
No, I haven't watched him. I've read about him quickly, but yeah, he seems interesting. He should be around 39.
He should be. He was like previously projected at like close to 50, 55, 60, but you know, with all the players that have come off the board, he might be the best player available at 39 for the Raptors. And I think he could be like one of those guys who could just get on a court and contribute right away. And he has a little bit of dog in him and a little bit of late bloomer potential, a little bit of passing, playmaking. I'm not expecting it to turn into like anything great, but it could just be a really good Ochai replacement. Who knows? Jump shooting is a little bit shaky. I like so many players in this draft, but unfortunately, a lot of them will be gone before the Raptors pick at 39. So I really wish like the Portland Trailblazers can go back in time and just have a worse season so we could pick at 32. But yeah. Anyways, Christian, thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate you. Nice to talk to you after a long period of time. But yeah,
ask you one more thing before I go about
what's up.
Finals. Obviously, I'm going OKC probably in 5 or 6. But like I think the games will be more competitive than people think. I actually think Indiana might take game 1 because like I feel like everybody's kind of counting them out, and I feel like that usually gets to players, especially young players. Sure. And like OKC might come out like kind of like not like on point and kind of like might lose game 1, but then after that they're gonna be like ready to go, and then just it's going to be like 4 straight after that. So I think it is their best chance for Indiana winning.
I could see it like when I first, first of all, when Indiana first advanced, I was like OKC in 3. Like I'm done. Like I don't think Indiana has a chance in hell. Over the last couple of days, I've listened to a lot of people explain why that's not the case and why Indiana might be a little bit better than I'm projecting. And I think it's just part of like me just does not trust Pascal Siakam in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
That could be wrong. Like if Pascal plays really well, I have to give him a lot of credit because he's going to be solving a defense that Julius Randle and Nikola Jokic could not solve.
I'm
So that
it's
has
crazy
to be
that,
like
I'm
wow.
expecting him not to have like a great series, but I'm not expecting him to be the one not to show up. I'm expecting it to be Hallie. Because funny enough, like he's probably the one player in here that has the most experience in this round out of both teams, funny enough, probably.
Pascal?
Yeah. So
He does. Yeah, he does.
I feel like because there's no pressure on him. So I feel like he won like Eastern Conference Finals MVP. He's on like even if they lose, like it's gonna be on Hallie. So like I feel like he's gonna play with like nothing to lose. And I think that's when he plays his best. He plays worse when there's pressure on him. So I actually feel like he's not gonna be the one that struggles all that much. I actually expect him to have a pretty good game.
Who is the one player on Indiana that OKC can't guard straight up? They have to send double.
Nobody. There's
Exactly.
nobody really.
And that's the problem because with New York there were automatic doubles because anytime Jalen Brunson gets stuck on anybody, you have to send help. Carlton Towns, you have to send help. OKC doesn't have to help. That is what I'm banking my whole prediction on, which is that if OKC does not have to help, Pascal and Hallie are not stars. Like they're not real superstars.
But the one weakness of OKC is that they give up a lot of open threes.
They do. But they
And,
give
like,
up open threes as a concession to not being able to stop a player one-on-one.
Yeah, and I feel like one of these games, like Indiana's just going
But
to be.
Jokic is the player they give up. Like, okay, so Jokic and like which player on Indiana scared?
I don't know if you can hear me, but you kind of froze. Hello?
Sorry, y'all. We lost internet. Fuck Rogers. Seriously. Ed Rogers, if you ever watch this, bro, fix your customer service, your tech reps, your technology. I am sick of Rogers internet, bro. Damn. Okay. Sorry to Christian. Sorry to cut you off, man. This is probably as good a time as any. Nearly 4 hours into this live stream. My God, 4 hours into a live stream. It's got to be a webcam problem. No, my friend. It was, how did the stream stay up? Because the good people at StreamYard do not cut you off because Roger's internet sucks balls. Okay. So, pump fake for liquor. Bro, we re-upped because we ran out and we re-upped. And you know what's crazy is I got to be up in like a few hours to do player's choice. And then tomorrow I'm going to be on the playback stream. I'm going to be on the playback stream doing game 1 of the NBA finals. I am honored, truly honored that player's choice asked me to do that. That's going to be really fun. You're funny. Terrence Davis probably telling Christian, you're the captain now. Christian, if you want to call back in, you can definitely call back in. Sleep deprived on the panel getting cooked. Hell no, man. I'm gonna be if I have zero sleep, I will 100% still cook on the panel. Okay, so truth, like I was talking before, you know, Christian called in about freedom. The Raptors value freedom very much. I'm gonna ramble about life freedom for the next minute and a half to get this to 4 hours because I just subconsciously want this. I mean, I consciously want this to get to 4 hours. What I will say is that very many people in my life have gone through life without freedom, you know, and I don't know if you have freedom until you actually have freedom and you realize you never had freedom to begin with, right? It's a very, very important thing. Pen, please bookmark that. Bookmark what? Pen, you good, bro. I love your never duck smoke. No, I definitely do not duck smoke. I do not duck smoke. There is no smoke ducking ever. Don't be surprised to see 2 OKC plus 20 and a close where Shea scores 50. That's a pretty solid prediction. I should probably talk about the NBA Finals because I don't think I'm going to do a live before the NBA Finals. Let me just briefly talk about it. Obviously, I expect the OKC Thunder to win. I expect them to win handily. I expect them to win easily. But, you know, the Indiana Pacers deserve some credit. They've obviously gotten here. They are the best team in the Eastern Conference since January 1st per the win percentage. I just think they have had some very favorable matchups. Not Donald Fagan with a $4.20 super chat, which I really appreciate right now. That's very cool. 420. This is the hour of 420, I guess. I'm not a big weed smoker. Would you believe that? I tried it a few times through college, but I'm not one for the ganja. So interesting how many people I know that got locked up for weed and now it's legal. It's like, what the fuck, man? But my point on freedom in life, freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom is a must, man. I'm quoting Lean on that one. Y'all know the song? Hold on, I'm gonna get myself canceled and play the song. Hang on. Do y'all know the song? I'm gonna play like I'm playing like 4 seconds of it. Hang on. Trust. Freedom is mine. Go check out that song, man. That song is eternally goated. I love this song. Shout outs to Toronto artists. Freedom is a must. Absolutely. You know, as a kid, I observed my parents not have freedom of association. I remember my dad coming home borderline every fucking day, complaining about his boss, complaining about his coworkers. And if he quit his job, then we were homeless and we had to move. We had to move states. We had to move to a different fucking county, and I had to get new friends. I swear to God, there was a year in grade 2 where I switched schools 3 times. 3 times? And shit, we moved from Avenel to Edison to no, we moved from Washington Heights to Avenel, New Jersey to Edison, New Jersey. 3 different schools in 1 year. That's not freedom. That's not freedom. That's not stability. You know? So the way I see it is, you know, you gotta, what the fuck, pen, no big lean, I'm crying. Of course, lean is awesome, man. Know a lot of Toronto rappers. Personally, I know a lot of Toronto rappers. Yeah. So the way I see it is, you know, when you're talking about freedom, it is freedom of association. It is freedom of choice, freedom of speech. I don't do well in situations where I'm told I have to say this or say that. No, I speak my mind all the time. I'll never not speak my mind. So if I think that Carter Bryant is the 3rd best player in this cycle, cool. I'm gonna say that. And what's the worst that's gonna happen is, you know, I'm gonna be wrong and he's gonna turn into not that player, and people can be like, cook pen, cook this, cook that, cook nothing. You know, whatever. I take a chance. And you know, we probably need more people in the world that are just willing to think for themselves and be willing to be wrong. I think cook culture probably like ruins a lot of shit. If I could go back to, you know, 5 months ago, I was on the panel talking about Shea having one of the best guard seasons of all time. I put him up there with 2017 Curry, 06 Kobe, and I said, you know, this is one of the greatest guard seasons we've ever seen. And people just could not believe that I was putting them in those conversations. And now it's like consensus. It's consensus. People are just saying that, Nerd Sesh saying that, so and so. So yeah, like, do you get credit for being first and taking all the tomatoes while everyone just kind of sits with what you're having to say? How am I trying to tie like my life into the Raptors? You know what I mean? Like it's totally different. For me, observing my parents have very little freedom, watching my mom work 3 jobs just to kind of make ends meet. To me, I was just like, I'm getting a blueprint of a woman that has incredible toughness. I mean, some people really do complain about 40 hours. My mom works 70 hours a week sometimes, you know? And so it kind of instilled a toughness in me that I can go and work this many hours. I can go and work, you know, I could be on the basketball team, on the rugby team, on the tennis team, still getting good grades, and I could still work 30 hours a week. I could do all of that because that's just the toughness. But I had a vision for my life that it was going to be free, and I was not going to be beholden to, you know, people telling me what to say and people telling me what to do and some boss breathing down my neck, holding a fucking promotion. You know, fuck it. Not Donald Fagen. Have a shot. Be great for. This ain't a shot. This is whiskey. But, you know, shout outs to Black Label, Johnny Walker, you know. Unlike NBA Chev, I can, however, hold my liquor because that's the Serbian blood in me. I can hold my liquor. I could use a 70-hour Pensari stream week. 70 hours is tough. But you know what? If there is one person who is actually built to do a 70-hour stream, it's probably me. I could do it. I could 100% do it. Jake saying 300 people at this hour. Yeah, Pensar basketball got motion, man. It's international motion. It's different than normal motion because normal motion, you know, typically dies out around 1 a.m. When you have motion at 3 a.m., that's like That's some serious motion. 40 Creek whiskey. If you haven't tried it, you should. I have not tried it. No, I have not. Are we going live till 8 a.m.? I mean, y'all ask some questions, man. Ask some questions. Pen, you been on that caffeine like that or no? I mean, I'm pretty sure I had coffee before this. But I do want to say, you know, when you quit caffeine, your brain absolutely like flips. Like I went without caffeine for a week. The first day I had a headache. The second day I had fever dreams. I think the third day I had probably the craziest set of dreams I've ever had. Like it really does fuck your brain up a little bit. Alex Waves says it's the Shane Waves. What's up, bud? Okay, ask questions, bro. Ask questions. Okay, question number 1. Including the Luka trade, will 25 be the craziest year for trades, assuming all these big assets are looking to be moved? Yes. I think the Luka trade alone is probably the most random, unexpected trade in NBA history. It's right up there. Right up there. I haven't gone a day without caffeine in like a year. You should try it. Caffeine is not great for your brain. And it's also the greatest thing for your brain. I don't know which of those. Alex Wave says your camera is even tired. My camera has an occasional, you know, brain fart when it comes to focus. Yes, it has a brain fart when it comes to focus. You're still streaming. Yes, I am. OT87. Pen, I know we all love Scottie, but does management force Masai to win now, ditch, rebuild? No. No. Management is not forcing Masai to do anything. But I will tell you, if Scottie does get traded for Giannis, I will almost guarantee that management had everything to do with it, and Masai had very little to do with it. Ownership. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I appreciate the super chat. Yeah. No, it's just, why do you always wear the same clothes? Well, I don't always wear the same clothes. So for starters, I wear a different shirt every single day. I have about 22 different black, dark blue shirts that I cycle through. I have 4 different hoodies, 3 Story Over Everything hoodies, and 1 which is this yellow and black hoodie. And I alternate. Why do I always wear what looks like the same clothes? Like, because I mean, I'm pretty much shoulders down, so you could pretty much assume I look the same every single day. Why do I do that? And how many times I've been trolled about it and I don't change it? Well, let's weigh out the options. Number 1, I don't have enough clothes. Well, that's definitely not true. I definitely have enough clothes, and I threw out, I want to say 85% of my wardrobe when I was decluttering 3 years ago, and I've never been happier. Number 2, I'm too poor to afford different clothes or a different hat or whatever. Well, that's definitely not true, and I definitely don't need to show you my bank account to prove that. I'm a little bit like Steve Jobs' mindset in terms of this. I think you have the capacity to make a certain number of decisions every single day, and every decision you have to make that's not automated is a drain on your brain. So for me, I want to make fewer decisions that are stupid, right? Deciding which hat to wear, deciding which hoodie to wear. I'm cycling, you know? I have literally, like, when I do laundry, I fold my clothes in order, and then I wear my clothes in order. I'm not kidding. I show you my closet. There's like a stack of t-shirts that are about 18 high, 20 high, and I just wear them one by one. Do I have suits? Yes, I do. Expensive suits, nice suits, Jean Paul Gaultier, you know, from back in the day when I actually gave a fuck about this kind of stuff. But now it's like I just pick the shirt that's on top I put it on, a shower, get ready, put on the shirt, put on any hoodie that I see. It's one of the four. I know it's one of the four, whichever one's clean. And yeah, do laundry every 2 weeks. That's what it is. I really don't care. And it's sort of messed up, but like I remember I went to I was president of a fraternity. I don't think a lot of people know that about me, and I don't think I've shared that on here. But yes, I was president of Phi Delta Theta Toronto chapter, U of T chapter in 2011, 2012. And met a lot of people there. Very cool, very, very great experience. I'm very happy for it. Wouldn't change it for the world. I think a lot of people are just like, you frat president? I don't think so. Bro, like, yeah, absolutely. Leadership has not always been my strong suit, but I've always tried for it. And there's probably no delicate way to put this, but I pulled. I definitely pulled. Bro. This might be the whiskey talking, but I definitely pulled in my day. And I think at that time, I just kind of learned not to care about appearances and stuff like that, and having the most expensive suit or whatever. I mean, there was a time when I really did care about that. I really did. And then I just stopped caring. Since you have a frugal mindset, what's your go-to meal? 4 eggs and 2 pieces of toast is my go-to breakfast. Bowl of pasta is probably my go-to lunch. And I'm actually a pretty good cook. You may not believe that. I don't know if you believe that, but I'm actually a very good cook. So I can make Hakka Chinese food. I'm very good at it. I can make a lot of different dishes within the Hakka sphere. I can make a lot of Indian food, Italian food, German food, English food, like tons, South American meals. Yeah, so to me, like, the pandemic was great because I thought I was an okay cook before the pandemic. I'm like, Alex Wave saying cap. Oh, bro, no cap. 100% I can cook. I am a very good cook. You're going to be on Player's Choice tomorrow. Yeah, twice. A lineup with Scottie, KD, Scottie, IQ, BI. Come on, Malowich. What's the ceiling for that team? And is that lineup better than Giannis, IQ, Ochai, BI, and Jakob? I think it is better. I do. Because I think KD is that good. KD and Scottie basically replacing Giannis, like Ochai being a weak link, a player you can sort of scheme off of, a player you can force into, having to put the ball on the floor, not the greatest decision maker. I just think the first lineup has fewer holes. Kaman being able to shoot a little bit, being more of a shot blocker at this point, maybe than Jakob. I don't know. Like, I guess it kind of depends on how high you are on Kaman. But I'm not mad at Kaman, yo. I led a brigade for Kaman all year. I think this is going back to like last year when I interviewed Joe Tuamu. I was very high on Kaman. I became higher on him as the season went on. I think when he was consistently ranked 15th, 16th on the mock drafts, I was like, yo, like, this guy's probably gonna be a top 5 player in this draft. I think Carter kind of came out of nowhere for me. And if I'm being honest, like, there's just certain players that you see them, you hear them, you watch them play enough, and you're like, yeah, that's gonna be successful. And it's very anecdotal. Like, to me, Dyson Daniels was a fringe first rounder. And then I got into a conversation with one of the players who was training with him. And he's like, yo, you need to look at Dyson. Like, he's really great, high enough on him. And he sent me like a 10-minute clip of their workout together. And how he was doing that workout just kind of sold me. I was like, that's it. When you see it, you see it. I'm like, I'm sold. Dyson Daniels, I'm a fan for life. You know, it's not difficult to sell. It's not easy to sell me on a player like that. You know, with Jordan Hawkins, I think I might have just been a little bit too early and maybe just bought in a little bit too much of the hype. But like, it's the same thing with Ibmisi last year. You know, kind of hear his story, right? Not Donald Fagenson. I'm hopeful and looking forward to seeing some Shamshi in summer league. It sucks that he had an injury setback, but at least it was a partial tear. I hope he can work his way back into some bench minutes. Yeah, I think Ulrich is awesome, man. You know, just in terms of where I saw him to where he's gotten in the NBA, like, you know, G League is not an easy, like, it's not difficult, but it's not easy competition. It's definitely such a huge step up from BAL, like where he was playing before. I would argue the G League is on par, if not higher competition than what Noah Senge is facing, you know, in German league. And in terms of like just the talent of competition, I think it's better. So when I think Ulrich is just averaging 3 blocks a game in G League, I'm very impressed. Penn, what's the highest level of basketball you played? Well, I thought that I would get a Division 1 scholarship. I really did. And then life hit me very very much in the face. When I didn't. In grade 8, I was probably like the peak, I would say the peak of my optimism. I was invited to a camp in New York, played with a lot of future NBA players. Yeah, I didn't play college basketball, bro. So, but I'm not a bad basketball player. Like I would whoop your ass in basketball for sure. But you know, I was a good shooter. I just didn't grow. I didn't grow. That's my problem. You know, I was about 5'10" in grade 6, and I'm 5'11" right now. Like fuck, you know, that growth spurt that I was waiting for, where I get to 6'3", 6'4", it just never came for me. It just never came for me. So, you know, that's sad. I'm 6'4". Nice. Yeah. No, I think is height very important in hockey? I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, I was on my high school basketball teams. You know, I was a shooter. That's like the only role that I've ever like fulfilled. My ball handling was not great. My defense was okay, not great. I did attend a basketball camp with former Raptors coach Kevin O'Neal, which really helped. Really helped. That's cap. I'm 6'5". We need to run a 1v1. I think like the tallest player that I've ever beat 1v1 was 6'11". But you know what? You know what fucking sucks? So this is crazy. So my ex, her cousin was Peja Stojakovic, right? I always like, yeah, her first cousin is Peja Stojakovic. And her dad was a really good basketball player, like really good basketball player. But he was fucking 50. He had some inches on me. He was like 6'1", 6'2", and he was heavy, you know, like a good 250. And when we were talking about basketball, I was like, I will whoop your ass one-on-one. And this is when I was 26, 27. I was like, I will destroy you one-on-one. I told him I would beat him 11-0. And knowing that he was a good basketball player, but well beyond his prime. And we went to a gym where, you know, he would train and stuff with a lot of other players who were pretty good, like all former high level, you know, Division 2, Division 1 type of players. And I murked that 2-on-2. Like I killed it. I shot everything in the ocean. Like it was, he was in the post, he was throwing out to me, And after that game, I told him, I'm like, I will whoop your ass one-on-one. And he just kept like laughing it off. And then I played him one-on-one. He beat me 11-4. I will never forget that. Was fucking humiliating as fuck. I was 26. He was like close to 50. He beat me 11-4. And I think that's when I kind of just, ugh, you know, that was not very good. Serbians are always very determined to be good at what they do, any craft. Do you believe that to be true? Yeah, sure. Serbs are great, man. Bravo, Serbia. Yeah, I'm very proud. I'm very proud of my people, for sure. Go to bed. That is a great suggestion. I should go to bed, for sure. I played against Tristan Thompson in the same soccer league when we were 12, 13, and he was a unit. I played against Javon Shepard and DeVoe Joseph. So that was cool. Canada's got a lot of talent, man. Canada has got a lot of talent. And also, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't picked up a basketball in almost 2 years. So that's fucking trash of me. You know? Rob, let's get a Pinsari squad in 2K and start running rec. I am technologically not advanced, my friend. I don't even know how to do that. All I know is how to run my team and run out like various scenarios for the Raptors to get these various players. Hold on. I'm actually going to pull it up. USA versus the world next year. Who you got? The world. Shea plus Giannis plus Jokic? Shit. Easily. The world. Luka? Damn. The best players in the world are from the world. Like, I don't know who needs to hear that, but it's true. Oh, damn. I was gonna play out the. Do you have any Eritrean friends? I used to have one. One Eritrean friend in high school. Very cool. Very cool girl. I had like the biggest crush on this Ethiopian girl in high school. She was, I want to say she's the one, you know, she was like the one, but I feel like that might be disrespectful to a lot of people that came after her. I find it like almost shocking that I have never actually had a girlfriend who was black. Ever. It's never happened. I find that crazy. All of my girlfriends have been Eastern European. Every single one. What? That's crazy to me. That is actually crazy to me. I don't think I've ever had a girlfriend who was like North American white. Have I ever dated anyone who was Spanish? Nope. I think like I had a girlfriend for like a couple years who was Egyptian. That's the only exception to that. That's it. It's a culture thing. It's not a culture thing. I would have happily, I feel like when I was 15 or 16, like I would have preferred to wifey like I'm Jamaican, we dated every nation. Cool. Like, I don't know. Like I feel like every human being has like their own version of like what is attractive. Like for me personally, like I'm trying to think like which women do I find the most attractive in the world? It's got to be between Eastern European and white and black women. It's got to be like between those two, you know. It's like no offense to the Kellys and the Ashleys of the world. I've never found y'all attractive. It's never been that way. Like, that's just not my vibe. It's never been my vibe. I don't think it's ever going to be my vibe. Black women is subjective. What's subjective? Black women are beautiful, bro. Do you not see Angel Reese? You don't think Angel Reese is beautiful? I think Angel Reese is gorgeous. I think, okay, this might be the Scotch talking, but I am pretty sure that the most attractive woman in human history is Carrie Hilson. Am I wrong? Bro, am I wrong? For real. Like, are y'all insane? If you don't think Carrie Hilson is the most attractive woman in the world, I think you need therapy. Am I wrong? Like, for real. This is not the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? You saying Lotto? Mm-hmm. Holy shit. Megan Good is damn attractive. Dr. Umar would be disappointing you. Yo, you're hilarious. No. Because Dr. Umar entire perspective is that black people should black men should date black women. I don't think he has any problem with Serbian people dating black women. Facts indeed. Umar a dummy. Why is he a dummy? Why is he a dummy? Because you don't agree with him? Now, I respect it. I respect it. It's whatever. You know, like shit. Like, you know, this whole Zion thing with he's racist as hell. What's racist though? It's racist to wanna in like, is it racist? He doesn't want to date white women. That's racist. Halle Berry in her prime was the hottest of all time. I feel like Carrie Hilson clears, personally. He's against interracial marriages. So the thing I'll say with this is, you know, obviously love is love, marry whoever the hell you want, right? But as a person who has always, I don't know, like, what it is about, like, life and shit, but for me, I've always been very B1 about shit. So any person who is, how shall I say, putting black culture first, like, you have my vote. If you know, like, let me give you an example, right? Someone I grew up with, they believed that all black people should shop at black stores, black owned businesses, right? Should always put back into the black community. For me personally, that did not sound like a racist message. That sounded like a smart message. Me personally, I've always said one of the biggest reasons that I support the NBA is because it is one of the greatest wealth redistribution channels in the world, right? We are minting potentially future black billionaires to be able to potentially create black enterprise. Why is that not a good thing? It's a great thing. It's a great fucking thing, man. Like, you know, it's funny. I'm on the panel with, you know, often 6, 5, 4, 7, 8 black individuals. And a lot of their favorite players are white. Jokic for Swipa, you know, Sabonis for whatchamacallit, Sabonis for Ox and whatever. who's the person up there who's always pushing Scottie Barnes above all else, right? Be one as it comes, man. Be one as it comes. And be one, to those of you who are unfamiliar with the term, is black first. I believe in that like phrase till I die, you know. I'm always, yeah, I don't know if I'm saying too much right now, but like that's where my heart's at. It's always been there. You know, like my best friends growing up were black. The people that you know, showed me love like through like some of the hardest parts of my life were black. So to me, it's like shit. Um, that's always been where my heart's at. It's always been. The people who say Dr. Umar is racist are people who are not educated. Facts, man. I mean, shit. Like, I don't know, the king of snow bunnies, Holly. Yo, man, like I respect any person who, like, you know, shit. My favorite player ended up, you know, having a baby with a white woman in Scottie Barnes. Like, am I gonna disrespect that? I'm not gonna disrespect that. Like, do what you want to do, King. Like that's the shit. Like that's, to me, it comes down to this, right? And again, like I don't know if I'm gonna have to fucking deactivate this live after, because I ended up, you know, drinking a little bit of too much truth serum here, but I'm gonna stand on it. It is what it is. The way I see it is it comes down to freedom, right? When I was growing up, the people in my life that have freedom were like, no offense, the white kids. They had a lot of freedom. Their parents could be liberal or, you know, they could be liberal or conservative. They could be Democrats or Republicans. It didn't really matter. They could do whatever the hell they wanted. But all the black kids that I knew, they all had to be Democrat, right? That to me is not freedom. It's not freedom, right? White people, they marry whoever they want. Black people got to marry black people. Why? Why? So to me, it's like what Hallie and, you know, Jalen Suggs and Scotty do. It's like, whatever, man. Do you, like, whatever, right? Sean saying there's nothing that makes me more uncomfortable than being in a room with a bunch of white guys and someone says some racist shit, thinking that because we're all white, it's a safe space for it. Bro, that's the fucked up thing, right? Because, you know, people throughout my life, right? Now I'm Serbian, right? But people see me as white, and I am white, and I enjoy white privilege, which is to say, I've been able to talk shit to cops and not get shot, so I understand that I have white privilege. But when I'm in a room full of, you know, Kens and Toms, they will say some shit that will make me think that I don't need to be in the same room as these people, for sure. Like that to me is like clear as fuck. I don't see the world the way they see the world, and you know, it's just because I've seen like the quality of the character of the people, you know, and the quality of the culture. You know, going to Sierra Leone, I don't think I've shared the story. Like I went to Sierra Leone when I was 18 years old, right? And when I was in Sierra Leone, it was partially because I was working security at the time. I was working at Paragon, working at security. And one of the guys that I worked security with, he was like, yo, like I got to connect in Sierra Leone and do business, but I need a white guy to come with me. You know, you seem like the right guy to do it. You business minded. Let's go do it. So we went. Found out day one of a 5-day trip that this deal was bullshit. So I got 4 days to kill. And I spent 4 days. There was a security guard. Ironically, I was working security. He was working security. There's a security guard there who didn't understand English that well. So, you know, I started teaching him English. And then he invited me back to his home. Got to stay with his family for a few days. Didn't stay at the hotel, stayed with his family. And it was just beautiful, man. It was beautiful. Beautiful culture, beautiful people, right? See the world through that. Like one of my best friends growing up was from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Some of my other best friends were from Jamaica. Some of my other best friends were from Ethiopia, right? So you see the world through that way. And you just realize like this color thing is very stupid. It's very stupid. You know, if you're a person out there who thinks like, oh my God, my daughter is dating a person from another race, like, bro, like shit, grow up. You know, so the same context holds true of like trying to judge a black athlete for dating a white woman. It's like, why? That's freedom. Do whatever you want, you know, do whatever you want. I'm definitely more attracted to blue and green-eyed girls. That's your prerogative, man. They're wearing contacts. You know what's interesting? I was bringing up Zion again for the people who are still here at 3:42 a.m. My God, appreciate y'all. 263 of y'all. I was talking about Zion and Mariah Mills. There was an interview with Mariah Mills like 2-3 years before she met Zion, in which she talked about how she did not like black men, how she preferred to do her scenes because she is a corn/porn star. She preferred to do her scenes with white men because she did not like black men. It's very interesting that she has participated so very strongly in the destruction of the career of a black man. Very interesting indeed. Very interesting. I like this, Rob. You are different sober. We fight more. You're intelligent and open when you're on the serum. I don't know, man. And I tell you, like, you know, 4 years ago, if you told me I'm on the internet and I am streaming live with a little bit of truth serum and I'm just speaking uncandid, I would be terrified that I might say something that would incriminate me or whatever. But I think I've come to terms with the fact that there's nothing in me that can come out of me that is like that I'm not okay with. You know what I mean? And there's no consequence that I would bear for those actions that would be like bad, you know? Like to the point of like I feel like a lot of people that I've met, they try to script their actions, they try to script their words. They don't want to let something out, right? But it's like to me, it's like I'm not living a life where I need to lie about everything, right? I'm not cheating on my girlfriend. I'm not secretly harboring some sort of horrible sentiment towards gay people where I'm like, man, please, please, please do not have a whole bunch of fucking whiskey, right? And then accidentally go on a homophobic rant because there ain't nothing in me that is that way, right? That to me is like the epitome of freedom. If you want my honest opinion, that's the epitome of freedom because that's mental freedom. Mental freedom is that I can literally get trashed on a live and nothing's gonna come out of me that I'm not okay with because that's what it is. That's all it is. Hit subscribe. If you're not subscribed, hit subscribe. Penn, this is why Toronto needs to flex their international muscle. I'm tired of the city acting second class market. Watch Gil name a bunch of hosts and remind him Toronto is 6th largest market. Fuck Gil. But Toronto does need to flex. This is a great city. Ian Clark, W Penn and W Late Night Drive podcast. You driving right now at 3:46 a.m.? Where are you driving from? What's going on? What is your opinion on the whole cat narrative on Twitter? Is it 90% homophobia? I think it is. Well, first of all, cat, for all intents and purposes, and for all we know, is straight. So I don't think it's fair to call it homophobia. But is he a little bit, let's say, zesty? Oh my God. Yeah, maybe a little bit, right? Now, that's interesting. That's very interesting because obviously being a little bit effeminate does not make you gay, right? It does not. It does not make you gay. All right. Like a man liking a man is not the same as a man acting slightly like his sister. That is totally different. Like, that's a totally different thing. And I feel like if you have a lot of female influence in your life, like i.e., you grew up with a single mom, you had 3 sisters, etc., you might have a couple of, tendencies that are a little bit female. Like you might care a little bit too much about your hair and stuff like that. You might have certain mannerisms. You might use your hands a lot when you talk. I don't know. I don't know. But yes, I do think that the dominant narrative around, someone like Carlton Towns is very much people who are homophobic and maybe people who, especially, when it comes to a black man who is a star athlete who's 7 feet tall. Like, really, when you think about it, you're talking about a Dominican black man, right? Who is 7 feet tall, who is a star athlete, epitome of masculinity. So when he comes out and he's doing his little side steps and his oh my gods, yeah, I think a lot of people are expressing their frustration with Karl Anthony Towns, right? Did you see what Gilbert Arenas said? Oh yeah, I did. The high hips and all that stuff. I get it. He built like a girl. I get it. Is Gil wrong though? Like, is he that wrong? He's not that wrong. He does have high hips. He does have some weird movements. He is a player who, I mean, honestly, he's not doing himself any favors. When he fucking faked that New York accent, I nearly lost my mind. I really did. Like like, my God, man. Like I grew up in Washington Heights, for a part, because Washington Heights, for those of y'all who don't know, that's like it's upper Manhattan, super Dominican as fuck, right? So to me, hearing a fake New York accent, like, I mean, especially as a film director, is insulting as fuck. And listening to this dude from Edison, New Jersey, again, another place where I, did live, like Karl Anthony Towns lived in a lot of the same places that I lived, Edison, New Jersey, Washington Heights, et cetera, et cetera. So like listening to his fake ass New York accent was really weird. I'm not gonna lie. That was weird as fuck. Like listening to people like kind of fake an accent is a little bit weird to me. Sure. Ant-Man found it funny too. Cool. To see what happened to the other guy after the gun in the locker room situation is crazy. He really crashed out hard. I don't know what you're talking about. That's normal. He Dominican, lots like that. They like Lebanese men. I don't understand that at all. In fairness, I don't know a lot of Lebanese men, but if you're trying to say that Lebanese men are zesty, I very much doubt that, but I have no idea. I mean, I've spent my whole life trying to get as familiar with other cultures as humanly possible. And that means like watching cinema from other cultures. That means listening to music from other cultures. I remember when I was 18 or 19 years old, I had like 37 or 38 different languages on my iPod, including Arabic. Dude, are there any Arabic people here? I'm very curious. Are there any Arabs here? Arabs, are you here? I'm just curious. Dude, are there any Turkish people here? I am such a huge fan of Nancy Ajram. Huge fan. Loved her music, man. Love her music. And as it pertains to Turkish music, Tarkan, dude, like I wish YouTube would lift like the copyright ban for one day so I could just share with you like one hour of some of my favorite music from these countries. I dated an Arabic girl. Shout outs to her. She is now married. Very cool person. And in the process of dating her when I was 16, 17 years old, I got into Arabic music a lot. And at the same time, I had a friend, shout outs to Mirvat, who was Lebanese. And she was also listening to a lot of Arabic music. So I listened to a lot of yes, there we go. Tarkan Shimirik is still a banger. Yeah, it is. It really is, man. This singer, Tarkan, Turkish singer, great music, man. So great. Um Tarkan's music was huge all over Europe, to be honest. Sure. Rashir Fleming is from New Jersey. So is Karl Anthony Towns. And so is Jalen Brunson. Shout outs. I lived in Somerville, New Jersey, Avenel, New Jersey, Addison, New Jersey. I've lived in New Jersey 3 times. 3 fucking times, man. I wish I can get more into political stuff with Rob, but I don't want to kill the vibe. Kill the vibe, bro. We here. We here at 4:47 in the fucking, my God. We are nearly 5 hours into this live. This is really shaping up to be epic. Kill the vibe. Go ahead. What do I think of Mark Carney? Cool. Like, what do I think of Donald Trump? Orange. I don't know. Am I out of liquor? Fuck. It is what it is. Anyway, I'm going to watch this back tomorrow. I'm going to be like, what the fuck was I doing, bro? Like, what the hell was I doing? All right, Rob. Israel, Palestine. Go. You really want me to lose like 1,000 subscribers like in a minute? I'm sorry to tell you, very honestly, I have a lot of empathy for people from Palestine. I do. Like, I have a couple of friends from Palestine, and you know, very much empathize with their plight and their situation, and everything that's happened to the country is very difficult. But I also want to let you know that you are never going to hear one anti-Semitic note from me, ever, 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 ever. I've had hundreds of people in my life that are Jewish, that are just wonderful people, and when I hear anti-Semitism, honestly, it breaks my heart. It really breaks my heart. So, you know, say what you want about Israel, whatever. I have Palestinian friends. You know, some of my really good friends are Russian, and some of my other good friends are really Ukrainian. It really helps to have a very international base of friends. Yeah, it's tough. Do you know about Ethiopian Jews? I do not know about Ethiopian Jews, bro. I do not. But I do know that Jewish people are everywhere. No, I agree. They are everywhere. Any kind of racist or xenophobic hate is gross, to be honest. I agree with you. I completely agree with you. You know, racism on any level is unevolved and stupid. If you believe that number one, if you believe that the color of your skin puts you over anybody, you're an absolute fucking idiot. It does not. It does not. It is a means of oppressing people into thinking that they should expect less of themselves. And I believe that it is a trap, right? And yeah. I think it's bedtime, Roberto. I mean, I'm not that sleepy, bro. And we got 274 people in here, and we are honestly on on track for possibly the longest live in Pensar basketball history. What do you think about community housing? You think it's a trap by the government? Well, as someone who lived in community housing, ironically, with a lot of Black people, yeah, I do think it can be a trap. It can be a trap. I think welfare and community housing can be a bit of a trap for people, for sure. But at the same time, for a lot of people like my mom and myself, it was very valuable assistance. You know, it allowed us to subsist and, you know, be okay. So I'm not against it. I'm not against community housing. I'm never going to be against. My mom never took welfare. I've never taken welfare in my life. My parents never took welfare. We were very proud of that, obviously. But to the people who need welfare and food stamps, you know, who the fuck am I to judge? You know, I've known plenty of people, you know, who've hit some very, very hard times financially, you know, including one of my favorite players, go fucking fill the dots. You know, whose parents I know both of them very well. Maybe I'm spilling too much. Damn. This is the one consequence of the scotch, which is that, you know, I've had three glasses of scotch at this point and no food. So I might be a little bit too honest at this point, but you know, I really do know a lot more people than people realize that I know. That's the thing that kind of bothers me. Is like people like realize, like if people knew who I knew, like I feel like people would shut the fuck up, but they don't know who I know because I will never say who I know. That's the weird part. Don't keep drinking, Rob. Fuck. There's nothing left. Okay. Israel committing genocide. Again, distinguish Jewish people from Israel. Israel is a country. Jewish people are people, and Jewish people come from all over the world. And I refuse to think that it's okay to chastise Jewish people all over the world for what Israel is doing. Again, right? Like that's that. Imagine jumping around and being a Trump cheerleader, and now months later they're beefing. Yeah. I hope Canada stays Canada, not USA. Me too, man. Trump's cult won't last much longer. Sure. Yeah. Who are you asking to stop, me or this guy? Yeah. Anyway, we have dropped significantly in I think we went from like 268 people watching to 233 people watching in a span of 2 minutes. And that gives me the sign that this is time to end this live. So I will say thank you to everyone who has tuned in. Thank you to everyone who joined us for the last 2 hours of Scotch Rob. And that was cool. You know, thank you guys so much. Good night. Absolutely. Young Lexington said, problem with Trump's cult is it doesn't matter what happens. They will always support. Yeah. Ethiopian coffee is the bomb. Yo, like honestly, I went on a date with a girl that was, you know, Turkish coffee. It was not the most memorable date. Yeah. It was not the most memorable date. I'll be honest. In fairness, I'm remembering it 5 years later, but like, yeah, it was, yeah. Arham Sajad said this stream is 100% getting deleted. Why do you think it's 100% getting deleted? Why do you think that? Because I said you should probably not hate Jewish people? Or because I said that I have a lot of empathy for people from Palestine. I don't. Here's the thing. I mentioned freedom the other day, right? Or the other day being yesterday, being, probably like 12 o'clock at this point. Freedom is being able to say what you want on a live stream and not having a whole bunch of people be able to bully you into submission. Like, I'm not going to be bullied into submission. I'm always going to speak my mind, right? Nah, because you went off topic. Yeah, but that's the point. I mean, if I have the time, I think it would be wise and perhaps considerate for me to timestamp the shit out of this one and just, basically put like timestamp 3.5 hours in, like this ain't gonna make sense anymore at this point. But that's kind of the vibe we were going for, I think. Anyways, I want to give a big shout out to Mitsu, Amjad, not Donald Fagan, and also OT87, who tried to call in multiple times, could not figure it out. For the super chats, appreciate y'all. And Rob, I appreciate if you made a separate channel for politics in the future. It might be too much though. Honestly, if I make another channel, it will be for probably life advice and life hacks and finance. It will not be for politics. I have no interest in politics. I am not educated in politics. I'm sufficiently educated in politics. I'm not interested in politics, right? So, yeah. You should do these vibes once in a while. Once in a blue moon. It's good vibes. My kind of guy. We'd be good friends. Cool. Good to know. Yeah. I mean, look, man, like I have always believed that money and alcohol have one thing in common is that they expose the true you, right? If you make, $20 million tomorrow, I promise, I promise you are going to be a lot more authentic about your shit. And I feel like alcohol is like a bit of a truth serum as well. So, maybe 15 years ago, I would be scared shitless to, down 3 glasses of scotch on a live stream, being like, oh my God, I might say something. But now I'm not scared. OT87 saying, try Ethiopian food. Bro, like, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give a shout out to Julia. This girl that I dated back 5 years ago. We went to, like, I want to say 5 different Ethiopian restaurants in Toronto. We loved it. We absolutely loved it. Yeah. Rob, is there any way to watch the Minnesota basketball documentary you had at Penn Ants? There will be soon. I'm pretty sure if there's a release, I will certainly talk about it here. I want to give a shout out. There's a community member of one of y'all, community member, who actually runs a chain of theaters up in Northern Ontario. He put it in his theater, which is really cool, right? Rob, have you tried Somali food? Yeah, I have. So I have a neighbor whose dog I occasionally will take care of. Her name is Nabi, and she is from Somalia, and her dog, whatever. And yeah, she bring us Somali food every now and again. She's amazing. She's a great person, man. She's one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. Yes. I'm gonna be honest, like I always thought, like in my heart of hearts, like when I was growing up, I always thought like I always thought I would marry someone who was Somali or Ethiopian. I don't know why I felt that way. I have no idea why I felt that way, but I did. only good at making samosas. What are you talking about, man? Samosas are Indian. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now it's just like I'm 37 now, and I'm like very, 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 very serious about starting a family at this point, and it's just like gotta do it now. If it's not now, it's never. Gotta do it now. Gonna be 38 in November. Gotta do it. You know, I don't want to be like one of those old ass parents. You know, definitely do not want to be like a 60-year-old with high school or graduating from high school. You know, so it's like it's now or never, really. You know, and I've worked my whole life towards this goal. You know, of wanting to start a family. So it's just like that's where it is. Favorite country for food? Yeah, that's a good question. I really like spices, man. So I really like spices. I feel like some of the best food I ever had in my life was probably Egyptian food. I'm gonna be honest, like probably the best. Indian food is awesome. Italian food is great. Mexican food is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Egyptian, followed by I guess I gotta go Serbian, right? That's my own people. I gotta support my own people. Serbian, Mexican food is great. Jamaican food is awesome. I used to in high school. I used to have like a beef patty with cocoa bread every single day. Yeah. Is girlfriend old? No, she's not old. But it's just like if I'm gonna start a family with you, like there's like a lot of checklist things. I'm a little bit anal retentive that way. There's like a lot of checklist shit. Like we gotta square up our finances. We gotta be on the same page in terms of, you know, understanding what we're doing and all that stuff. So yeah. Jimmy Bob Lee said, "You'll get there, Rob. I was 37 when I had my first. What's with the scotch tonight?" Well, the scotch is a gift from a friend, and I don't usually have alcohol. I'm actually not like a person who drinks a lot of alcohol. I used to be a person who drank a lot of alcohol in my, you know, early 20s. But yeah, so what's with the scotch tonight? I don't know. I guess it's almost like I was curious. I was curious what would happen. You know, drink a couple glasses of scotch, see what happens. You know, on a live stream. You know, and I was partially inspired by my nemesis, NBA Chev. You know, because he said he was drinking and he posted this bullshit about Scottie Barnes, and I was talking to my girlfriend about it, and I said, "Listen, like, you know, this guy's a bitch," which I've always felt, you know, about NBA Chev. I think he's a bitch. But, you know, I said, like, look, like the truth came out. You know, he drank a little bit and the truth came out. And, you know, I think she says something like, have empathy. You know, people are different when they drink. And so a part of me was like, okay, what if I do a live and I'm drunk? And then I tabled that thought, and I'm not drunk, obviously. It's like I can hold my liquor. I'm not a bitch. Right. But you kind of got me thinking, like, you know, I mean, shit, like people do get a little bit loose lipped when they have alcohol, and they say a little bit too much and they talk a little bit too much. Maybe they're a little bit more free, you know. So yeah. You look like an apple cider type. I've never had apple cider before, so you are very, very mistaken on that one. My go-to is scotch, vodka, rakia. You know, rakia, for those of you who don't know, I will tell you a story, a hilarious story to end this live, right? I will tell you a story to end this live. It is the funniest story. I share the story very often because it gives people a very different impression of me that is very different from the person that you probably perceive me as. So I'm 22 years old, and I go to my friend Sarah's birthday. Okay. There's a girl who's there who's very attractive. I end up finding out that she has a boyfriend. She's sitting on her boyfriend's lap. She's asking me, she's like, Rob, are you single? And I said, yes, I am actually single. She's like, so you're looking for a girl? And I'm like, I mean, do you know one? And all this while, she's sitting on her boyfriend's lap. And this boyfriend is getting very worried that his girlfriend, who is sitting on his lap at the moment, has maybe taken too much of a keen interest on the fact that I'm single. So he asks me a question, which I will never forget. He asked me, what's in the water bottle? And what's in the water bottle is 80% alcohol from Serbia. Okay. Basically made in someone's fucking bathtub. And it's rakia. Like it's really fucking strong alcohol, like to the point where you might pass out if you smell it. It's plum brandy. It's legit. It will get you fucking wasted. And he tells me, he's like, let me smell it. I'm like, sure, whatever. So she's sitting on his lap while she's asking me all these questions, and he smells it. He's like, bro, what the fuck is this? He's like, oh my God. So he says, I bet you can't chug it. And I'm like, why would I want to chug it? I brought it for the whole party, like 500 milliliters of 80 proof, like 80% alcohol. How do you spell it? I will spell it for you right here. That's how you spell it. So, like, you will get like watered down piss in Canada, but if you get like the legit shit from Serbia, like it's like 65 to 78, 80%. And this shit was legit. And I bought it for everybody as kind of like a novelty, like a party novelty. And he says, like, I bet you can't chug it. And I'm like, why would I want to chug it? So he says, I'll give you $50 if you can chug it. Oh, now there's a challenge, motherfucker. Now there's a challenge. So, I'm thinking we got a night ahead of us. We're going to the club. I'm going to have to buy a drink at the club for myself. I'm going to have to probably, pay entrance fee. I'm probably going to have to buy a drink for the birthday boy and girl, who are a couple, ironically, who have the same birthday. Very cool. So I'm like, this dude is basically offering, he said, I'll pay you $50. I'll bet you $50 you can't do it. I'm like, this guy's basically offering to fund the rest of my night. This guy's an absolute idiot. So I agree. I chugged it. I chugged 500 milliliters of 80% alcohol. Dude, people were looking at me like I was going to die. Truly. They thought I was going to die. Like they thought I was going to actually pass out. And I was fine. I was absolutely fine. To the point where I actually got into the fucking club without even like, yo, how are you alive? Honestly, I don't know. But I was completely alive. I was perfectly fine. And I am still sober enough to hide the little detail about what happened with that guy's girlfriend later that night. But long story short, let me omit that part. Shout outs to that guy. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if that guy ends up being a fan of Pittsburgh basketball and he'd be like, oh fuck, I knew this guy looked familiar. My bad, bro. I hope you broke up with that girl. My point is, so long story short, got to the club, got into the club, perfectly fine, right? Perfectly fine. Somehow got past security. They did not suspect that I just chugged 500 fucking milliliters of 80% alcohol. And I bought Stella Artois. I want to say Stella, right? Drank with a girl. Bought a Stella for the girl. Bought it for myself. Then went about 3 tequila shots. Oh Lord, please do not get fucking tequila, bro. Last thing I remember, tequila shots. Worst decision of my life. That tequila shot ended me. It was like it wasn't the 80% alcohol. It wasn't the Stella Artois. I think it was that tequila shot. I woke up the next day in my bed and I don't remember anything. But what I do know is that I had $100 debit charge from the club. I don't know what happened there. And I also had a $150 charge from a fucking Beck taxi. And I don't know what happened there either. So all I'm going to say is, you know, if you manage to chug 80% alcohol and win $50, go home. Ideally with the girl. That's all I'm going to say. Go home. What was her name? Rachel? Something like that. 150 on a taxi was wild. My thought process on this was either I told the guy the wrong address like 15 times or I puked in his cab. Rob, please, bro, this is a far out question. Can we get Abdi Bashir Jr. undrafted or late? I don't know who that is. When Rob is too honest, he's intoxicated. That's the indicator. Honestly, no, not at all. My best drinking partner is a big Serb. We go hard. You know, most Serbs are huge. I am the exception. As a 5'11" fucking Serb, I feel like I'm an embarrassment to my own people. Like, honestly, man, like I feel so small. Like, I have friends who are 7'4", Slavko, shout out Slavko. Like, I legitimately have friends who were drafted by the NBA. It is the fucking weirdest shit in the world, man. Like, Slavko Novica, Milos, like these guys are huge. Like my sister married, like he's 6'4". Like everyone's so big. Like, you know, average height in Serbia is close to 6 feet. So like if you're 5'11", you're short. You're very short. And especially because the new generation is like very tall. Yeah, very short. MPWWT Pops. Pen, I love your takes. I think your basketball IQ is incredible, but your non-basketball thoughts are really out there, man. Probably. I mean, do I care? I honestly need to cut back on the booze. Drinking every other night is not good. I think drinking is terrible, personally. I never got into drinking, thankfully. It just doesn't taste good, so I don't bother. Good for you, man. Drinking sucks. My Serb buddy, ironically, his name is also Rob, is like 6'7", long ponytail, captain of the One Punch Knockout. Dude's a beast. Honestly, man, I know one other Serbian person in the whole world whose name is Robert. It's very difficult to find Serbs who are named Rob because typically that means they're partially Croatian. And in the case of me, that is 100% the case. So yeah. Alex Wave saying, I got to work in a few hours. You got me up. Bro, like 5 hour and 14-minute stream and not an NBA draft stream? This is weird. I don't know how we went this long. I just don't know how to quit. I don't know how to quit. I don't know how to quit. And I promise I'm going to watch this tomorrow and be like, what the fuck was I even talking about for the last 2 hours of this live? But, you know, sometimes it's just good to show people who you are, you know? Okay. I live in a metric system. I have no idea what my height or weight is in meters or kilometers. Ben Shelley said, hangover will go crazy tomorrow. Dude, do you think I'm getting hung over like a couple of glasses of scotch? Are you insane? I'll sleep this off in 2 hours and I will be perfectly sober tomorrow. In fact, if you want to bet on that, why don't you tune into Player's Choice and see if you can get a hint of this? There will be no hint of this. No, I'm perfectly fine. And I mean, honestly, I devote this entire segment to this dude. Hang on one second. I will show you who I devote this entire segment to. I will show you. Hang on. I devote this entire segment of Scotch Rob to this guy. What the fuck? What? Okay. Here we go. I devote it to this guy. This guy right here. You're getting old. Late 30s. 36 is not late 30s. Wait, am I 36 or 37? Oh my God, I'm 37. I just realized that. Shit. You're right. That is late 30s. Fuck. No, it's mid 30s. I'm drawing the cutoff for late 30s is 39. I just turned 37 not too long ago. So Serbs are the Sudanese of Europe. I don't understand this question, but I promise you I disagree. What? I liked having a little weed and a little beer, never one or the other, really. Used to smoke about a gram a day. Now I smoke maybe once a month, about 6 to 8 brews a night. Everybody dies. Damn. I mean, 6 to 8 brews a night is like, you're a champ. Shit. Bylon 999 said closer to early 40s than early 30s. So that is a fair point and one way to look at it, not the way I'm choosing to look at it, but certainly a point, worth not making. Jimmy Bob Lee said, "Hey Rob, isn't that the same guy that talked shit to you in the summer?" Not sure. I don't remember the people who talk shit to me. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really remember people who talk shit to me because the people who talk shit to me are here 1 second and they're gone. Like very quickly. The WC Chops single season assist record belongs to Ryan Nemhard. Why isn't anyone talking about him? Probably because he's 5'11". Not out here trying to live longer than I can afford to. Eat trash, drink all night. This is the way. Well, I will say, in a moment of slight sobriety, that drinking, eating well is great for your mind, right? It's not necessarily about the number of years you live, but more about the quality of the number of years you live, right? So if you live 40 years in good health and great spirits, happy, that's significantly better than living 60 years miserable, unhappy, and unhealthy, right? So again, I think the way we eat, what we eat, when we eat is very important, right? So when I was in great shape, and there was a time when I was in great shape, now I'm like in okay shape, but certainly not going to the bank praising this one. Eating well is good for you. So, you do what you want, obviously, not judging anybody here, but you don't look your age. It's a compliment. I mean, bro, I still get ID'd. All the time. So, it is what it is. But I do think, given the fact that I've had poor sleep many times, I smoked through much of my 20s, right? I should look ancient. I should look like 500 years old. And then people are always surprised to know that I'm even 30. So it's a good thing. It's a great thing. And I think partially I will thank genetics for that. Why not trading for Topic? He's not available. And he's not a great shooter. Yeah. I don't even want to live long, not gonna lie. That's up to everybody to decide. I used to say that I did not want to live a long time, and now I want to live until I'm like 100. Like it changes. I swear to God, when I was 20, I was like, yeah, I'm good. If I live till 45, I'm good. I don't want to live past that. And now I'm 37, and I'm like, you know what? I would love to live till 80, 90, 100. It'd be great. The Balkan roots carrying you, keeping you young. That's a win. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Anyways, y'all, 5 hours, 20 minutes, and 55 seconds in. We call this a night. Enjoy your night. Please join me on PC tomorrow at 11 a.m. to see if I'm hungover. I promise you, as God is my witness, there will be no hangover. There will be no telltale of anything because I'm a champ. And honestly, if I wanted to sober up right now, and if I just wanted to be okay, hang on one sec. Sober as hell. I am sober. Like, I am perfectly aware of what I'm doing and what I'm saying. I'm a little bit loose, maybe whatever. But I will be asking about your hangover. Why? Why? There will be no hangover. You need to get drunk to be hungover. I'm not drunk. I am in that beautiful space of 3 whiskeys, right? It's just fine. Like, whatever. We're not drunk. Are you insane? You're tipsy. Okay. Let me put on my straight face and let me not be tipsy. Okay. Now can you tell the difference? No, you can't. You can't tell shit. And that's the point. Like, I could talk about basketball right now. I'm wide awake at 4:27 a.m. I'm not slurring my words. I would probably pass like one of those, I cannot. You're right. That's exactly it. So I don't know. Maybe it's like you put a whiskey in my hand and suddenly I just get a little bit, tipsy in the personality. But no, I'm perfectly fine. I am perfectly fine. And again, I would be a disgrace to my people if I could not handle 3 little glasses of whiskey. Are you insane? Come on, man. The same guy who chugged 500 milliliters of rakia cannot handle 3 little glasses of whiskey at 40%. Are you crazy? Come on, man. I don't think I would reproduce if I could, not handle 3 little glasses like this. Come on, man. We're here for a good time, not a long time. I mean, you could be here for both. I just joined. What do you think of the 19th pick and Cam Johnson for the 9th pick plus salary filler? I think Cam Johnson, as much as I love him, is not worth the 19th pick or the 9th pick specifically. Ben Shelley. Dude, where are you from in Europe? Appreciate you. Should we go for the 3rd pick from Philly, Rob? I mean, I'm assuming it's going to come with Paul George, and I may be a little bit higher on Paul George than the average person. So, yeah, sure. If it's RJ IQ and Philly number 3 for Paul George, I could see that. I could see the Raptors going for that for sure. That could be your big fish. And then you rehab the shit out of, Paul George's value. I was born in England and live here, but I'm half Irish. Cool. So you're born in England. I used to live in England for a very short period of time. I lived in England. I lived in France. I've lived in Italy. I've lived in Serbia, formerly Yugoslavia, before moving to the United States. So, it's been very cool. I wish I could have experienced living in those places when I was a little bit older. Obviously, when you're living in a place when you're 4 or 5 years old, it's still very, very different. But yeah. Did you like France? Honestly, man, there's like 3 great memories I have of France. Number 1 is it's a terrible memory, which was not being able to speak French and wanting to go to the washroom and not being able to ask like my school, like my teacher to go to the washroom. And then number 2 was being nervous, like very nervous because I didn't speak the language and I was very, I was a very nervous kid. Like up until I was about 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old, I was very nervous. And I remember I had like a blue sweater and they fed us like some sort of lunch in class and I threw it up. I was like 4 years old, 5 years old. So yes, like that's 2 of my memories. My 3rd memory is one of my best friends that I ever had, Matthew, and our Kinder collection. Matthew and I, we used to, like be in love with Kinder Surprise. And we just, I don't know, Kinder is like so much better in Europe. I don't know how to explain it to y'all, man. So yeah. So there's people saying, damn, you've been around. Yes, I have been around in a lot of places. Yeah. I have been to so many different countries. I've been to India. I've been to Nepal. I have been to Japan. I've been to Dominican Republic. I have been to, last I counted, I've been to 19 different countries. So yeah, it's been really great. And I speak 5 different languages. So, it's cool. It's been very blessed. But it's just like, because I think languages kind of keep the world divided in a sense, and learning more is a great thing, because people speak like way more honestly in their language. If you listen to a Noah Senge interview and you actually understand French, like relatively well understand French, like you will see him expressing his thoughts in French so much better than he's able to express in English. So that's really good. If you could live in any of the places you've lived or been to, where would you choose? Toronto. I love Toronto. I don't know how to explain it to y'all. Like I used to be very nostalgic about, wanting to go back to New York, wanting to go back to Serbia, wanting to, potentially go to this place, that place. I've lived in Pennsylvania. I've lived in Nashville. I've lived in, New York, New Jersey. I've lived in like peak, like, I've lived in Manhattan, so yeah, I don't know, just become very attached to Toronto, love Toronto, love the city. Didn't always feel this way, I'm gonna be honest. Like I always felt like when I was 22 I was gonna go back, but Toronto's lit. Toronto's great. The reason I like the Raptors is because I went to Toronto when I was around 10 or 11, genuinely fell in love. Genuinely an unbelievable city. I agree. Yeah, it's great, man. It's got a lot of everything, It's got museums, it's got theaters, it's got art, it's got culture, it's got a lot of everything, And most importantly, and I think perhaps I'm speaking as a heterosexual male, it's got beautiful women. I think Toronto's got like some of the most beautiful women in the world, right? So that's a big deciding factor for me, So if I say very honestly, that NBA athletes should want to come here, like for real, like, like absolutely. Anyways, y'all, have a great night. Catch y'all later. Thank you for putting up with Scotch Rob for the last 2 hours. Very cool to do this. Haven't really done this before, but maybe we make a habit of it once a year to grab a bottle of scotch, pour it out, get the truth serum rolling. You know what I mean? Because again, like, to me, it's just like comes down to this. It's like I got nothing to hide. I got no thought in my mind that is like so guarded and so, ugh. Penn would trade Barnes for Calvin. Bro, what? No, I definitely would not. Yo, you're funny. We need more Scotch streams. This feels like a Ron playback. That's the funniest thing. And you know what? As much as I would never push alcohol on anybody, right? It is hilarious when Ron is having his morning coolers and he cannot handle it. And he's just funny about it, right? Like it's just a little bit funny. It's a little bit funny. I don't want to say what he said, but it was like some of the shit that he said is just, it's so wild and so out there. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I again, as I say, like with the alcoholic, I think alcohol and money are the same in a lot of ways, and that they make you more of who you are. You know, they make you double down, triple down on who you are. So whereas Mr. Bitchman over here goes into straight up Scotty mode, you know, hating on Scotty and saying like, I'm serious, he's on the clock. I think I'm playing, you know, I trade Scotty for Coach Bud. You know, that's his prerogative, and that's what he goes to. But like for me, I'm more like gonna go into I don't think I would trade Scotty for prime like Magic Johnson and you know break the internet that way. So, you know, I think it kind of like solidifies who you are and makes you more of who you are. Anyways, I'll talk to y'all later. Have a great one. Good night or good morning.